right. Looks like we're live. Good evening, everybody. So it's myself, and I've got Bobby joining me. How's it going tonight, Bobby?
Good, good, Carlos. How's everybody out there? Good.
I think so. I think so. I did get a message. I mentioned to you earlier. I got a message from Paul. He was very conscientious to let it know he was unfortunately working evening shift. So maybe Paul will catch you on the replay. But at least I appreciate you letting me know because we were going to start worrying about you if you weren't in the live chat. Paul's always around, so it was good. It was good. It was actually good.
Or maybe we'll go long enough that he might be coming in after
After a shift. After a shift. These things have
Possibly.
happened before, and I'd rather not have that happen.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
Sounds good. Sounds good. So hopefully everybody's doing well. So, and I will get a little started. I did find it interesting though. Now, mind you, I was kind of watching two screens at the same time, so maybe I missed the countdown. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that little stream countdown timer. I spent the finest several minutes of my life going through YouTube tutorials to figure out how to actually make that thing, rather than try to download it from somewhere else. So part of the reason I wanted to have Bobby on was, of course, because it's just kind of fun to hang out and chat. That's the first thing. But then second thing is I figured there was a good opportunity to talk about a couple of things that were more in the vintage realm, which are right in his wheelhouse, and I have interest in it as well. And we'll get to all that. But just off the top, I just wanted to start with a quick moment to kind of acknowledge that the passing away of Hank Aaron, because definitely, as a baseball fan, that's a huge thing. It's a big deal in that world. And obviously, on my Instagram, I did include my 1955 Bowman Hank Aaron there, just because I thought this was an appropriate image, especially of early years of Hank Aaron. His rookie card is 1954. Good luck getting your hands on one of those now if you haven't already. So that's from the sports card realm. You can bet there's going to be some folks capitalizing on it, which is unfortunate, but it is a reality of the world we exist in. And it's not like cards needed other reasons. So real quick here, I'll just say good evening, Jeff McMahon. How are you? But yeah, it was obviously a big story. As soon as I saw it, I was like, yep, no, we definitely, when it comes to the Instagram thing, I like to put some different cards out at different times, especially stuff that's coming from the collection. But I said, no, we'll grab a Hank Aaron card today. It seems a little more appropriate.
Well, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And for those of you who are not familiar, you can definitely use it as an opportunity. If you're not too familiar, look up Hank Aaron because he was a legend in the game. He was a big individual in it. The Hank Aaron Award is named after him for best hitter in both leagues. So that's kind of testament to his legacy, in addition to the fact he was the home run king. And for some folks, he still is. So it's just something to bear in mind. But in addition, he was a great hitter and a big ambassador of the sport. He was still involved in baseball right up until he passed away. And he kind of looms a big shadow over the game. So I'm sure there'll be the tributes that'll come in when the season starts. I can pretty much guarantee that.
I think I have a picture of Hank Aaron where Topps at a game awarded him a plaque with all his cards all around it.
Mm-hmm.
I can dig that up and find it if you want to show it.
We can check it out. And if we get a little bit of chance a little bit later on, we'll definitely look into that.
Sure.
So that'll be one component, but I did want to acknowledge off the top because the Hank Aaron thing was huge. And one of the other things I wanted to talk to everybody about, and by the way, everybody, for those of you that are joining us so far, as we go along, it's the same as the usual format. At some point, I will actually put the little link on the screen if any of you do want to join us that are regulars that want to pop in and chat a little bit, because that's always a fun part of this. But I did want to take advantage of having Bobby here because he is extremely knowledgeable, especially in vintage hockey. I'm fairly comfortable in my knowledge of 50s baseball because I like a lot of the nuances and a lot of the things in the sets, and I've studied up on that portion of it. And there's a lot to learn, especially if you go into the pre-war as well. There's a ton there, like a lot of areas to study. But there are certain little things in the hockey realm, and this is where I kind of threw that to Bobby just to talk about it a little bit, that I wanted to chat with him a little bit about it. And we'll get to that in just a few moments. There's a couple of things I want to show everybody as well. But I'll let you know in advance. One of the things that I wanted to talk to Bobby about is for the Parkhurst set, for those of you that are familiar with Parkhurst, in the 50s, starting from 51, 52, they produced a set every single year, except for one in that little mini run, 56, 57. Later on down the road, Dr. Brian Price, with under the auspices of Upper Deck, produced the Missing Link set, which was a mock-up. And I would say they were fairly faithful to the design aesthetic of the time. They came up with an idea. It doesn't look out of place. If that set had existed and it looked like that, it wouldn't have been that far off with around what they were doing around that time. But it was always kind of this thing. It's like, yeah, there's this missing gap kind of in the middle of this run, which was kind of interesting. Why they stopped making cards is a different conversation, but during the run itself, that's the missing gap in the middle. And similarly, Topps also had a bit of a missing gap. They came out with a big set in 54, but then also went in afterwards, and then they didn't produce another set until 57, 58. So there's another little gap as well. So those are two kind of interesting things that have always been something that I've been curious about and haven't had the chance to dig into. So I thought it'd be a good time have an opportunity to chat with Bobby about that a little bit. But before we do that, one more thing we're going to do, because it was something Bobby and I chatted with a little earlier that I thought was interesting, that it caught my eye. I'm on a lot of the social medias as far as getting alerts about different record sales and things like that. And it seems like there's a record sale every 5 minutes right now. But one that kind of caught our eye and made us open our eyes a little bit wide was that there was a new record set on a Brendan Shanahan rookie, PSA 10. But it's a little bit more interesting than that, because when I saw it originally, the sale was $1,500 for a PSA 10, $1,500 US. But that's not the only record broken. So I want to kind of show you first. We're going to start off with this, and then I'll talk to you about a couple of other things, a little bit of downstream implications, because it's not just about one card here. If it's just one card, it doesn't matter that much. But I wanted to talk to you about it. So these are the last 3 sales on Brendan Shanahan rookie cards, PSA 10s. And one of the things that one of these sales makes a note of is that the population is 36. I believe that's about right. It's a fairly low population card in terms of PSA 10s. But what I'll tell you here is that back in December, about 5 days before Christmas, one of those sold for $900. And I can tell you that was with Martin Sports Cards. So any of those of you in Canada are familiar with Martin Sports Cards based out of Guelph. They've got a lot of high-end vintage or, kind of modern-ish 80s cards, especially as well. That is its own separate discussion, but they've definitely got a lot of product in PSA and KSA holders for sure. So that was sold here. And then the $1,500 card is actually also a Martin Sports card. And these two cards have consecutive serial numbers on the PSA slabs. So I'll actually show you just for reference here. I can open up the auction itself and we'll look at it together. So bear with me a moment here. And I'll emphasize this just so you can see it really quickly. So you can see there the serial number 464 106 639. So just remember the 639 because that'll let you kind of see it. And I thought it was kind of interesting. So let me go back here a little bit and I'll open up the second one. This was the record, by the way, up until yesterday, which we'll talk about in a second. But this was the additional one. 464 106 40. So consecutive number PSA 10s from Martin Sports Card. They happen to have both of them, and they happen to have gotten the highest sales for a Brendan Shanahan rookie up until yesterday. And yesterday we got a new one. It's 1775. So this is kind of that 1980s, hockey rookie thing that we were looking at, because I mentioned in a previous live stream off of the Gretzky sale. I said, okay, great. The Gretzky sale happened, and we know Lemieux's going to go up, probably Patrick Waugh, a couple of those guys. But I was like, okay, let's talk about the next tier guys below. Yzerman is still a guy that I would almost put in that kind of category and things like that. Vintage is vintage, but I'm talking about these 80s guys. So we're talking about like the Brendan Shanahans and the Brett Halls.
Luc Robitaille.
Yeah, Luc Robitaille, Joe Sakic, players of that ilk. Because we already know that some of the Modano O-Pee-Chee Premier rookies have been going up in value. The Yager O-Pee-Chee Premier rookie has been going up in value. Those have been a little bit surprising. So I said, okay, let's look at some of these late 80s ones, because they have the combination of not being necessarily rare, although the pop on this is fairly low, especially for the time period. But it doesn't feel like it's a set that should be that condition sensitive. I think if you submitted enough cards, you could probably get a number of 10s and really bolster that population, potentially, in the not too distant future.
Centering is bad for that year.
Yes, I believe that's right, from what my recollection is. But if you can get one that's decently centered, you're well on your way to potentially having very high.
Well, that one's a little high-low, isn't it?
It is, exactly. Give me 1 second.
It's funny, Jason Martin, he's been a dealer for, 30 years. It's funny, he was almost exclusively wax packs back in the 90s up to the mid-2000s. And then he's still into packs and boxes, but he really got into cards a little bit after that. And he's been cards mainly with wax ever since. Mm-hmm. So going from wax to cards, I think he made a good choice, but both are going up exponentially. For
sure. I would say, though, like, as a quote-unquote investment, if that's what your inclination is, so I apologize. My dad decided to conveniently call. He has a sixth sense. Carlos Sr. knows exactly when to call. I'm like, literally, I'm in the middle of something. You didn't call an hour ago, 3 hours ago. You're like, no, let me wait until this precise moment.
That's an interesting tone for his phone ring.
Well, the phone ring, that phone ring is the same tone that I've got for everybody's phone ring. It was
Oh, is
it's
it?
when we had
Okay,
the
yeah.
music discussion. Oh yes, 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 yes.
Gotcha.
Parkway Drive, Parkway Drive. We had this discussion.
Gotcha.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries. Okay, so we got a question here from Ty. So since modern sports cars have gone up the last 6 months or so, it's been longer than the last 6 months. It's definitely been
Well,
longer.
more in the last 3 to 5 months, I'd say. Just
But what I would
leaps and
say,
bounds.
is that the increase has been more like a year. It's been, but the really big spikes have been maybe the last 3 to 6 months where we've seen like a monster spike, just like
Yeah.
this sudden leap.
It's new records every
Correct.
month. Yeah.
That would be accurate. I'd 100% agree with that. So it's one of those things where if you watch the graph, you'd be watching the graph like it's going up, it's going up, and then all of a sudden maybe the last 3 to 6 months it's like doom, doom, just this massive jump. Yeah. And I'll actually, normally I don't do graphs and stuff, but I'm going to leave the card. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I'll show you guys the reason why the Shanahan was interesting is, and it led me down the path of going, okay, the other big rookie card of that year is Brett Hall. That was the other one. So I was like, okay, so let me see what's going on with the Brett Hall. And that was kind of where I wanted to go with that. Once I saw that the Hall had gone for so much, I was like, okay, let's see what's going on with that. And in the same vein, you can definitely see like a major increase in it. Now, I'll show you this anyway, just so you can get a bit of a sense, but you do have a little bit of variation. That's what makes it interesting. So be careful with outliers, but I do think it's kind of interesting still to show, just so that we got a little bit of contrast here. So I'll show you a couple. So this one here, it says a fixed price of 6,000. The other data I have shows 5,000, so it might or may not have been for this exact amount, but it doesn't matter. 5 or 6,000, it's still, a massive sale. But this one here is a fixed price sale, the same day earlier in the day for 1,250. So stuff like that always kind of makes me go, And if you go back to December, 1,750. So let's say 5,000 for the sake of argument. That's still tripling since December in about a month. Really under a month if you're being technical. Only a couple of weeks.
And I thought in 1990 it was $50 in any condition. This condition wasn't a big issue.
Yeah.
I thought that was a lot back then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So my answer to that, Ty, really the best way I can present it to you is that it's been going up for longer than 6 months overall, because we've noticed those increases. I would say though, I hesitate to call 88 vintage. Like I really hesitate. I don't feel like, because it's right smack in that junk wax era. Like there is a lot of product out there.
So what's Daniel saying for vintage? What's his vintage?
Have you seen a jump in vintage hockey the last 6 months? The answer is I've seen a jump in everything.
What is vintage though?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think, I guess maybe the way I would answer this is twofold. I've seen a jump across the board in hockey the last 6 months, with the exception of the most common stuff, like the super common stuff, not so much, but anything that's like a rookie of a key player, sure. And if it's true vintage and like, again, key cards of true vintage, sure, absolutely. I've definitely seen a jump in those as well, because you take a look at some of the, go back and look at some of the Gordie Howes and things like that. There have been jumps. Now, not necessarily massive jumps unless it's a super key card. If it's a super key card, then so be it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nothing 70s and earlier. And that's perfectly fine. And that's fair. I would say like the one that I'd be tracking, honestly, and right now I haven't seen too much volume because it's not like it happens every 5 minutes. Something that I'd probably be tracking a little bit more as we go along forward, that'll be interesting for me to follow, will be the Bobby Orr. As we start seeing the Bobby Orrs in the different conditions and seeing what they're starting to do relative to 6 months ago or a year ago and stuff like that.
Well, that's my thing where Bobby Orr was the GOAT, and now we have Gretzky sort of as the GOAT now. Mm-hmm. What has that done to Orr?
Yeah, exactly. And I would expect, let's put it this way. We haven't really, I think the litmus test, what I really want to see is I would like to see what would happen if one of the higher end Orrs came up for auction.
I think that's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And
an auction house.
And if it's something like a Ken Golden's auctions or something like that, one of the bigger ones that do a very good job of promotion, we'll say, and I'll mention Golden auctions in a second. But if you take one of those ones that do a really good job at the promotion, combined with a card of that, because an Orr in super high condition is a scarcity. They are very scarce because you're still talking the 1960s. And
unless it's trim, cut from a sheet.
Sure.
Yeah, BC.
But let's assume it's like a legitimate high level, uncut one. Those are going to be difficult to come by. And I would suggest there would be premium buyers out there who would be willing to put good money forward and bid aggressively, especially in this market, to make something like that happen.
Isn't it kind of interesting that Orr and Gretzky both have conditional sensitive sets, where Orr has the TV, the wood grain border, and Gretzky has the blue border. It's like one of the too few years out of 20 years that those sets came out like that. And those are the two key cards in the hobby at this point.
I guess the timing worked out for them, eh?
Just you couldn't plan it.
Yeah. It is interesting the way that stuff like that works out, but it's one of those things where it's like I said, for me, the ore would be very interesting, because if you got a legitimately high grade ore, I'd like to see what that would push, because the people who know that that's a toughie to come by. Yeah. It's you know, the Gretzky 10 is all well impressive, but if you get the highest ore out there, one of the highest ores, I feel like there's some people there with deep pockets who would push it, and we'd find out kind of where that market goes.
Yeah, because nothing big has really come up with ore. Nothing really big.
Well, if you're an owner of one of those, if you understand the scarcity, I don't know if you'd be, unless you need the money, I don't know if you'd be in a rush to get it out there.
Well, we're talking a big difference, a big jump, potentially. We don't really know right now. With the way things are going, you would think that they're sitting there going, well, I don't mind making some extra retirement money. Why not?
That's fair. I think it gets tricky. I guess it gets tricky at a certain price point. Maybe it would be the way that I would present it, because at a certain price point, it's like, okay, if you're someone who has, because I don't know what the highest grade ore is. I'm just doing a little bit of research as we're talking. Mm-hmm. I can tell you the 8 is a population 47, which is already pretty low. And then as you bump your way up the chain, it would get increasingly difficult. I don't know how many 9s, or I don't know if there's a 10 out there. Probably not. I'd be shocked if there was a 10, to be honest with you.
How many is there? 47?
47 8s.
Mine is 30%. That's my go-to. It's 30% because of resubmittal.
Yeah. I think that's reasonable. What I can do is, as we're talking, I'll actually try to do a little bit of quick research here and see if I can locate it. Because if I can locate it, PSA at least publishes their pop reports, so at least you've got a chance. Plus, you got the test issue if you want to get really obscure.
But there's not the demand, though.
No,
the test
sure.
issue. That's the thing. That's a big difference between the two.
I agree completely with that. But
that's a conversation on another level. Oh, yeah. I'm ready for that one too. But I mean,
okay, here we go. Here we go, Bobby. Here we go.
Yeah.
So there are 47 8s. There's 1 9 and 0 10s.
What?
1
really?
9.
That's just PSA.
No, I get you. But PSA is kind of a big player in the game.
Understood. Yeah.
So I think so that would probably explain why there haven't been a lot of 9s out there if there's only one.
I've upped my 30% now.
Yeah, because I just figured with the condition sensitivity of that card, I didn't think it would be easy to get a good grade on that one. I really didn't think.
It's miscut quite often too.
Yes, absolutely. No problem, Ty. Yeah, it's if somebody is that high end, you know, if you are the owner of a PSA 9 and it turns out it is a Pop 1 and the other graders don't really have much to compare it to, you can almost name your price.
It might still be the GOAT.
Here's the thing. I'm willing to go out on that limb. I would if I was like a multi-billionaire collector and I'm going to set the record, I'd rather have the PSA or 9 of a population 1 than I would the PSA 10 Gretzky. Full stop. Like, that's not even a debate, because I know the difficulty it is, and you would be the only owner. There's a 1 of 1 for you. Yeah. And the likelihood of another one coming out, sure, it's possible, but like, it's not likely.
You know, it's interesting that the packs from that year have never been found. Well, they've been found for a lot of different years. It's funny. We would open Gretzky packs at the expo in the early 2000s. So, you know, $150 a pack. We were cracking them open, doing pack wars. But 66, you get 360 on hockey and packs. You know, that's the only chance you really have, because we opened a 54 pack and the cards were phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Just unbelievable. And that's the only way I think that people can get them.
Yes.
At this point, putting them away, back then it was shoe boxes. We didn't have top loaders. You know, just getting by that time, it was so hard.
So we're doing comparisons. So if we try to compare as best we can, the 79 O-Pee-Chee Gretzky, you've got 5,958 of them graded overall across the board, 742 8s, 89 9s. And 2 10s. So Bobby Orr's got 0 10s, 1 9 compared to 89. So it's a big delta between those two. And I'm not shocked because again, I'm looking at the eras and I'm looking at the conditions, sensitivity of some of those things. Then,
Well, there's still Beckett and SGC to consider. So we have to consider that Beckett may have, I know they have, I know Martin, he had one, if not BMW cars, I think. They had a 9 or a 10. I'm not too sure. It was $500,000 for the longest time on eBay, and I don't know what happened to it. It disappeared. Maybe he sold it.
Yep, exactly.
For $1.4 million.
I believe it.
New record.
Yeah, well, everything's a new record. Everything's a new record.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So what you're describing here, Ty, is the reality of unopened wax, if anything, where it's a key player. Like you're almost never like, even if you thought you could, unless you legitimately think you can open a pack and get a 10 or high grade examples, like the pack is worth the pack or the box is worth way more than the sum of the things you can pull from it at this stage.
Certainly. We opened a pack at the expo at one of the pack wars back in, I don't know, I guess it was 2008. My friend Grant pulled a 7. So he pulled a Gretzky rookie. Yeah, centering issues, fish eyes, all the typical things, and he put it in for grading and he got a 7. So your average grade for a pack fresh card is generally a 7. Push an 8, could be a 6 with centering, especially with the Gretzky year. It's the off center is so bad.
Yep.
A 9 is like, oh boy, that's tough. And a 10 is like, that year is almost impossible with a 10 with the amount of fish eyes out of registry, the printing errors, and the corners and the rough cuts. It's just such a tough. No wonder there's only 2. The surprising part is there's only 2 tops, and tops were cut so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
I think the other thing, though, is it kind of goes back to a conversation we've had in the past, is that even at this stage, even if you found yourself a 10, would PSA even grade it a 10? Like having a pop 2, or they just call it, this is the finest 9 we've ever seen.
Yeah, maybe.
Make it number 9 and make it number 90. Make it number 90.
I would hate to think that that's the way it goes, but maybe that is the way it goes. I don't know.
It would be extraordinarily. Let's put it this way. I think it would be very difficult to get yourself a PSA 10 Gretzky, even if you have a PSA 10 Gretzky in your hands to submit.
What are you saying?
I'm saying they know what they have, and they've seen that pop report, and they're like, okay, well, you've seen what it sold for. And it was, I mentioned it on Stephen Dave's podcast. I said to them flat out, like, PSA at this stage can print money for somebody. The difference between a 9 and a 10 is massive.
Scary.
Because you could say, well, I saw a little bit of a surface wrinkle, but the tiniest one, so it's a 9. But like aesthetically, it's like, I'm sorry, that looks better than the 10 that I saw go for auction. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
And you can always, and you've always got the ultimate caveat: subjectivity. It's an opinion.
It is. Oh, that is.
But it's an opinion that can make the difference between 6 figures and 7.
Yeah, big difference.
Big difference, exactly.
It's a lot of responsibility in one person's hands, or 3 people that look at the card. I don't know. Is that what goes on?
It's supposed to be. For the bigger cards, it's supposed to be 3. It's supposed to be reviewed by 3. Generally, the minimum 2, because they want to make sure they get a second opinion. But if the 2 are way out of whack, or if there's a discrepancy, then you bring in a third to kind of like help bridge the gap and figure it out. Normally, you shouldn't be that far off. If it's like obvious what it is, it should be obvious what it is.
Well, it wasn't. The last one wasn't obvious.
That in a nutshell, the problem with modern grading, right? But at the ultra high end, you've got all these extra considerations, which again shouldn't be considerations, but they are.
What are considerations?
The value, the brand PSA. They care about their brand. I will say this:
the considerations should be on the card, not on the.
Oh, beyond the card, always beyond the card, especially for the higher end stuff.
Yeah.
If you go and submit Joe Schmo, 1985 card, you're gonna be fine. I don't think you're gonna. If it's a 10, you know what? You're getting your 10, Bobby. It's not an issue.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Yeah. So Jeff asked a good question. I'm familiar with what you're talking about. It's like a little print spot, but can you describe what fish eyes is on one of these cards?
Yeah, typically it's sort of like a printing error. I don't know how it comes about. We call it fisheye because it's a round with a little a round spot, very tiny, very tiny, about a millimeter, if not smaller, and it happens throughout the card. You never know where it's going to end up. Usually around the border for some reason, and it detracts away from the card a lot. So very small, like almost like a C with a little line.
I wouldn't call it a dot because it's a little round thing, and sometimes it'll have a dot inside of it.
Yeah,
it's effectively a printing defect. Would maybe be the best way to put it. It's like a printing defect, but
it's like a little copyright.
Yeah,
almost.
Sort of. I think that's a fair way to go about it. I was trying to see if I could find a picture of a good one. The funny thing is, we'd see 1,000 of them if we were like looking at cards just generally. We'll see 1,000 of them. But then when you're looking like, okay, so can I find one that's got a fisheye on it?
Oh yeah,
and that's when it's like, good luck with that.
And they're quite typical. They do happen quite a lot on that year. With most other years where it's white, you won't see the white, and generally it's a white fisheye. So you wouldn't see it with a bordered card later on. It wouldn't be in the border, but it does happen throughout the color print. So around the border, it's eliminated on other cards, whereas in Gretzky year, being blue, it will be more visible. And same thing, I don't think there's many fisheyes. It seems like fisheyes didn't happen till later. It was the change of the printing manner. I have no idea. But I don't see them on, let's say, Bobby Orr rookie. I don't. Do you, Carlos?
Well, I haven't had the chance to look at as many Bobby Orr as I'd like, but no, I generally there are usually other with a lot of those cards from the '60s. I do see a variety of other centering tends to be a big problem with a lot of these issues. Like it really is. Yeah. Registration is also a very common issue. I'll see with a lot of these issues. It depends.
79 especially.
But I'll put it to you this way. So maybe this would be the best way to put it, Jeff. As you get a chance and go around in your travels, especially if you ever get a chance to look at some vintage cards here and there, you will notice that there will be what effectively will look like a round spot on these cards. And once you've seen enough of them, you'll realize, imagine what a fish eye actually looks like. Imagine what or you can Google what a fish eye looks like. And then you'll see a spot that'll kind of look like that, almost like a piece of paint or something that got put on there, but it's like a print defect. That would be the best way to put it. And then once you see it, you'll know exactly what you're looking at. Because the moment you see it, you'll be like, that's what they're talking about. So Patrick here asked the question, do true hockey collectors see Topps as very inferior to O-Pee-Chee? Please extrapolate how Canadian collectors see Topps cards. I don't think it's inferior. I think it was a supply issue. It was like, because Canadian collectors, I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in, but then take a shot at it, Bobby. I always looked at it from the standpoint of Canadian collectors grew up collecting O-Pee-Chee, so for them, that was it. That made sense. But then maybe American collectors would be like, maybe not necessarily be interested. But then at a certain point, the popularity of the O-Pee-Chee ones pushed the price up, and the price almost justified the difference. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to me it does. I understand it that way. As I see it, Topps came out earlier in the year. They had lesser cards in the set. They also they didn't get the trades that O-Pee-Chee would wait. January 1st, O-Pee-Chee would release their cards. Topps would come in sometime October, November. They didn't do the trades. They didn't have the full set. They didn't have a complete set. So that feeling of completeness, I'm missing, 1/3 of the players that I'd like to see. Maybe on my team. Maybe you live in St. Louis. Maybe you live in Chicago, and you're not seeing the players that are on O-Pee-Chee. So you want those cards to finish your set if you're a set collector from even back then. Mm-hmm. So that's, I think, the issue comes. I don't think it's being superior. The backs are a little brighter, but that's just the backs.
Also, the checklist would differ sometimes. You'd have the size of the checklists because the O-Pee-Chee one would sometimes have the bigger checklist. So you wouldn't get an apples to apples comparison. So maybe you'd get you'd have some years, not all the time, but you'd have some years where you would have like a key rookie of a player, like a big player, and they would be in the O-Pee-Chee set and maybe not in the top set because they wouldn't have complete checklists.
Yeah. And you wouldn't want to have a card where the guy was traded in November and you already have him in a Detroit uniform and he moved to the Leafs. Mm-hmm. Then you really don't want that card. It's horrible when a rookie, especially when that happens with the rookie card. You don't really want that rookie card because he's not in your home team at that time. If you're like a Leaf collector and it was in Detroit, you'd be kind of going, whatever. So I think that takes away from maybe a little bit of Topps. But I've seen the Topps come up quite a bit lately. Americans they're kind of enjoying what they grew up with, and they don't mind tops. And then we look at the record price of the tops Gretzky that went for 700K. 1.3, 700K, half the price. That's pretty darn good. So I think there'll be some new respect for tops with all the new rookies coming to market that are going through the roof. I think tops is going to get its due.
Well, I think that's really what it's going to come down to. Ironically, the same phenomenon that we were talking about before. Absolutely, Jeff, no problem. Kind of what Ty is mentioning here. The great irony is this: now that the prices have started to move so high, the end result is that now you have people going like, okay, is the tops like a better deal? Maybe I should get in on that. And as a result, it's like, well, that's exactly it. They're like, I can't otherwise justify the difference in price, so I guess maybe I should go after the tops, thinking it's the value proposition. And I was like, interesting. So, and I totally understand it, but that's what makes it funny. I was actually trying to find a good example I wanted to show you guys, and I'll actually find it right now. But one of the things they did to try to offset what Bobby was talking about is that they would make liberal use of airbrushing. That was one of the fun ways of getting around it, because they didn't want to show somebody on the wrong team, and they would make liberal use of airbrushing. And I'll give you one of the famous examples of it.
I think that's illegal now between the card company and the. They're not allowed to do that anymore.
Oh yeah.
Because the NHLPA.
I was trying to find, there was a LA Kings player. I don't remember the specific one, but there's an LA Kings player where the airbrushing job was so egregious and so obvious. It looks like he's wearing a cartoon uniform. Like, it's so obvious. The Brett Hall one, this card is cropped and airbrushed to look like a St. Louis Blue thing, but it's like, you'll notice it's completely unadorned. Like, there's nothing on it resembling a patch of any kind, because I think he was still with the Calgary Flames when they took this picture.
Yeah, they did a lot of that back then.
Yeah. And this is his rookie card. So it's one of those things where it's like,
I know, and it's O-Pee-Chee as well. So,
so it wasn't like they didn't have the opportunity potentially to try it. But there it goes. So yeah, so there wasn't as much of the O-Pee-Chee as a Canadian product, and tops is sort of an American thing. It is and it isn't, because if you have to think the 1980s, right? If you're a young collector in the 1980s, you don't have access necessarily. You may not even know the top exists. You might be vaguely aware of it, but it's like, it's not around you. If somebody imports it, right? Or if you're in the United States, then you probably are aware O-Pee-Chee exists. Maybe not. And then by the time you get into the guides, then you look at the guide and go, okay, wait, there's an O-Pee-Chee and a tops? Like, what the heck's going on here? This isn't like the social media age where you can put them beside each other and go, oh, there's two. Oh, I see.
Well, what used to happen over in the U.S., they would import the second series. Yeah. So you'd had a blend of tops from the first series after '68, and they would bring in the second series to distribute to the U.S. to fill in the set, so to speak. So a lot of people have blended sets of tops and O-Pee-Chee from early eras.
Yeah. Like in today's market, you wouldn't have that issue, because it's like, well, you can get your hands on almost everything. Oh, it's a European only issue. Well, go to eBay.
Yeah.
You can buy it. It's not a problem.
89 tops is more popular than O-Pee-Chee.
Yeah, that was funny, because that was the only time that I can think of that it was reversed. Was there a specific reason for that? Because I always thought that was interesting. That particular year was a bit of an anomaly for whatever reason.
Yeah, I really don't know the story behind that. I never really quite understood it. Someone said there was less produced, and O-Pee-Chee, there was lots of produced.
I feel like it's one of those things where it's a rumor.
No, because O-Pee-Chee came out with vending, and there was vending cases everywhere. For the last 30 years, I've seen vending cases of 89 O-Pee-Chee. It just never stops.
Okay.
So get a Sakic rookie. Yeah, no problem. 9, 10. Well, 10s are... and centering issues again with those.
I will mention to you guys, though, what, like in the conversation, in the earlier part of the conversation, the Sakic is one of the ones that I'm tracking, and I can tell you that a Sakic 10, so this is the O-Pee-Chee one, not the tops, the O-Pee-Chee one, is pushing 750.
Wow.
So they're starting to, like I said, people are doing whatever the reverse is. If the O-Pee-Chee one's the more expensive one, they're looking at the tops. If the tops is the more expensive one, they're looking at the O-Pee-Chee, or vice versa, or whatever. So
that's
it's
the way it works.
Yeah. So right now there's a lot of shifting. But what made me laugh about it is that, so 3 days earlier, a pair of raw Sakics could have been had for $7. So
Yeah.
like, you just could have just bought the damn card for
Isn't that
$7.
funny? Yeah, I know.
Or pay $750 for the PSA 10. So anyway, good evening, Victor. Just wanted to include your comment on here. Just need Gary V to say the word O-Pee-Chee. Wow. Dare we live the dream. Dare we live the dream.
I'm going to take the washroom break. I forgot to take it, so
No,
I'll be right
go
back.
for it. No worries. No worries. So part of the reason I want to get started with that piece of it, guys, is not that I want to spend too much time worrying about the market implications of a lot of this stuff, but it is something I'm keeping an eye on. Part of the reason I'm keeping an eye on it is because when you're trying to do contrasting with a lot of what's out there, is you're trying to put it into perspective. You're looking at it like a lot of this does have a logical flow. The reason why I was paying attention to Shanahan. So when I saw the Shanahan thing, first thing I did is I said, okay, is there anything else around it? And then I found those other Shanahan sales. And then I found the more recent sale that rebroke the record. That's interesting. But then I said, okay, what happened with the Brett Hull? Then I went and looked up the Brett Hull and I go, oh, so there was a Brett Hull sale of like 5,000 or 6,000. Okay. And the Brett Hull sale happened about a week before the Shanahan. So it looks like maybe the Hull sale happened and then maybe the Shanahan started to get pushed up. So stuff like that makes sense because they were both in the same set. So it's like, interesting. And that kind of stuff makes me wonder because then I start shifting around. I go, okay, what's going on with the Sakic? What's going on with this other year? What's going on with this, that, and the other thing? You know, Luke Robitaille rookie. Like I'm grasping at straws trying to see like at what level it doesn't impact it anymore. Because I was curious from that perspective. So Patrick says, what do you think of the recent 1990 Premier Yager prices? Sustainable. So here's what the logical side of me says. It shouldn't be. And the reason is because of not demand per se. It's that like, okay, so where's this demand coming from other than people who are looking for a value proposition? And then at the same time, I'm also going like, there's no lack of supply. Now, in full disclosure, it's not like I didn't take advantage of it myself. I sold a PSA 9 Yager rookie. I didn't have a 10, but that 9 I got as a giveaway about 10 years ago. It was free. I paid nothing. And I sold it for $100. And according to the last couple of sales, I might have sold it a little low. I think a couple of it sold for 130 or 120 and thereabouts. But it's a PSA 9 Yager. Forget about the 10. The 10 has been going crazy. But 1991 Premier, you could have gotten the sets, complete sets for almost nothing. There was really nothing in particular that made those sets rare in any way, shape, or form. And that's what makes this whole thing kind of interesting. It's like there's really nothing to justify it. And as I'm talking to you guys, I'm actually pulling up the population report. I want to be able to quote it to you so that I give you useful information. Yeah, so here we go. The Armor Yager rookie. Here's the reason why I say I struggle with the idea of this being sustainable. And actually, I'll put it on the screen and I'll show you guys. See if I can do that for you. That way, we're speaking directly to it. It's going to be a little bit small, but I'll try to make it a little bigger here for you. See if I can do that. Bear with me a second. So there you go. I don't know if you can see that there. So here's the Yager. And then, so I'm just showing the population report here just to give everybody a little perspective, Bobby, on the PSA 10 Yager. But look at this. 1,023 eighths, 4,373 nines, 2,739 tens. I'll repeat that one more time. Please. 2,739 PSA 10 Armor Yager so far.
And it's hitting. It keeps breaking records. I can't understand it with 3,000 almost. Yeah,
and it's like I said, guys, this is not a condition sensitive set. Basically, if yours is reasonably centered, and I'll give you an apples to apples comparison because I'm going to do my own little comparison later on my own here. I have a PSA 10 Medano because I collect Medano, but realistically, and I got this in the mail today. Okay.
Mail day.
Oh yeah, this is a 9. So the thing is, I'm going to go take a look at this one, and I'm going to go compare it to my 10. Now, the likelihood is this one probably has slightly worse centering, most likely, but it's going to be slight because I'm actually going to take a look. The centering's not bad, but I always look at top to bottom. Usually that's the one I look at. So I think the top to bottom centering's a little bit off. But if the centering was a little better on this would be a 10. This is not a rare card either, just so we're clear. It's not rare in the least, in the slightest. And I'll give you the comparison. And Medano wouldn't have been sent in the same numbers, but it's still not a rare card. And I can actually show you here. And this is same set, just so we're clear. So take a look right at the top here. Medano. 361 eighths, 1,041 nines, 1,022 tens. There are almost as many tens as nines. There are almost as many tens as nines.
We'll take 30% off.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're not rare.
No.
And by the way, out of nearly 2,500 of them, over 2,000 of them are the nines and the tens. This is a population of 1,041. Come on, guys, please. So, like, I'm trying to be fair with your question. I don't know who these buyers are. I really don't, and I don't see, like, the population report doesn't back this up, because I've got a dozen Medanos in my box that I've accumulated over the years that I paid $2 or $3 or $4 for. If I find the best center 4 or 5 of them, I could probably get 4 10s.
I probably got a Medano 10 too.
But the thing is, like, the Medano 10 I had, I sent in myself. And I've had 4 or 5 of them through my hands over the years. So it's not like, again, they're not rare. No. I'm almost at the point where, like, I'll take a nicely centered 9 and, like, I'll keep selling you guys the 10 if you want to keep buying them at these prices. I will sell them to you.
My son has the 10. My son has the 10. We collected them, and there was like $10, $15.
They were not difficult. Yeah,
that's many years ago. But even still, he's going to cash out. I said, hey, sell it now. Get rid of it. I don't know if now's the time. Like, everybody's saying, should I sell now? I don't know,
Bobby. The answer is yes. If you have no use for, like, if unless you're sitting there,
I understand. Yeah, but everybody complains after they sold it and went up $200 or $300 more. It's like, I could have got. You know how people are.
Whatever.
It is whatever, because you paid. What did we pay? $20 back then.
Exactly. To me, if you turn $20 into $150, $200, take your money and go away. Please take your money and leave.
Be happy. Yes.
Correct.
Please.
Yeah. So Patrick's just saying here, he basically has a Yager 9 away for years ago when they were $15. Now they're $100. Exactly. And here's the thing, to be honest with you, Patrick, they might be $120, $130 because I saw the last couple sold for $120, $130.
As we speak, they're going up.
Gotcha.
As we speak, they're going up right now.
Correct. Yeah, I think some of these prices are related to the fact you can't sub and get returned quickly these types of cars as Yagers easily. That's true. But if you go to eBay, you can probably see 100 of them.
Yeah, but Patrick's right on. I think a lot of people are seeing what has went up in the last 3 to 6 months, and they're submitting, and then they have to wait 3 to 6 months. So it's delaying everybody. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a crowd end at the end, and it's just like, bam, everyone's going to throw it on. Quick, get it on before, because there is way too many for the marketplace, I think, paying that kind of price for Yager. I know Yager's a great player and everything, but we have to come down to reality and sit there and go, is it really worth $600 US?
Well, I'll let me throw a different twist on this, because this is what's interesting about this.
Yeah.
For me, if you're a collector of the player and you know how populous these cards are, on a 1990 Premier, do I need a 10? That was kind of the situation I found myself in. Like, if this was a slightly better centered 9, I would probably sell the 10 right now and just replace it with the 9. As it is, I'll hang on to it. Like, I paid $20 for it, the 9. I bought it this week, and I got it this week in the mail.
Exactly. I think the 9s, the 10s, and the 9s will probably double in the next 6 months in pop report.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going to be jumping on the bandwagon.
Well, if you can turn a $5 card into, if
I understand it.
Into 100.
I get it, but yeah. When do you want to stop and say, hey, I'm off the ride here, and I'll just sit back with a nice 10? If you are the collector, you're right. Yeah. Exactly as Carlos said. If you are.
I think at this stage, guys, if it's like a 1990 card, like of your favorite player, and you can get a mint card, what's wrong with a mint card? And honestly, like, if somebody wants a 10, please take the 10.
And most O-Pee-Chee premiers are 9s or 10s every time out of a pack.
Almost every single time.
And they're well centered for the most part. They're not like off like the 88 Shanahan or.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. That's why I said, like, as soon as I got the card in, I go, probably this is a 9 because of the centering. And top to bottom centering is usually the one that I find tends to be a thing with a lot of these. Some of them I will say, and this is just some information for some of you guys that I've observed over time. The stock sometimes gets a little bit, I won't say faded is the wrong word, but it gets a little dark in the back. Sometimes it's toning. I've heard the word toning used for it, and that happens sometimes. Not all the time, but I have definitely seen it. Like, I think this one's okay. Yeah, this one's not too bad, but I have seen some cards that do get a little dark in the back of the card stock a little bit. But if you've got one that's white and you've got one that's well centered, and even if it's a 9, enjoy the card. You're fine. Or you know what? Get the card raw, because honestly, these cards are like $5 all day long.
Not anymore now.
Well,
because
we'll have to see.
Everybody's putting them out for more money.
Bobby, if they start going for $10 or $15, I will sell like 8 or 9 of mine. You can all have a shot.
They are. It's people are guessing and throwing things out in raw forms, thinking that it carries the PSA value, and they'll soon understand that there's too many out there raw. That that are even nice condition 9s or 10s that just it won't get a percentage of the money.
No, for sure. Yeah, so I'll just round to this one. No, I totally get what you're saying, Patrick. I'm not saying all of them are flawless cards because they were various. But I will say the reason why I say that I was able to accumulate so many is because I just didn't buy all of them. But I can tell you definitively, and I know there's a comment coming up with here. I can tell you definitively, it's not easy 10 or 9s if you're submitting everything across the board. But I can tell you that out of all the 1990-91 premieres that I've submitted, and I've submitted dozens over the years of different players, 95% of them came back 9 or 10. Now, mind you, I was a little bit pickier than most because I did look at the centering and I said, okay, now if you've dented the corner or knocked it off or done something, yeah, I get it.
Well, but if you went to a show, you had your pick and choice of whatever condition you wanted to get. There was probably at least 200 or 300 at a show that you could pick through.
Yeah.
And you can pick they're all about $1 or $2. So you could just go, that looks like a 9. That looks like a 10. And you'd be fine with that.
Yeah. What you would do is through volume, you would cherry pick. So in fairness, I've cherry picked the dozen or so that I have sitting in the box have been cherry picked over the years because again, there was no urgency. I didn't buy them 6 months ago. Most of those have been bought 10, 15 years ago. The selection was abundant. The dealer that I was at the time had like 100. So you could like look through them and find like the 2 or 3 maybe best that you liked and set them aside and be like, I'll take those and I'll take those. And at the time I grabbed everything. I grabbed the Sergei Fedorov, grabbed the Yager, grabbed the Modano. Curtis Joseph had a rookie in that year. There was a lot of 1990s rookies, like a lot of them.
Yeah.
Even Owen Nolan and a lot of the other ones.
Some really good stars. For sure.
That year was stacked. They were. I even want to say Peter Nedved was a star player at one point.
Easy. Okay.
But the thing is, you had a whole stack of players who, for one time, commanded a little bit of. And to be honest, if you had them in a PSA 10 at the time, you probably would have done okay.
Okay. Now you do amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't tracked any of the other semi rookies for that year. Wonder how they're doing. Comparatively speaking.
Yeah. So here, the backs had a lot of red original. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like I said, it's volume. Like there were so many on there that you could bypass because they had such a large stack. I get what you're saying, but like I said, I didn't do it over a weekend. I did it over a decade. So I was able to accumulate plenty. Like I said, I'm not the only hobbyist I know that I've seen that has a stack of them that would do just fine if we submitted them in for grading. It's just hasn't been worth it, to be blunt. Like for many years, you could have gotten the PSA 10 Modano for like under $50.
Wow.
Like under. And just get it already graded. Just buy it that way. And just save yourself time. So
do you have one, Carlos?
What's that?
Do you have a 10?
Oh, yeah. I had about 4 or 5 of them at one point, and then I've kept one, and I've had that for years, but I submitted them all myself. I didn't buy a 10. I just made my own 10s.
Yeah.
I produced them myself.
Basically.
Yeah, exactly. So Justin, that'll be coming up a little bit later on. I like this comment though. I've watched 20 hours, so one live stream. That's it. At the rate they've been going, that's not that far off. But I get what you're saying.
We're setting records like PSA.
Exactly. But yeah, so you've been buying up 80s hockey since March. No, that's fair enough. I will put the link up on the screen in a little while for sure. Do you think the 1990 O-Pee-Chee Fedorov, I'm assuming you mean Premier, although you might mean the first one. 90 Fedorov is a good buy sub. So here's the thing. I like the Fedorov card. Now, if you mean a good buy, like right now, if the prices start inflating, no. The answer is no. Now, if you already have one, maybe that does have the good centering, that the bag is clean to what we were talking about earlier, and you think it's a good submission candidate, sure. Yeah. If it's a high quality one, why not?
Yeah, I just wonder where the grades will really go with value. Will it equate to the values that are currently happening with the upper stars? Are they going to filter down through to the somewhat lesser star rookies? I think
it could maybe this would be the good way to maybe this would be a good litmus test for me, because like I said, I know the Yager's gone up, I know the Modano's gone up. I haven't looked at the Fedorov yet, but it's definitely worth a check because he was a great player in his day.
Oh yeah, I like Fedorov.
I gotta look at a guy like a Curtis Joseph would be a good litmus test. He'd be an interesting one to look at and see what has happened. I haven't checked, but it's certainly one that would be worth. So for
Very
me,
popular.
maybe, yeah, would for me, because obviously he was very popular in Toronto when he played there. He was very popular. He's got an Edmonton fan base as well. Like he made the rounds in a couple of different places.
Detroit.
Yeah, but
he left for a cup. Didn't
Yeah.
get it. Sorry.
yeah. But the thing is that at least he's got those fan bases who may have potential collectors who might be interested. So at
Yeah.
least there's some interest.
Yeah.
He would be an interesting case to look at for sure. So that's kind of what I find. It makes sense. Like, why wouldn't you go look at some of these guys and check? That's how you know. First live, absolutely. Happy you're joining. That's good. Couldn't fit 3 of your shows in 20 hours. Almost. You're very close to being right, Ty. You're very close to being right. The math is sound. The math is sound.
Yep.
Yeah, I picked up a PSA 9 Messier rookie from Martin Sports. Okay.
Oh, wow.
That's
Good
fair.
one.
There you go.
Messier
is a good
doing
one.
well.
80-81 is a good one.
I think it just set a new record too. I was just looking at the Messier earlier today, and I went, "What? Whatever it was, I can't remember the price." I was just looking. I actually, I was doing the 79.80. I was documenting it. I was going over the prices again. Putting a raw price on a Gretzky rookie near mint. My gosh, anybody got any question? Hey, what do you think a Gretzky 7 would go for? Ungraded, near mint. Would go for. What should I put down in the book? Raw. I will take all your answers in council and make my decision.
Yeah, so you guys got to understand. Bobby is working on his own guide as part of what he's putting together, and he's trying to. At the end of the day, it's bouncing ideas off of folks, trying to get a general idea of what folks think. But in addition to his own research, his own experience as well, it's all going to come into play. But hey, you could be contributing towards the cause, because right now it's difficult to put together that information. There's just a lot of variation, and it's kind of get tricky to figure out.
Well, Beckett's not going to do. They haven't adjusted their prices on too many things. Yeah. I think their common prices are way too low. That is a tough year. Like, honestly, we talk about Gretzky being tough. Like, every card is tough in that series, with the fish eyes, with the blue lines running down, the centering, the registry. All those things are very difficult. So that makes it a very hard card to get in near mint. That's why my cutoff point is near mint. Going above that, near mint, an 8. It's hard to get an 8 in a 79 O-Pee-Chee or Tops, actually, for that matter. Tops is a little easier, but I mean Gretzky, very tough.
No, that's fair. I wanted to include Dave's comment here because, so Dave, is now the bad time for me to tell you about is a bad time for me to tell you about the new Pat Falloon PSA 10 record. $1.47. New record, guys. We doubled the previous high.
Pat
So this is Rich, who did a very good job on Jeremy's show the other day. I already sent him a message about that a little earlier, but I do agree with his general premise, though. I do think the O-Pee-Chee Premier cards, like I showed you guys the pop report, like it's so high. And if people get encouraged and motivated to send more of them, oh my God. Oh my goodness.
I watched Rich. He was really good on Jeremy's After Hours. It was really good. Hey, Rich.
Exactly. That's why I wanted to.
I'm watching too.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to shout him out. Absolutely. So yeah, PSA 10 now. Messier is going for 15,000 at PWCC with days to go. It wouldn't shock me. Like, why not? Like at this stage, why not? Why wouldn't Messier be? Because I know the record was set recently for the Tops pork. Like, why not? Yeah. So in all honesty, why not? So let's go here. Change the topic. Do you think Malkin is under or overvalued? I don't think anybody in this market is undervalued. However, I will say Malkin being on the team with Crosby probably has hindered his full potential cost-wise. Mm-hmm. So if you are a believer that Malkin can be, Malkin's already had a great career. They've got the Stanley Cups. They've got all that. I don't know if Malkin would have any interest. I don't remember what his contract situation is, but I felt like I heard somewhere that it might be in play. There is a world out there where he could play for another team. And if he did and had some success, why wouldn't there be more room for Malkin?
I'd take him on the Leafs.
Yeah, but I think a lot of teams would take him because he's still a supremely talented hockey player. He doesn't hurt you. He bolsters what you may already have. So it'd be, and if he gets away from Crosby and gets a chance to shine on his own on another team, why not?
You're right.
Yep. So Rich says, hi, Bobby. Absolutely. Sounds good.
All right, Justin. I got love everywhere. That's great. I'm 4 beers in tonight so far.
Yeah, I don't know if I should let you on a live stream then. I think that might be a little careful.
You're pouring a pretty big can there yourself there. Okay. What
It's true.
is the
It's true,
flavor
but
of the day?
it's true, but I can do so responsibly, Bobby. I can drink 4 or 5 of these in a live stream and not have too much of an issue.
I got you. What is the? Because you
This is-
always say
This is Amsterdam. This is Amsterdam Brewery,
Amstel?
and this is the blonde. This is their blonde beer, and this is the extra large tall boy can.
You like the blondes. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Enough said.
What's funny is it doesn't match up with the other beers that I've had because I've had the stouts and I've had some of the other ones. But they make a
Flavored
bunch.
ones.
Well, the flavored
cranberry
ones
and-
were a Christmas gift.
Oh,
those
you
were
can't
those were.
throw them away, really.
No.
Beer doesn't get thrown away too easily.
That's offensive, and I refuse. That's offensive, and I refuse. So let me quickly finish on Patrick's question. Here's what I would say to sum up what we just talked about. If you believe that he still has a little bit more individual accomplishment, because the cups are the cups, he's got those. So the championships is not an issue for him. So he's got that. If you think there's a little bit more individual accomplishment or maybe a couple of milestones still for him, that can only bolster it because he's closing in on Hall of Fame category. I think long term, I like Malkin. Short term, I don't think there's anything other than just the market in general to bolster his price. Hopefully that sums it up as best as we can. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
I think you're right, Carlos. He needs to be traded.
Yeah,
to the right team.
Yeah, if he wishes, if you want to see those shorter term, long term at the end, we'll look back and go like, that guy was good, real good.
But Crosby, you know.
Yeah, but long term though, we'll be able to look at him in context, and we'll be able to say,
for sure,
he was just because if you had stopped with Mark Messier in 1989, you would have gone like, oh, Messier is a great player, but he's on the Gretzky team, right? But then more time goes by, they win a Stanley Cup without him. He goes to New York and wins the Stanley Cup there. He's actually got 6 cups to Gretzky's 4.
Yeah.
So now, so Messier got to establish his own legacy, also separate from Gretzky. But then he had his legacy with Gretzky. So it's all good.
And his legacy with Lays. Bitch, it just can't eat one.
Bobby,
one.
Are we sure that Messi is not the GOAT? Are we 100% sure?
If
we take it in totality, I feel like the Lay's commercial should play into this.
I think so too.
I don't remember a good Gretzky commercial. Do you?
Nielsen's, that's it.
No, disqualified. We're done. The Lay's commercial trumps all that.
It was the 80s. You can't really put him in a commercial. It was different looking. Let's just say.
Right. Yeah.
Enough said?
Yeah, exactly. So quickly, I'll go through these comments here. Flavor is Bud Select. Fair enough. St. Louis. Okay. St. Louis proud. Hey, listen. I don't know what to tell you, Dave.
Beer chat. Hey, Dave. Chicken sandwich, Dave.
Everything is on the Tuesday show with Dave and those guys. I was on there with those guys. So everything's in there. So I don't know. Let's see here. Yeah, concerned the investor Wall Street type is going to buy every 66 hours. That's possible. The fractional people could very well be.
I think they're waiting in the wings for that.
I think there's some big money for some of those big. Like I said, imagine if that PSA 9 came up, a fractional share company would probably buy it.
In hockey, after Gretzky, who's next? Who's the next one to set a record? The only person would be Bobby Orr.
Because that card has the vintage cachet to go along with the name recognition, because for a generation of people, he is the GOAT, and all that goes together. And it is a super, the Orr, aside from, because technically.
Who wins a scoring championship as a defenseman?
Exactly.
Honestly, ever.
But here's what I'll say. If the design had been better, the Gordie Howe rookie should have been the 52 tops mantle of that era. It should have been in the 50s. It should have been that.
Do you know that the artwork for the 51 was done by the printer? So it was a black and white photo that was artworked up by the printer for Parkhurst.
Right.
For the 51s.
Yeah.
Most people didn't know that. Just a fact. Sorry.
No, I think it's a good point to make. But I'm saying though, aesthetically, that card is ugly. It's not a good looking card. But imagine if it had these, it's a silly example, but just imagine for a moment. You take the design of a 52 tops, and imagine if the Gordie Howe 50, instead of a 51, let's say a 52 Gordie Howe had been something equivalent to the 52 tops, and that had been the card that we presented to the world as the first major Gordie Howe card. It would be a legendary card.
Or the 54. The 54 is
The
like the
54 to
mantle.
me is as close as it gets. To me, the 54
That's
gets
the
me.
mantle card for the How, for sure.
Yeah, but it's one of those things like it was a couple of years in. Like already his career was a couple of years in, even before the 51, to be fair. But because he was playing from the 40s.
46, yeah.
But then you tack on that he already had a couple of ugly cards leading into it. And then when we get to the 54, like it's an aesthetically beautiful card. Like it's got all the combination, but it's not like a first or second or even a third year card. Like it's down the road already.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get Richie's point here. The only thing I'll say is the Canucks is literally the only team he ever went on that he couldn't win. I feel like that's less a reflection on Messi, more a reflection on the Canucks. And I'm sorry, this is not meant to be a shot, but like, I don't know if Jesus could save the Canucks at this point. I don't know, like I don't know what you're supposed to do. Now, mind you, Messi was also older at the time he went there. Like, I don't think he was going to save them. I don't think he was that player anymore.
He's just making his last dollars.
Exactly. Yeah. Wall Street types. Yeah. The thing is, it's going to be probably investors. It's probably going to be investors. Yeah.
When does it stop? We don't know. We'll never know.
Yeah. Well, at least you got that. Here's the thing. Like I said, Mark Messier is still an all-timer. He's still a Hall of Famer. It's still a cool card to have on a Canucks card. It was a weird, I'll be honest, it never felt like a good fit for anybody when Messier went on the Canucks. It just felt weird. It just felt odd. It just didn't seem like a good fit. So Dave says, howdy back. Absolutely. So right here, I'll just go forward here a little bit. 2005, Ty started collecting cards. He went to a brick and mortar store and the owner was like, but these hockey boxes, you could pull a Sidney Crosby rookie card. Well, in 2005, it wouldn't have been a bad purchase if you had been able to. Yeah, so it's just a follow-up to that. Didn't have any interest in hockey cards. So the owner just wanted a Crosby rookie pulled out of his store. And a shame you couldn't be the one to pull it because those things do okay now. So Justin has the Gretzky in SGC8 O-Pee-Chee last August in 2600. I think that's pretty good. It's a pretty good buy.
That's a really good buy. Well, I would flip it in the PSA if you really wanted to make some money on it. But
yes.
That's.
But if you want it for collection purposes, the SGC holder's nice looking. Like from that perspective, you're fine. From that perspective, you're good for sure.
Yeah, I have no problem with SGC or Beckett for that matter. The top three are fine with me. I have none. It's just value for value. That's all.
Beckett, I have a little bit of an issue with. In fairness,
okay, I knew you bring it up. No, I like Beckett. I've liked Beckett since day one. Not their price guide. just their cards.
But the holder needs a little bit of work, Bobby. Like it really does. The holder needs a little bit of work.
I kind of like it. It's very I don't know how to say it. I know the corners are really square and it's more boxy, and the PSA is rounded and the ASGC's in between the two actually. Mm-hmm. But I always liked that it had a pronounced value, a pronounced feeling to it. I just always liked it. It stacked very well, but you could cut yourself with it on the corner if it it's very sharp on the corners. But I always thought it was very nice, and I always liked the subgrades, and that was a big thing for me. Okay. So maybe the new grading company will have. Well, with the subgrades, I enjoy those. So with CGs.
I was about to say it's so for that one you would get your subgrades. So at least if that's an aesthetic thing you enjoy, at least for sure you would get that.
I don't think it's aesthetic. I think it's necessary. I think that they should provide that. I think it should be, especially for what they're charging on, especially the higher grades. Why should they not include those? Let's see what you think. Why not? Why do you want to keep that hidden? PSA all has the barcode. I understand that's great. Why they do not have subgrades is beyond me.
Well, I think a lot of that comes down to, so for PSA standpoint, I get because once they had established it earlier than everybody else. So for them, it would be like, they could do it, but it'd be a bit of a value add thing for them. But for Beckett, it became a cash grab. It became like, okay, so we designed this holder with the idea that we'll have subgrades if you pay for it.
It's funny. Many years ago, my friend, he was a big PSA guy. And I said, PSA, they're going to go to half grades. They're a publicly traded company. They're going to go to half grades because they need to make money on their next quarter or the next fiscal year. He goes, they'll never do that. They'll never bow to that. Next year, boom, they're half grading it.
True. But you know what half grade they don't have? They don't have the 9.5.
They don't.
Yeah, they like conveniently skip on that. They get right up to it. It's like, we're not doing the 9.5. Why? Because then we have to explain why a 9 is better than a 9 and why a 10 isn't quite a 10. And they're like, we're not doing it. Well, I think 8.5 is like the highest half grade they'll go.
Because the majority of the collectors are between those grades. That are half grades. The non-half grade is like either you got it or you don't. Oh, there you go. Beautiful card.
I wanted to include this one because it was kind of pertinent to what we were talking about. To me, aesthetically, that is like an iconic card, especially for that era. And that's my copy. It's an altered. It's trimmed. Like you can tell it's trimmed. But like I don't mind. It's in the holder. It's an authentic card, and it looks good. It's a good aesthetically looking card. Like I'm a fan.
Yeah, beautiful card. That is.
As long as it's accurately labeled and accurately graded, I have no issue with that whatsoever.
Yeah.
So let's get to Patrick's question here. So why does Mike Bossy not get any hockey card love? Unfortunately, his career was too short. Yeah. Because like he did well. Like if you project, even with age and steady decline, because he wouldn't have kept scoring at the rate he was scoring forever, but he should have been a 700 goal guy, like almost definitive, like almost certainly. Like at the rate he was going, like it's almost guaranteed. Why wouldn't he have been a 700, maybe pushing 800 goals? And if Mike Bossy pushes 800 goals, maybe he doesn't get to the same amount as Gretzky does. But you know what? Mike Bossy with 800 goals is an interesting, because at that point, per year, year by year, average over time, consistency, he would be probably considered the greatest goal scorer of all time.
Basically, you're right.
Yeah, because Gretzky accumulated these massive numbers in the 80s. Like he accumulated the vast majority of his stuff in the 1980s. And then he precipitously declined in goals. He was still a great playmaker, huge assist totals, points. His points total is unassailable, especially in today's game. You can't do it. But the goal scoring thing was one area where Bossy could produce at a supreme level. That's why the Ovechkin thing is interesting. But every game he misses, and he's in COVID protocol now, so he's missing some games this year right now off the top.
Yeah.
But long term, like Ovechkin can get to 800 goals. And that's still going to make him by far and away the elite goal scorer of his era. By far and away. And the only other guy who will retain those numbers, as great as Connor McDavid is, as great as these other players are, they're not scoring 50 goals a year. Not consistently enough to get anywhere near that. So Mike Bossy got lost in the shuffle. He started in the late 1970s. Then Gretzky showed up in the early 1980s. And he was the dynastic Islanders, all that. But then the Oilers took over.
That was the tail end of the Islanders.
Yeah. So it's like bad timing. It's really what it was. And then the Islanders fell on hard times and became almost an irrelevant franchise for a long time. And it's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. It is about timing. Most everything's about timing in life. So.
Yeah. So that's just including a story. That has 2 sealed packs that can have Gretzky rookie in it. The thing is, you shouldn't open them.
If you take the 14 cards that you have there and 396 in the set, you look at your odds are pretty bad.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't open them if I was him. Even if you want to do something with them, I'd leave them sealed.
There was a time that we were opening them, but at the price that they're getting now for graded packs, you have to keep them closed. You cannot open them. You can, and hope for the best.
I was gonna say, enjoy your, because I think Mark Howe is in that one, right?
Yeah.
So Gordy's in that set. You got the last card of Bobby Hall, last
card of Howe.
Yeah, which are neat cards. Conceptually, they're not worth a lot, but they're neat.
Yeah.
So most likely you'll be like, oh, I pulled a Howe. Mark. Oh man,
that's even worse. He's a Hall of Famer, right?
No, he is. But like relative terms, right? Like relative terms. That's kind of a rough one if that's the pack you're opening, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Bossy PSA 9 for 110. Yeah. The thing is, I'm sure it's more now, but not that much more. Like Bossy is going to be slower to move. Yeah. He was in that middle era. I'll be honest, if Bossy had been able to play the entire 1980s, like fully the 1980s, healthy, goodness.
He was in between the generations, I think.
He was. And I think that he was in no man's land.
Yeah.
He started too early to fully capitalize in the 1980s. And he started too late to be a guy like a Marcel Dion or to be a guy like a Phil Esposito. Because Phil Esposito did great damage in the 70s. But those guys got to have the full 70s to themselves, more or less.
They did, yeah.
And then Gretzky showed up in the 80s, and they kind of tailed off by then. Because Esposito, I think, retired in 81. So those guys got to kind of tail off and go off into the sunset and have their moment in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And he got his Team Canada 72, and he got all that stuff.
Yeah.
So at least he got to be a part of those things, separate from the Gretzky era, which by the time he finished, Gretzky was just getting going.
Exactly. You're right.
So Dave includes our critical Ziggy Pofficon. We need that.
Came up finally. How long are we into this? Yeah, okay.
Over an hour. Like, Dave, I need you to step up your game, man. Come on. Yeah, that'd probably be your best bet. Bob Lewis, good evening. I know you were on Zombie Collector's thing earlier, so I guess you finished. You ran out of the hotel room. Did he finish, or did you just get tired of talking to him? I know. I think it was on there. 90s Hockey Collector, good evening as well. Absolutely, good evening. Sounds good. So what I'm going to do here is, all right, so I'll put this on here. Actually, no. Let's talk about the Parkhurst for a little bit, and then the Tops one, because I want to chat about that for a moment.
Sure.
Because I've got that on here. So let me set this up so I can get this on here. So I've got the pictures queued up here, Bobby, and I can go in order if you want. I wanted to talk about the Parkhurst a little bit. So let me explain first. Quick piece of context. I just wanted to give a little bit of information here. Here we go. I had to pick up the slacks and snow Paul or Vinny tonight. Paul did let us know, though. Paul did let us know, Dave, that he was working late. So he's not gonna. So we did say hi to him, and then hopefully he'll catch it on the replay. Bob Lewis needed to eat. I think you always need to eat, though. Don't you do that like mid live stream? Isn't that kind of your shtick? You just leave.
Yeah, that's like me. Can I refresh my drink before we start?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. I'll be right back.
By all means. I'll cue it up and then we'll get going. Go for it.
Okay.
So Justin just says favorite pickup was a 94 Topps Finest Hockey Refractor set with protective sealing. Yep. Centered basically, corners and daggers. Very good. Very good. But yeah, no, like I said, Bob, isn't it kind of your shtick that you go to eat in midstream anyway? Isn't that kind of the deal? I thought so. I thought that was the deal. Okay. Patrick, kind of confused on goaltenders and card value. So important to a team's success, but so far behind value-wise versus top goal scorer. I think it's because outside of the elite. So if I say Martin Brodeur, sure. If I say Patrick Roy, sure. If I say Dominic Hasek in the 90s, sure. A lot of these goaltenders will have these stretches of time where they're like elite. I guess I can give you a good example, like Marc-Andre Fleury. Marc-Andre Fleury has 3 Stanley Cups, and he went to a 4th Stanley Cup with Las Vegas. His values are there to a certain degree, and he's got his fans for sure. By the time it's all said and done, he may be deemed like an iconic goaltender of this era, but he's kind of in that weird middle ground where he's there. But I don't know. I guess it's kind of tricky. It's difficult to say. Yeah, exactly. It's your thing. Well, you got to do better than cereal, Bob. Come on. You got to make a 3-course meal over there. I think you're still chilling around the country in hotels. Don't try that, Dave. We all know he's elite. Honestly, Dave, we all know that Martin Brodeur is not getting the respect he deserves. His cards should be like 5, 6, 10 times more expensive than they currently are. At least 10 times. Because really, Brodeur might be better than Patrick Roy. He might be better than George Vezina. He may be better than George Vezina, Patrick Roy, Dominic Hasek, all rolled into one. And honestly, if Brodeur had wanted to score, he probably could have. He probably could have scored 50. Maybe he's the GOAT. I figured that would get you. I figured you'd enjoy that one. Hey, I'm sorry you're not on here to defend yourself. I can't help you there. What are you going to do? So what I'll do, guys, is I'll actually set this up here. I am going to talk with Bobby a little bit about those Parkhurst sets and everything, but then I will put the link on the screen. If you want to try to defend Martin Brodeur's role as being the all-time GOAT of GOATs, aside from Ziggy Palffy, like just a step below Ziggy Palffy, very carefully, Yep, they will wait until the charlatans come in. Hashtag invest. Thank you for bringing the hashtag invest into this. That's absolutely critical. That's very important. But yeah, I think the thing with the goaltenders, going back to actually answering the question, I think the thing with the goaltenders is just that, yes, people love goaltenders. Like there's a lot of goaltender collectors, and there's a lot of them that enjoy certain specific goaltenders. But I guess it just gets funneled into certain specific guys. Once you get past the Roys, Brodeurs, and Haseks and a couple of these guys, it's like, because you can imagine, if you went back a generation, you'd have all these guys in the 80s that like people enjoyed. They enjoyed Ron Hextall, but I don't know too many Ron Hextall super collectors. Right now we're thinking a lot about the 90s guys, but I don't know if we're going to get, I think down the road we may get the same kind of love for some of the current goaltenders, but I just don't know. I think that's hard to say. And also it depends on whether the goaltender had the staying power. Did they remain good for that long because you've got a guy like Roberto Luongo. You've got a lot of guys that were great, that put up great numbers. Luongo didn't have a championship though. Like I heard, it's very difficult. I don't know. So let's go here. Hold on. This is critically important here. As the hockey oracle, Steve disagrees with everything's been said so far, and I disagree with your disagreement. But it's critically important. The hockey oracle chimed in. That's absolutely critical. That's important.
It is.
That's important. Bob says, "I've heard it's way cooler to say 10x than 10 times." That is true. That is true.
I hate new stuff like that. If you say 10 times, you're so far behind.
I know, right? It's dinosaur talk. It's dinosaur talk.
And I'm in the dinosaur area.
Yeah. You sold him McDavid as generation's best player? No, not really. Now, could he be? Yeah, he could. I still think, like, not everybody agrees with this. I think you have to win something to be.
I think he has to be on a different team. He needs to be on a different team.
Yeah,
like the Leafs.
At this stage, you could have the all-star team on the Leafs, and I still don't think you'd win.
Easy.
Like, I'm not completely convinced
I'm
that would be enough.
But I don't know.
I'm not completely convinced that would be enough. So Justin's most valuable car was a 94-95 Burrell Collector's for Platinum. His cousin stole it and found in the cabinet above the sink. Yep. No worries, Steve. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's talk about this, Bobby, real quick. Two things. As I mentioned earlier, Parker's came out of the block in 51-52. They released this set. It's to me, it's aesthetically ugly. I'm not a big fan of it. However, it was critical because it was a major set post-war. It has all those things going for it. And of course, it's got the Hal rookie and I think the Maurice Richard rookie, and it's got some other key rookies. Like it's got some key cards in it. And then they come out with another set, but then they run consecutive years with consecutive sets, and it continues through 55-56. So they've got that set. 56-57 for some reason doesn't come out, and then it jumps to 57-58. So what I'll do here is I will grab, let me do this. Okay. I'll start off with the first slide anyway. It has the tops as well, but we'll put it on here just for visual aids. We can do that. So there we go. So we've got the 54-55 top set. I want to talk about that in a couple of moments, but we've got the 54-55 Parkers as well. And then we've got the distinction between the Canada-US teams and the configuration. What can you tell us a little bit about what went on there in the 50s, especially in the mid to later 50s, where there was just like a break there? What happened?
Well, I think we really should start from Parkers. I think this will help sum it up. So in the 40s, George Kennedy, who owned Parkhurst, he joined Wrigley's chewing gum as a plant manager or something like that. He worked there for many years doing rationing kits for the war. And then in 1945, 46, 47, he moved on into his own company. He started, I think it's called the Hudson Research Foundation. And he and the ex-president of Wrigley's got together and they started that. And they started making gum base, actually, and they sold a lot of it to Warren Bowman of Bowman Hockey, Swell. And after that, he couldn't compete in the market. Surprisingly enough, he was 2 blocks away from Tops out of New York. He moved back to Canada and wanted to start his own business. So I think his involvement with Warren Bowman got him into coming into Canada and doing hockey cards, whereas Bowman was doing baseball cards back then. Mm-hmm. So he started in 1948. They started with their first gum product, Animal Gum, and then he moved into the hockey cards in 51. Mm-hmm. So from 51, he paid $5,000 to license, like he would deal with Frank Stolke for the Montreal Canadiens. He would deal with Lester Patrick for the Rangers. And surprisingly enough, he dealt with Foster Hewitt for Toronto Maple Leafs. So he'd pay them $5,000 each for the licensing. And he had it in perpetuity for the longest time. And then Topps came in, and Topps disagreed with them in 1950. I'm thinking it's 50, maybe late 53 or 54. Because he had it in perpetuity with the NHL having the licensing, and after that, Topps came in and scooped the American teams away from him because he paid $15,000 per team. whereas he was paying $5,000 per team. So he ended up paying $15,000, ponied up, and retained the Toronto Maple Leafs and Montreal Canadiens. And he was making enough just with selling those anyways.
So real quick question, just in contrast, I just want to contrast this to baseball because the baseball side of it I'm a little more familiar with.
Yeah.
So
sure.
so from a licensing perspective, rather than because for baseball it was individual player contracts, they would go and sign individual players. You're saying that for the hockey version of it, they were signing teams.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
They dealt with the team owners directly. It was a little different, you know. Anyways, after that, so they produce cards, 100 cards. So he's producing 25 million cards his first year. So it's approximately, I guess, about 250,000 cards sets per year. After that, he goes to 54, and then they drop down to about 18 million cards, or about a little bit less than 250,000, obviously. So he's producing that many cards because Topps came in and scooped out the 4 American teams, so he's left with 2 of the Canadian teams. So here we are. We have 54. We have the 60 card set, and then we have a 100 card set with the Parkhurst. Topps comes out of the gate. They have an insert. They have 6 cards plus gum, and they also had the penny packs, which is very typical to the I guess football and baseball of that time. They had penny packs. We've never had penny packs. This is a 24 count box. Now I talked to the gentleman from O-Pee-Chee who drove down to the train station to pick up all the cards, I think the wrappers and the boxes, I think he said, and he picked them up and brought them back to O-Pee-Chee to pack them here in Canada at O-Pee-Chee factory. Parkhurst, they come out, they have the Lucky Premium backs. So they're trying to compete because they know they're competing against each other.
Now, since you mention it here, because the 54-55 Parkers is a set I'm somewhat familiar with because I have been collecting it slowly over the years. In terms of the differentiator between the Lucky, so they would have the front of the cards being the same, but then they would have regular cards with the regular backs, but then they'd also have those Lucky Premium ones like the one you're showing there on this display here. In terms of production numbers, are they kind of even? Because I don't recall there being like a major premium on the premium backs at all.
Well, there was a time where they were disregarded. I think there's only 21 out of the 20 or 30 out of the whole set that have the premium back, but most of them had the regular backs. Okay. There was a time until about 5 years ago, and then everybody started to jump into the premium backs, going, "Oh, that's the good variation. That's the one that we should chase because it's a little harder."
So it's not a complete. So it's not a complete set variation. It's certain specific cards.
It is not. No.
Got it.
Only certain cards, and there was only 3 premiums offered.
Got it.
So they're both coming out head to head. So Topps brings out 6 cards in gum. They have 4 cards in gum. Big difference. Now they come up with a premium Lucky back. The Topps had various different wrappers. This is just one example of what was inserted. It wasn't in the 1 cent packs. It was only in the 5 cent packs, and it was wrapped around the cards before the wrapper went around the cards. So they offered many different things, but it was only through the US you could acquire them. So like the premiums, they were also offered in baseball. They were also offered in football as well. So I think it was kind of, well, we'll just throw it in with the hockey too. And that's what happened with that going from there.
And I will say, based on the examples you're giving, Topps was also very good and ruthless when it came to marketing, because they understood how to market the amount of cards in the pack. They would give the value proposition. They would say, like, look, for what we're offering you, because they did that to Bowman. We're offering bigger cards. We're offering brighter cards. We got more cards per pack, all this stuff, bigger checklists, everything they could do to be like market.
Well, they already had 5 years of the bigger cards. That's what made George Kennedy change to larger cards, because he said notably that baseball cards were bigger. And really, when they were starting out and they were sort of greenhorns, he wanted to keep as many cards on the sheet as possible to keep their cost down. And that's why he did the smaller cards, and then he slowly grew from there. But I think he realized in 1953 that, and they had started saying giant. I think the year prior to this, in 1953, they were giant cards, and then it continued on in 54 with giant cards. Right. So they kept on going with that giant card, and it's getting bigger. So it was just a ploy to catch up with sort of the Topps marketplace.
Mm-hmm. And I will say it's also interesting, and we'll talk about the Topps piece in a second, but it is also interesting that as a result, Topps came out of the block with this 54 set, which is aesthetically a beautiful set and all that. And then, as we mentioned earlier, there is a gap. But then when Topps comes back, they're standard card size again. So similar to the 57 Topps baseball, they had returned to the standard size. So in reality, in hockey, they only produced this premium size card like what they had done in the 50s in baseball one time.
One time.
And just one time. That was it. Later on, there'd be the tall boys, which is a different configuration, but that's in the 60s. That's a different conversation. But in the 50s, they would produce this large card size one time.
Well, it's still new in the hobby or in the industry, sort of at that time. That to have a larger card is good.
Yeah. So let me quickly grab Victor's question here. So to me, and please, Bobby, if you've got an opinion on this as well, for me, the Gordie Howe is just the iconic card in the 54 Topps. It's just the iconic card. It's not even a rookie card. It's just the Gordie Howe, that card that's on the screen right there.
It's the Topps rookie.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is a 52. This is the 52 Topps Mantle thing all over again, isn't it?
It is. It almost is that point. You know, a lot of people who really enjoy the Topps.
But it is an iconic card. Like it is a legitimately. I went out of my way to go get my copy because I knew that down the road the price would keep going up because it is an iconic card. And like we mentioned, it is a one-off. The one time that they use this card size, and then Topps would go to the standard card size after that. And then Parker's went its own path, its own way, separately from that. O-Pee-Chee itself, now this is where it's interesting. There is no O-Pee-Chee at the stage.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Oh, but for hockey in this format, or what are they doing?
I told you the guy from O-Pee-Chee drove down to the now on the bottom of that box. It's a 24 count. Now every O-Pee-Chee box has always been a 36 count. American is 24 count. They only changed that in 1974. Where
but I'm talking about in 1954. Is there an O-Pee-Chee set?
This is O-Pee-Chee.
Which one? The Topps card there?
Yeah. It's not distributed in the United States as far as I know.
Okay.
However, I have heard New York stories because it's out of New York. I have heard that they may have been distributed in New York, but there hasn't been really any proof. And I talked to the gentleman who went to the train station. That's from O-Pee-Chee. The guy was directly from O-Pee-Chee. He worked there. I don't think he's around anymore, but that was about 15, almost 20 years ago that I talked to him. And he told me that story, and it was the most wonderful story I've ever heard. Well, I went down by myself in the truck, and I just, they told me to go down and pick up all the stuff. So they packaged everything up here. Now, on the bottom of each box, it would be defined if it's Topps or O-Pee-Chee. In the early years, obviously it's O-Pee-Chee. It's Topps. So this has a 24 count, which is a Topps typical. Has Topps on the bottom of the box. So basically, we have to say it's a Topps issue. Was it distributed in the U.S.? That is the question.
Okay.
I believe it was not. I don't think it was licensed to be distributed in the U.S. And I don't think hockey was that popular. Even in an article in 1964, you had the Topps top executive and Don Urquhart, who was one of the top O-Pee-Chee executives at that time. They were commenting back and forth, and the Topps executive said, "We look forward to having hockey cards in the United States." So that means they really never had them. Did they get there? Sure, there was wholesaling. We're close to the border. O-Pee-Chee,
So basically, you're saying that the Topps cards there at the top were distributed predominantly in Canada. Of course, they made it down to the States because stuff makes it down. So be it. But effectively, they were produced in, I guess, O-Pee-Chee factories, or at least
they weren't produced. I think they were produced down in the U.S. and shipped up to Canada for distribution. It's such an American set. Look at the red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
It's so classical.
Yeah, but on the card themselves, anywhere, it will not acknowledge O-Pee-Chee anywhere on the cards themselves or anything.
On the wrapper, it does.
On the wrapper, okay.
Yeah. On the side, it'll say manufactured by Topps, but in Canada, manufactured by O-Pee-Chee.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then technically the answer to Victor's question is the same card. It's the Gordie Howe or the Gordie Howe.
Well, if you look at the two Gordie Howes, which one would you like?
Well, I think I'm fortunate that I've got both of those cards. I went out of my way to get those earlier. The Parkhurst I got first, but the Topps I got later on. Now, I would say that for me, aesthetically, the 54 Topps or 54 O-Pee-Chee, if we're in this case, for this discussion, Gordie Howe, to me, is the iconic card. But I do enjoy the Parkhurst ones because I do like that they took the all-star players and put a little star behind it. It is a different aesthetic. They put the card number on the front and then the facsimile signatures on both of them. I do think there's a little bit more going on with the Topps version because you've also got the logo on there.
Yeah. Now it's very interesting that they both come out in 1954 with he has Parker says all 6 teams. So had they signed a deal, this is the part we don't know, but had they signed a deal already that they said, okay, we're going to do the next year, we get all 6 teams, but after that, you get only 2 teams of the Toronto and Montreal, and then Topps goes to 4 teams of the Americans. So I think there was something pre-done prior to that.
Now, do you think that was a factor in kind of the consideration in that, because having only 2 teams, I only remember a little bit about the checklist of 55, 56, but I believe it was the 2 teams, but then they filled it out with legends. They did like old time greats or something like that. Like they filled out the checklist.
Not in this year. In 55,
no, 55, 56, the next year.
Not to my understanding, no.
Yeah.
I'll
double check it, but I'm pretty sure that they filled it out because I know that they needed, because with only 2 teams, you'd have a very small set anyway, but you could stack it to a certain degree, but then you'd have to keep filling it out. I'll take a look while we're talking. But can you explain?
Well, no, they had all 6 teams right in 54, so they had enough to fill out. They didn't need to.
No, I'm talking about the next year, 55, 56.
So 55, you have Toronto, Montreal for Parkers. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, just taking a look here.
Yeah, we can go to the next.
Okay, so 55, 56. So hold on. So I'll put
okay, so we'll graduate. I hope everybody understood what I said there. There's a lot of information to take in.
Yeah. So no, I think the checklist backs up what I was looking at because I remember I was checking on it earlier because they've got, you know, Turk Broda, Joe Primo, Chuck Conacher, like Sil Apps. There's a back end to King Clancy, Hap Day. There's a whole stack of.
Oh yes, of course. In that okay, I got you.
That's what I'm referring
to. It wasn't the all-time greats from '60.
Yes.
I get it. I got it.
They fill in the checklist with a lot of these players because they only have the 2 Canadian teams, but they still have a 79 card checklist. So it's like you got to fill it in with something. So you've got legends, lots of legends.
So they got 79 cards in the set in 1955.
Right. Yeah.
There's no Topps to be had. Why is not Topps not around? I think it was a licensing issue at that time. I think they were figuring things out between Parkhurst and Topps. We really don't know to be factual, but I believe that Parkhurst and Topps were kind of fighting it out a little bit. I tried to look up court cases to see if there was any precedents there or anything happening, and nothing has come up in my searches. Not to say that it didn't happen, but a lot of times that was the big thing. I know Topps said that, it wasn't fair that Parkhurst or George Kennedy had the NHL in perpetuity. And I know Topps fought that, and that's why they bought out the teams at a $15,000 rate. They could have bought them out at $10,000; they would have been better off. But unfortunately, they all had to pay $15,000 at that time, and that's when the team started to realize this is some money in there.
Mm-hmm. But this is what makes it interesting. The reason I wanted to talk to you about this is because obviously you've done the research, you've got the background in it, but also it's always been this interesting situation because, to your point, you've got in baseball. Because it was player specific, you could have sets like 53 Topps where you'd be missing 6 cards, but it was like a player contract issue. They were going to put these players in, but then Bowman had the rights. So they had to pull them basically from circulation. So a 280 card set only has 274 cards. Specific cards are missing that never existed. We can speculate about who those players were. We can make good educated guesses about who should probably have been in that set under normal circumstances. But because it was team specific in the hockey realm, it creates this weird scenario where for 55, 56, you've got 2 Canadian teams, a stack full of Hall of Famers as filler, a ton of Hall of Famers as filler, classic all-time players. But then the 4 American teams are not even there.
But they're used to doing 100-card sets, so they're trying to fill it as much as they can as cheap.
Yeah, and as a result, though, because Topps isn't doing any, there's no American players at all.
Well, it's interesting this year. I think he's getting the most amount of money or bang for his buck because he puts up the 55 Parkers 79 card. Yeah. So there's only 2 Canadian teams. So what does he do also to make money? He puts it out through Quaker Oats cereal. Now he's not new to cereal inserts. He's done that prior years and actually following years as well. Yeah. So he's trying to get the most out of his money. You have to understand they're selling 5-cent packs. And you're paying $15,000. You better put out a little bit more stuff. So I think that's why he doubled down and said, okay, let's go here. Let's go here. We'll get our money out of it. We'll be happy.
So this was the early version of the Prism parallels, because effectively you've got these two parallel sets, and the differentiator is this back.
Yeah. Now there was short prints in that. Most people don't know about the 55, 56 Quaker Oats. Is that they short printed the King Clancy and the Richard and a few other cards for a bicycle promotion. You could win a bicycle if you can include them, and they're so short printed, it's unbelievable. They're very rare. It'd be $25,000-$30,000 for one of those. That King Clancy's about $25,000, even miscut.
Even with the miscut, huh?
Yeah, it's just crazy because they really short printed back then. In 1920s they did that with the short printing. I think there was a law drawn up in Canada that you could not short print cards to kids. I forget what it was called, the act. And they did it here, surprisingly enough. And they did one sheet. I can see the sheet that it continues on, that it's all the short prints are all on one particular sheet. So they were just inserting certain ones. So they kind of got away with it. They were really sneaky. I don't think George Kenney was sneaky. He was very honest, very good man. I just think he figured there's only so many bikes we can give away. I guess we're going to have to do something here.
Yeah. I think also at the same time, one other thing that would get in my mind as well, it's very funny to me, is that, so you've got this Quaker Oats set. So this is cereal and not oatmeal, right? This is the cereal?
It's a cereal. Okay. Yeah, there's the box right there if you can really see it.
The puff rice one. I just wanted to make sure, because it did look like it was a cereal. I just wanted to make sure. I don't know if I'd have eaten the Quaker Oats cereal. I was like, do I really need a hockey card this badly?
There were some different other ones there, Yeah, exactly. They weren't pre-sweetened syrup like we're used to. It wasn't like corn pops or anything like that. That's a pretty.
Let's just say it was a much easier sell when we're talking like Kellogg's or Sugar Crisp or something, or
Yeah.
If you throw that in Captain Crunch, Bobby, I'm in. You throw that in Captain Crunch, I'm in.
I did some research in the Toronto Star newspaper. Somebody in 1955 put an ad in the want ads looking for certain cards from this set, and it's the short prints. And this is a want ad, which cost a lot of money back in the 50s to do that. And it just shows you how many people were really into this set.
So I've got the next one here that has 56 tops and parkers. You want me to show that one?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll put it on here. So these are some other kind of sets that do include hockey players in them. Some kind of different sets.
These are the missing links, let's just say. So we're in 56, 57. So you have no tops, you have no parkers. So what happened through those years? Now, this is the self-developing cards came out, Sun Products, even tops in 1949, 48. This year, they both come out. Tops comes out with Hocus Pocus, and it's just a Gene Billable card, but there's also baseball. There are also other sports involved. And as well, Parker's in 1956 comes out with Photo Magic. Now, Photo Magic, there was a CFL set. If people have seen those self-developing cards, they're 1956 as well. So they're really filling the gap here with Photo Magic. They're filling it. They had, what was going on that time? There was what was the other two? They had the CFL and they had the wrestling cards. So they got a lot going on in the
Parker's had the wrestling cards around that era. That's right. Yeah.
So, they're trying to fill the gap here. So they have 60 cards in this set. We have documented 25 since for the last 30 years. They're just unseen, unheard of. Then, what you do is you pull it out of the pack and you get spit and you'd wet it and then put it on this blotter that came in the pack, and it would self-develop. And then most of them are poorly self-developed, so you can't really see them. But there's some great stars in here. You have Richard, you have Duff, Horton. And we only found, I think, 5 or 6 of the hockey cards. Okay. So very obscure set. And the Hocus Pocus we know is around. It's been around. There's 2 different variations. There's penny packs. There's the nickel packs where it came in a panel of 4. And so they're both doing something, but a little bit hockey, but not really anything. They're kind of just, I think they're in negotiations at this point.
So is this something that would have been covered by the contracts they had signed, or is this something they did to kind of skirt them, to kind of avoid the issue?
I think it was skirting. It was sort of, well, it wasn't like today, like, how contracts and lawyers. It's a little bit different back then. Remember, George Kennedy's dealing with Foster Hewitt for Toronto Maple Leafs. Like, he's sitting there going, okay, whatever, I got to announce the game tonight. What are you talking? Yeah, okay, good. He doesn't really care. So I think they're kind of going through this legal issue, semi-legal issue, and they're trying to figure things out right now. Now, baseball's continuing on with the O-Pee-Chee, right? The Canadian.
Yeah.
And we're continuing on with the CFL, not the football, but the CFL's kind of coming in as well.
Yeah.
So they have bases basically covered. So they're just kind of riding the wave and seeing where they end up. So then we end up at, I guess, the last year. What happened through these years? We don't know, but I think it's legal. It has to be. There's no other reason why Topps would not and Parker's would not put out. But this is a great issue to put out. And self-developing the same year, that's kind of weird. It was like this technology was coming in and they all wanted to jump on board, but we don't have the licensing. How they got Gene Belleville, I have no idea. I'm very surprised that Topps came out with a Canadian player.
Well, that's the reason why I was asking if it was a way to skirt the contract, because if Parker's has the Canadian teams, then including any player from the Canadian team seems kind of an interesting choice, especially because, like I said, in the baseball example, it's player based. If I have the exclusive contract for Mickey Mantle and you try to make a Mickey Mantle card, we got a problem. It's very straightforward. It's cut and dry. I've got the contract. You don't. Get out.
Canada's like another country, so they're dealing with the team. It is, really.
It's like another country, so to speak. Yes.
So here we are.
So now we've got two sets. So now Topps has returned, and now they're back to a standard size format. They're in what is today the modern size, hockey card or baseball card or whatever. And they've got the 4 U.S. teams, and we got the 2 Canadian teams for Parkhurst.
Well, didn't Topps start the 2.5 by 3.5 in 1957?
57 Topps baseball, yes.
Yes.
That's right.
So they just mimicked that. They just went to that and said, okay, we're going to keep that as a standard card.
Right.
So Topps comes in, nothing special at all. And same thing with Parkhurst. They just kind of said, okay, we both have our licenses. We're both going to deal with it, and we're going to go straight forward from here. They're paying $15,000 each for 2 teams, and they're paying $15,000 each for the 4 teams. There's no way he could afford $90,000 at 5-cent gum. It just doesn't work with artwork and all the things that he had to do. Like they started in September, they get the photos, and then October they start working on the artwork and they start producing, and then they release in January, Parkhurst. So anyways, so we have 57. They both come out. They're in competition with each other. This is an interesting year. I put glassine wrapper. Now, what a glassine wrapper is, sort of like, it's not wax. It's more of a rice paper type, a little bit stronger. Okay. Just trying to give it a common comparison. So glassine is almost like when you open it, I don't think they did this in baseball, Carlos. The glassine, when you open it, it's almost like opening a cello. It'll tear. And see, that's a sealed pack, but it's just torn. And it would tear very easily. I'm very surprised that Topps would come out with that. I think they were experimenting and trying different and new things.
Ironically, it's good for anti-counterfeiting because it's, to a certain degree, like if you open it, you open it.
It's it's pretty much. That's why that wrapper is so hard to find today. It's very difficult, and people don't know why. Well, because it's not a wax wrapper. The only other time a glassine wrapper was introduced was in 1933 with O-Pee-Chee. Their second series wrapper was glassine, and we've only seen one example out of 10 others from the same year, from the first series. Sorry, and Parker's here 57. So what they did here, and I should have put a comparison in there, but I only have so much space. That's a repeat display box from 1953. They had it black and yellow, and they kept the same box except they changed the colors. They go to a checklist wrapper where they have a lot of errors on the spelling of players. There's like 7 or 8 players that are misspelled on there. It's quite surprising. So there we go. We're going forward from there, and then the battle's on, I think, at that point. And that's where I do
find it interesting that, ironically, comparatively to the 54 year, where Topps built one of the probably aesthetically nicest sets of that time period, then they come out with this 57 effort, which is, it's okay. But I would say this time I prefer the Parkhurst design just a little bit more. It's cleaner. It's more straightforward. Yeah, it's ironically it borrowed some of the design elements that made the 54 work for me. It's.
I think they were stealing off of each other.
Yeah.
You're looking at what you came at. there's an article I sent to you before. It was called Battle of the Brands, and they were in competition, so they were trying to fight each other. You know, Parker said he was selling the same amount with 6 teams as he was with 2 teams. So the 2 teams were carrying the Toronto and Montreal because it was Canada, and then they was trying to sell American teams. The only other guy was Gordie Howe, Sawchuk, and a few other guys. So they really had the marketplace, Parkhurst, at that time.
The great irony is if they had been able to arrange specific contracts for Howe, Sawchuk, and the handful of players, they would have been like, yeah, you can keep the rest of the team. I'll take Howe, Sawchuk. Just give me those guys, and then you can have the rest of them, and I'll take the Leafs and Canadians, and I'm good to go.
Yeah, and then in 1961, Parkhurst wrangled the Detroit Red Wings away from Tops somehow. And we don't know what happened there. You know, it's all a lot of sketchy information, but they have the 3 teams now, and Tops only has 3 teams as well.
Yeah, it was always, hockey was always kind of interesting to me because I didn't have the background in it. Although I did notice those nuances. You'd have like 2 teams on one side, a couple of teams on the other side, and then of course you had those gaps that we were talking about. I just thought it'd be kind of helpful to be able to actually talk about a couple of those things, because it's one of those deals where it's like you can read it, but then you're looking at it like, okay, why? Like, from a little blurb, you know, I've got the guide and stuff like that, but you're only going to get so much from a little blurb. It's not a lot of information to help you.
Yeah, that's why I really enjoy writing articles about this stuff, just to get that information out there, especially about Parkhurst in their earlier years and what George Kennedy went through. You know, he had a lot of interest in he kind of got exposed to gum by accident, really. And sure enough, he's, he went on to make Paxton. So what happened in the end, I guess, it was just too much money for him to carry on. It was costing a lot of money for artwork and production and all the other stuff. And he's making margarine and saran wrap for Dow and doing all that subcontracting. And he's making 20 times the money. And he's just saying, this hockey card thing, forget it. It's just the gum production. It's too much on our line. It takes up too much time. He liked doing it. He always liked offering things to kids. Like a lot of his had promotional albums, which Tops didn't have. They did in 60, 61. But you know, Parkhurst was quite revolutionary. He was concerned about the kids getting the right product out. But it was just the battle between contracts that he had a really hard time with.
I think that's the other contrast that made it kind of interesting, is that in baseball, what it came down to was that Bowman couldn't compete anymore, because they were in direct competition. They were fighting for individual player contracts.
That's tough. That's tough.
And it became this ground war where Tops, once they got the advantage, Tops just kept pressing forward on the advantage. And, you know, eventually they were able to basically spend Bowman effectively out of business, to the point it's like, well, you can keep fighting or you can sell out. And then Bowman said, all right, you know what? Fine. They capitulated. And Bowman himself got out of the business at the right time. He got out of business basically on top, got his money, and got to leave while he got to say, hey, while I was running, it was still on top.
Yeah.
Then you guys screwed it up. It's like, well, he knew the writing was on the wall a little bit. So it's like, okay, you know, the end is coming. But in hockey, it was just like, we can't.
I know.
Yeah. In hockey, it was like, yeah, it was money, but it was also like, I don't feel like paying it anymore. I could have, but I don't want to, which is a little different.
Yeah, in retrospect, you know, them having the 2 teams, they were the major players in the NHL at that time. You had Bouchard, you had Mahovlich, you had, you know, so many amazing players. The American teams didn't so much. So they had a harder time selling. I believe they had a harder time selling. O-Pee-Chee started taking over production, I believe, on the bottom of the 58 box, it says Somerville. It's printed on the bottom. Now, Somerville, if anybody knows Somerville, in 1888, Somerville gum was invented by Mr. Somerville. I forget his first name. So he started a box company and a gum company. And in 1911, it turned into O-Pee-Chee. So Somerville gum and Somerville gum split into O-Pee-Chee, and Somerville stayed as the box production. O-Pee-Chee went on to be the gum company that we all know and love today. That's the difference. So in 58, on the bottom of the box, it says Somerville Packaging. So it's the box company. It had to be made in Canada. So we know in 1958 that O-Pee-Chee had taken over all production of at least boxes. It had to be wrappers too at that time. So Tops had their influence in 1954. They had their influence in 1957, 58 on. It's all O-Pee-Chee. Why isn't it not called O-Pee-Chee? Topps owns a license. That's
Right.
the end result.
Yep. No, that's fair. And I wanted to, and I have been ignoring the comments. I know that Justin's very.
There must be a lot.
No, Justin's been prolific in the comments, I will say.
Oh,
But
okay.
I wanted to leave this segment. I usually won't do this, but in this case, the reason why I wanted to ask you, Bobby, that question is because I knew you had the background and to be able to talk through it. I was interested, but I also thought, you know what, this would be kind of interesting to have out there. We're going to have the live stream tonight, but I'm also going to clip out this section and put it as his own kind of standalone video.
Was it good? I can't even remember. I'm gonna have to relook at it again.
I
just kept on going for my head.
It was acceptable. Don't worry.
Acceptable. That's it.
Yeah, we got there. Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm gonna strip it out as its own thing as well. So if somebody wants to check out the background, and I think it's interesting to actually have something like that. That's why I didn't go to the comments too much, because I was like, no, I want to focus in on this for a little bit and actually talk about it, because it isn't, to your point, you've written the books on it, you've written articles on it, but it hasn't necessarily been in this format. And I kind of wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, the medium, to be able to go, let's talk about it a little bit, let's show it, and I can ask some questions and we can get it done.
It's nice to have that out there. I think it's really important that people learn a little bit more about the sets. Although I didn't have all the answers, I think it's very important that at least that basic information gets out there, and at least we can have good conversations about it, or give theories, because there's still all that open information that's left that I can't solve by myself. So other people can maybe look up things about if there was a war between Topps and Parkhurst in the courts that I can't seem to find.
But I think it's a good starting point to build off of. There's definitely a lot there. So I'll grab a couple of the previous comments here just to go through.
Sure.
Ty was enjoying the history as we were talking through it, which is awesome. That's good, because I know he's getting himself acquainted with it. And I'll quickly flip through a little bit here, just scanning down. Yep. Now, hopefully it was interesting, Victor. Hopefully you did enjoy it. Yep. Ty enjoyed it. 10 out of 10. Hockey history. Thanks you for the information, Bobby. Good stuff. Yeah, I wanted to try that because I thought it would be a little different. You're not gonna get that all over.
You're not gonna get that anywhere.
No. So I wanted to provide that. That was a little different. But now that we've had a chance to talk about that a little bit, I'm going to open it up here for folks. There you go.
Palpy, come on.
So I'm going to give you this, and the other thing I'm going to do as well. Actually, let me pull that for 1 second. Let me borrow this link for one moment. I'm going to try this and see if it works as well. So I'm putting that on the screen, but what I'm going to do as well, because I've got the other window open, I'm going to try. I'm also going to put it in the chat. Let me see if this works. Can I? Okay, so I have pinned a message from myself in the chat, which contains the Streamyard link. So in addition to what's on the screen there, you can actually use the pinned comment in the chat. Hopefully you guys can see it. You'll have to let me know. And if any of you want to join in, you can certainly join in. And if you have anything you want to talk about what we talked about, or you got a different question or a different discussion point, I actually have a couple of questions from Instagram that Cardboard Underground gave us that I've been saving.
Oh.
So now I'm actually going to bring them in.
I didn't know I was live there. I don't have an Instagram account, so.
No, you don't, but I do, and they send me the questions. So here we go.
Okay, great.
So let's do this one first. So this one I'll talk to is a kind of a general thing as well. So the question was, what is your stance on focusing on cards from specific years or players' achievements? MVP, championship year, etc. can be answered from a collector or investor's perspective. So I'll hit on this real quick from a couple of standpoints. First one, from a collector perspective, it's always good. Because as a collector, you can collect whatever you want. Maybe you're excited because an MVP year or something like that is on. Or maybe you've got a championship year or something like that. That's perfectly legitimate. Of course, why not? From an investor's perspective, it's hit and miss. Some of them, yes, and some of them, it doesn't matter. Like the 56 Topps Mantle is just a popular card in general, but it happens to be his Triple Crown year. It happens to be an MVP year. It's got all those components of it. So it's got that in addition to being an aesthetically beautiful card, a great card for that era, all that good stuff. So it's the combination of things. It's not just the one thing. But I keep trying to think if there are certain years, like the 61 Topps Maris, I think has a little bit of bolster popularity, a little bit compared to normal, but it's a little bit. Not the 62, I think, is maybe a little bit better. I guess it kind of depends. It depends on the player, I suppose, really more than anything, the accomplishment even.
Well, that was the big competition year, right? So
yeah, so that's kind of the. So I like the question, but I think as a collector, it doesn't affect you necessarily because if you enjoy the card, you enjoy the card. But as an investor, quote unquote, if you want to take that angle on it, it's going to be hit and miss. you're going to have to be really strategic about it because not all the accomplishments matter that much. Some of them do, but not all of them. It very much depends. What I will say, and it wasn't in that part of the question, but right now in the current market, the player's first card with a new team is kind of a big thing right now with some of them, because I have seen that. And the first year of an issue that has been consistent, even if it's not the player's rookie year or second year or whatever, those ones have tended to do well because usually they're printed in lower quantities. So it's less related to the accomplishment, and it's more related to if somebody likes the series, like a Prism or something, the first year Prism tends to do a little bit better because it was printed in lower quantities. Does that make sense? So there are other factors. It's not a specific accomplishment per se. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts on that, or does that seem reasonable?
To me, yeah, investment wise, it's so hard. Who could predict the marketplace? Honestly,
I tread lightly on it, but I'm trying to give some general concepts. I'm giving some things to think about. Those are kind of the areas that I think about a little bit.
I think, collect for the fun of it. If you want to invest, just think a little harder before you buy something and think if it's a better deal. You can get into this market today. I think it's very much hit and miss. You can grab a Gretzky and it'll probably go up in the next, 3 to 6 months. Yeah, but we can't predict anything that's going to happen in the next after that time period, or even maybe before. Who knows what's going to go on? It's a very tough market. Collect what you like.
Mm-hmm.
If you're into investments, then you're away from being a collector and you're an investor, and you should be watching another show.
No, that's fair. So what I'm going to do is just.
Sorry, I didn't mean to divert people from your show. I'm just saying.
I try to give a mix. Because whenever I do talk about the investing side of it, because I know some people have questions on it, sure. I try to stick to sound principles. There are certain sound principles that I think are valid in all markets. You can still use that all the time. So I know Justin wants to join in. I can see him here. So
okay.
So I can see him come in. So you have to center yourself, Justin. It looks like you're holding a phone or whatever handheld. So I'll bring you on. So here we go. Mr. Justin, how's it going?
Hi.
Hey, Justin.
All right. Here, let me turn off the live stream here. Hey, how's it going? I guess I'd probably be better on the computer, but who cares, right?
Yeah, no worries. We can hear you. So what's going on?
Hey, is Bobby still on?
He should be.
I hope so.
He should be on the screen. Hopefully you can hear him. I don't know if you can.
Oh my God, I love you. So anyway, I started off with Jeremy, believe it or not, from Sports Card Investor on his investor day. I would have never knew who Jeremy was. I was like always looking for a hockey avenue, and out of nowhere, here comes Jeremy, and I'm just like, oh, okay, this guy probably doesn't know shit about hockey. All of a sudden, I start watching this guy's channel. Next thing you know, he brings on Bobby Burrell. The next thing you know, I'm watching Carlos. I love it. You guys are great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you and 10,000 of your closest friends. The Sports Card Investor one was a big episode for him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought when I was on was a big one, but anyways, I was 43, I think.
Well, the thing is, you were on one of the. I want to say, wasn't it the Gretzky?
Gretzky every time.
The first time I ever saw you was on the Gretzky, December 11th, I think it was, or the 13th or something.
Yeah.
And I saw Bobby Burrell and then the other guy. And I'm
glad I'm not the other guy.
Nice.
I forget his name.
Karn?
Yeah, Karn, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it was a great night.
He was a fill-in for Chalk there, Sean Chalk. He was supposed to come on, but he had a COVID emergency, so whatever that is.
It was like a board meeting or something.
Yeah. And we were supposed to all talk about the Gretzky because Sean Chalk is a big Gretzky, collector. Mm-hmm. So he's been around for a long time, and it would have been good to talk to him. But Karn was fine too. He did a very good job.
Yeah, I think he did good. I'd probably rather had the other guy.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I'd rather have an O-Pee-Chee Gretzky than a Tops, right? Yeah, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm kidding.
They're both good, but I gotcha.
I think as long as somebody gives a good opinion and talks about it, I think it works out. And it's one of those things sometimes on the fly, because I know that that Gretzky episode wasn't the scheduled episode. I think it was like more of impromptu episode, if memory serves me. I think it was something like that. I don't know if it
The
was
second
regular
one,
days.
it was supposed to be Sean Chalk and me talking about a little bit about the Gretzky, going over the record prices that aren't record anymore, that are more records today than they are back then.
Yeah. But was it a scheduled episode? Was it one of the regular days, or?
I think it was.
Yeah, it was scheduled. Yeah, I was on prior to that, I think, too. Justin, was I not? I think I was on 43, and then it was about 20 after that, or something like that.
Yeah,
I think Jim Beckett was on 3 times prior to that.
No, I think that night was a Saturday night, which is typically his scheduled nights.
yeah, that's a scheduled night. So if it
He
was
used to have Wednesdays, but he doesn't do Wednesdays. It's too much work for him now. So yeah,
That's probably why the board member guy was supposed to be there, because it was a scheduled night, and that's why
Sean Chalk. Yeah,
right. So
exactly.
he made it a live night, regardless of the fact.
Sounds good. So let me quickly grab a comment here. So Ty just says his problem is that if he gets a card, because I saw the comment. So you kind of hit on the later point here, Ty, as well. If you get a card and later on it sells for less, don't worry about it. Like if you really wanted the card that badly, then so be it.
It's why you buy 9 to 10s. You know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like if that's what you want, then that's what you want. If you're just buying it for a collection, well, you know, the only time you overpay is if you literally do it impulsively. That's pretty much the only time you'll likely overpay, because most of the time, unless it's something that only 1 or 2 are out there in the world, you can probably get your hands on it if you're willing to be a little bit patient, or if you see that you're trying to catch a rising tide, well, then you don't have a choice. Then the good news is you didn't overpay, because probably the next guy paid more.
Like my Messier night, PSA 9, I had to pay for on fucking Martin Luther King Day.
Yep. Well, that's the thing. Right now, all those 80s and 70s and early 80s guys are going for record prices. So you buy it at what was a record price, and then it's no longer the record price by the next week or two.
Well, what's funny about the Messier PSA 9 was I've been following Martin Sports. I know every price movement this guy makes. This guy literally is all about the vintage hockey. He literally runs the whole market, to be honest with you. And so I watched this thing when it was 1,100, and then went to 1,500, and then went to 1,750. And then out of nowhere, a couple weeks ago, he moved it from 1,750 to 2,250. And then I knew at that point, I was like, fuck, is this going to, sorry for the language. I was like, this is the last chance I'm going to have at this thing at 2,250. And then everything else just kept going up. And I just realized, like, how is this thing not getting bought yet? So I just went ahead and messaged them on Monday morning, actually. And I was like, dude, I go, can you give me a couple $100 off? I buy from your store all the time. And he goes, no, I got a couple other people looking. I can't go below this price point. And I go, all right. Right when he sent me that message, after I ordered my pizza, I freaking just bought the damn thing. I was like, I just got to get this over with. So I bought the Messier PSA 9. So whatever, I had to get it over with for $2,250. That's a lot of fucking money for a Messier. Jesus Christ. Bobby Burrell, how do you like that story?
You're muting yourself, Bobby.
Oops. Oh, sorry about that. I love the story. I love hearing stories about people and what they do. It's we're all so complicated and simple at the same time. So I enjoy listening to everybody's story. And so the stories make up the hobby. You know, I hear a lot of information from different people, and I can bring it to you back through me. And that's great, because I get to talk to a lot of people about the hobby and stuff like that. Vintage mainly, but, you know, even present day. This is fun. We're all sitting around having fun, shooting the shit, enjoying. And I got to go to the washroom because I've had a coffee before this show, and I shouldn't have, but I did to keep me awake. But
nice.
I'll be back in one moment.
Go ahead. I'll talk to Justin for a moment, and then I got a question for you when you come back. So go ahead. Yep. I'll take care of it.
The last show I watched, this guy was up at 4 a.m, so I don't want to hear it. No, I was going to say, though, if you got a question for me, great. But, you know, here I am paying the same amount as I was for an SGC8 Wayne Gretzky O-Pee-Chee back in April. And believe it or not, that is the card that got me back in the hobby. I bought that freaking card, and after that, you know, it was just like a basis. And then everything from there, like I got like a lot in the hobby now. You know,
So that was the question I'm going to have, because you came on. So I'm glad, I'm more than happy to have people come on and chat about their story. But now that you're here, now I will ask you a couple of questions, because I
Right.
heard what you were saying. So here's my question. So you bought these cards and now you're in. So what is it that you're in on? You trying to get certain key cards, certain key rookies? What is it you're looking for and trying to do?
all right. So I'm not trying to do much, to be honest with you, because
Sure.
okay, so I bought the Gretzky, and I was just like, I didn't have a job at the time. So I used to be a stockbroker. I used to work at, I don't know if you ever heard of the company called Scott Trade.
Yep.
So we got Scott Trade, we got bought up by TD Ameritrade. TD Ameritrade took us over, and it turned into a shit show where they monitored every one of your calls, and between calls, there's like a minute between time. You had to pick up another fucking call. And like, dude, the whole time, all I was doing was just stacking away dough. And I got to the point where I told them to go fuck themselves, right? So I resigned on January 2nd so I could get my 2020, so I could get all my benefits for 2019, because that's what you had to do for the 401k match. So, anyways, I quit, right? So I'm all like, oh, I got my shit together, blah blah blah. Then all of a sudden, COVID fucking hits, and I can't get a fucking job anywhere, right? So like, here I am, with no job, and the next thing you know, COVID happens. But luckily, like I said, I was stashing away dough the whole time. My stocks were actually doing great. So I noticed the whole time from January, I was keeping my eye on the Gretzky rookies, PSAs, and I noticed I saw an SGC 8 that was like right around the fucking 2000 range. I was like, holy shit, this is O-Pee-Chee. I'm like, I need to just nab this thing and take some money out of my Roth fucking account, blah, blah, blah. I'll pay it. I don't give a fuck. And I got this thing for $2,601. A freaking SGC O-Pee-Chee Wayne Gretzky rookie card. And the only thing about this card, dude, it is literally a PSA 9 all day long. But the thing about this card, it's got this little tiny, like, the part of it, there's like this little part right above the W in Wayne. It's got like this little, like, dark patch, as if like the cardboard had like a little patch in it. You know what I mean? And you could tell that somebody literally sent it to SGC because they knew that fucking PSA would have probably marked it in like something. You know how they are with their qualifiers. So, like, dude, this card is literally eye appeal. It's a 9 all day long, but it's got this little tiny mark on the back. Like I said, it's just a hint of like darkness in the cardboard. And you've seen these before, especially with the first run, aka. I know how Bobby feels about that, but with the blue lines, it's got the blue lines, dude. This is one of the sexiest blue line cards I've ever seen. But it's got right above the W like this little dark part in the print, and you could tell that's why the person sent the SGC. Well, anyways, this thing was on eBay.
Is it a mark? Is it a mark or something, Jason? Justin?
What it is? I think it's just. I literally think, Bobby.
It's fibers. There's all fibers through the back of the card. You can see that, and sometimes a dark fiber will get there, and that's not. Bobby, it's part of the card.
This card is so perfect. Like, the cuts are like immaculate. Like, the corners for this O-Pee-Chee are like Christmas morning, you know, in Jerusalem. Like, it's perfect.
I follow you. So let me give you a follow up here. Let me give you a follow up.
All right.
So I'm following the card is clean. I got you. But let me ask you this question. So that's 2601. Whenabouts was that?
It was on April the 4th.
So right around, so basically still relatively early, because March is when a lot of offices went offline.
3rd.
Yeah. So that's when a lot of offices went offline. So you're talking April. That's right at the outset of things. They haven't really started taking off yet. Yeah. So you said, though, you weren't trying to do anything specific. You saw an opportunity. You saw the card. You saw the price. You thought, okay. So let me ask you this then. So this plays into kind of what I'm asking.
Right.
So as the market has been going, the card wouldn't be $2,601 today.
No.
What is the end game? You planning on holding it? What is the idea?
I'll hold this thing for life.
Right. Okay. So it's one of those things where you tried to buy it before it shot up past the point that you wouldn't want to touch it anymore.
Yeah. So I bought it. I just I just bought it because $2,600, to me isn't a lot of money. And I just figured that I didn't know what an SGC and PSA was at the time. I didn't even know the fucking difference. But I did know that, an 8 is an 8 at the time. I didn't have a fucking clue, but at the same time, I knew there was a pandemic and people were panicking. So I just bought the fucking thing. So I bought it. At the end of the day, it was one of the best buys ever. It was a probe seed option. And he goes, it looks nicer. You know how he is. Mm-hmm. He goes, it looks nicer.
Everybody says that. Don't worry.
Oh, Probstein is a consignor, so they do a lot of they do good marketing on their stuff. They do a lot of marketing on their stuff.
The moral of the story is I wouldn't be on this phone call if it wasn't for that buy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then you're basically because Jeremy likes I'm sure somewhere off in the distance Jeremy's like, oh my God, validation. Because you're it, Justin. You're the validation that Jeremy's looking for. You basically are, in a nutshell, the validation he's looking for.
You're talking to a guy that I used to be the biggest hockey card collector from 1994 all the way till 97, 98 when I discovered, women. Mm-hmm. And in 94 to 98, I was at the card shop every day. And the thing that would always bring me to the card shop wasn't the packs. The card shop would have these things for $1. You get 50 cards in those little 50 plastic things or whatever. And he would always put a nice card on the top and like a decent common on the bottom with 50 cards in between, or you know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. And that's what got me into it. And then I get my base cards. I start building my sets, and then you never know what you would get. And, so you build in between, and the next thing you know, you get a couple extra dollars for freaking mowing lawns and all this stuff. So then you go buy the Donruss 94.95. The next thing you know, you get an insert. It's a big deal back in those days. And then all your friends would get into it. And then 94.95 finest hockey. I mean, come on. We used to just slave around for those packs. And we had this one buddy, and I hate to go too far, but we had this one buddy that got a Yarmer Yager refractor with the ceiling on. Back in those days, we didn't know what the ceiling was. And this guy was just like the coolest kid in the neighborhood because of this damn thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Right.
But that's beside the point.
So you got this card, and it got you kind of back into it, and then you bought some of these other cards with it as well.
I bought the card, and you know what's cool? Let me tell you the rest of it. So I bought that card. The next thing I did was I went after the Jordan. So then I bought the Jordan because I didn't want to buy his rookie. So I bought the Jordan PSA 8 sticker with the new PSA logo on it. PSA 8, I got it for $1,100, and I literally had to pick at the time between 20 of them, and I picked the best one. So I bought that, and now that thing's worth 5 G's. But it took forever for that thing to finally catch hold. And then I also bought the Nike Promo PSA 9 for $1,100 as well that same month. And now that thing's probably gone for about $4. So what I did was I built this base, right? So now I'm spending the house's money, right? So as I'm going, so then the next thing I did was I went back to hockey, and I went to Martin Sports, and actually I completed my 1979 set, and I bought the 7980 O-Pee-Chee set from Martin Sports for like $400, which is the worst waste of money ever because you know what I mean. It was a near mint to mint. Bobby, you know what I'm freaking talking about. So I got that set, and then after that I bought the Topps Finest 90. Like I said, that child story I just had. So I bought the 94.95. I found that in May. 94.95 Topps Finest refractor with the coating on. Like these things are daggers. These corners.
This is the refractor set or the base set?
Oh, dude, there's refractor, baby.
Right.
I actually have the base set. I don't give a fuck about the base set. So I got the refractor set, and I made sure the Gretzky was freaking centered before I bought it. I made sure the Yager was centered. And this guy he wanted $2,500. I got him all the way down to freaking $850. And he sent it to me. And this thing is literally sitting in my house. And I'm about to, when I feel like it, get it graded if I feel like it. To be honest, I got them all in mag protectors right now. And because they're, you know those 94 finest, they're all bents. Like they got that bent to them.
Yeah.
So I figured to put them in the mag protectors to kind of straighten them out a little bit, like in the shoulders, so to speak. And then what I'll do eventually is send them off to PSA, because that the Wayne Gretzky is probably a 9, the BIHR probably a 9, maybe a 10. I mean, this thing's gold. So I got that, got the whole set, and I put 20. I got 25 of the cards in mag protectors. I didn't even know what a fucking mag protector was at the beginning of the year, bro. Like, but come on, man. I know how to think on my feet. You're talking to a stockbroker that used to deal with degenerates on a daily basis. Let me tell you something about the stock market. So from 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Central Time, you get the degenerates that used to call you. And they get quotes. And every day they change their stock portfolio every day from 8:30 before the market opens. So like you deal with the degenerates. And then from 8:30 to 9, you get the other mix. And then from 9 to about 2, you get the normal people. And then from 2 to close, you got the degenerates again. So like you learn this stuff over time, it's just all degenerates, and you got to sift out you know what I mean? And then when you apply that back to stuff I learned in the 90s, dude, I used to study Beckett's. I know everything about Beckett's. I knew what a price was. Like, this is why the people in the neighborhood would just be like, well, Justin, what do you think? Like, I was like the stockbroker back then. Mm-hmm. That's why I was a stockbroker, because of the Beckett. You know what I mean? So, like,
So anyway. You already talked about the Gretzky. You said you're holding the Gretzky. You got the refractor set. At some point, you may send it in for grading. Let's say you do. Let's say you get the grades you're looking for. It all plays out. What happens with those?
Wait. When do you sell?
No, but the reason I'm listening to everything you're saying, Justin, but as I'm listening, I'm like, okay, so here's my question. You said the Gretzky stays. Great. I got it. You got those Jordans. Do they stay too?
Yeah, the Jordans will stay.
The Jordans stay. All right. The Gretzky stays, the Jordans stay. I'm following. Yeah. Now you got this refractor set. What happens? Let's say best case scenario. Everything goes your way. It all comes up Justin. Now what happens?
Here's the thing about the Gretzky set. Nobody will fully appreciate its value. So I'll keep it.
Okay. So far everything is buy and keep. Everything so far that we've been talking about. So I'll buy and keep.
Yeah. Is it investment, collecting, or
that's what I'm trying to ask, right? What I'm trying to get at, Justin, I'm trying to understand. Like, I follow you, right, and I also follow that you were a stockbroker by trade. So I got it. But what I'm asking you is, because this is why I tease about the Jeremy thing. It's like your validation of what he's talking about, but I'm also curious. Like, at a certain point, you buy the stuff. What happens?
Exactly. So every question you just asked me is a beautiful question. And at the end of the day, everybody's got a price, you know. So yeah, sure. If you offer me fucking a lot of money, I'll probably take it, and then I'll fucking figure out a way to make more money in another way. But no, I mean, I'll keep it. I mean, how many people have? Dude, you should see this set. I mean, if I could somehow put it on camera real quick, I'll do it. Actually, fuck it, let me do it.
Yep. So while you're doing that, hold on. While you're doing that, I do have a question for Bobby, and I want to get a chance to answer this question.
Yes, please.
So give me a second. All right. So you do what you need to do there, Justin. Give me 2 seconds. Let me get this question for Bobby. Right. So 90s hockey collector Bobby says, can you give some information, a couple of facts about 70-71 O-Pee-Chee, the Decollage? Because he's talking about that Decollage set. And I know in baseball they had some Decollage sets, I think in 69, stuff like that. So it'd be the same principle. What can you say about it?
I don't know what he's asking, to be honest. Do I know what about it? Not much.
Was there anything in particular about it? Because it would have just been inserts in the 70-71 O-Pee-Chee set, as far as I know.
That's it. I know O-Pee-Chee would copy a lot of tops, either the year prior, or maybe even in that same year they'd come out.
I think it was 69 Decollage, so it'd be literally the year after. So it wouldn't be that far removed. Yeah,
so the next season, which is hockey right after that, so they would come up with the Decollage. And there was a lot of repeats through many of the years, especially through the 60s, 70s, and the 80s, that Tops would, or Pee-Chee would repeat what they did in baseball and or football too. Very
Any
similar.
particular short prints or anything in particular, anything from that standpoint? Or they're pretty straightforward.
No, they're pretty straightforward. There's not high demand for them because of the decollage on them.
Yep.
I've seen I've seen an uncut sheet. I've seen some ones without the decollage. There's nothing particular about them that stands out that's significant. Sorry, 90s hockey. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
no,
the
nothing
94,
more.
95. That's the 94, 95 tops finest that he was talking about. I know he's showing a couple of cards.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no. The thing is, I wanted you to finish because when it was this one, I didn't think there was too much to it. I was just curious if there was.
There isn't any. I don't. Sometimes there is. Actually, I'm glad you asked because you never know what that I've come across. So
yeah. I've had one for some time. I know about the Medano. Yeah.
A Medano, yeah.
Yeah. I picked up that one some time ago. The thing is going to be interesting. I'll get back to that card in a second. But to your point, Bobby, that I always think it's when it comes to those inserts from the 70s, it gets a little tricky because it's like by the 70s there was enough printing going on where it was kind of like, yeah, there are some obscure issues, I'm sure, but it would probably have to be like off the beaten path, I think, to get a little bit more obscure. But I think that O-Pee-Chee decollage would be pretty straightforward, I thought.
Yeah, there's 2 series that year. Nothing that stands out. Nothing really stood out with O-Pee-Chee. They were pretty consistent for the most part. There's a few short prints of, Britt Selby in 70-71. There's a few other things that come along, but nothing crazy happened.
Yeah, no worries. I just thought I would get his question in since he asked it.
Yeah.
So I know you were showing a couple of the cards there, Justin. So you've got them in the mags, like you said.
Yeah.
So you've got them there. And to your point, it's basically like, so and I think if you've watched a lot of the live streams, it's one of those things like I listen because I'm always genuinely curious to hear the story. But you could have said you bought the card for $1 and it was worth $100 million, and I wouldn't bat an eye. I don't care. And I'm not saying this because I'm still interested in the story. But the reason why I asked the follow-up question, to your point, everybody's got a price. There is a point at which you would consider moving them, of course. And if they came up at the condition you want, at the price you want, of course, that's interesting to you. What I'm curious then, and maybe would be this would be my follow-up. So you got that stuff you've gotten so far.
Carlos follow-up. Let's get it.
That's right. So the follow-up is this. Is it just going to be kind of moving around different things that you think are a little undervalued? Is there certain things that you kind of have your eye on, that you're targeting, certain players, certain iconic cards? Like what's your thought process going?
All right. So here's what I always tell my dad, right? So I help my dad make a lot of money in the market. Mm-hmm. He always wants to buy new stuff, like Bug Power and all this bullshit. You know what I tell him? I go, Dad, here's the beauty about your situation is that you've got a cost basis that's so low that who really cares what really happens right now? That's how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm. So as long as you're seeing stuff that price wise is kind of in line where like, yeah, it works, then you pick it up and then just kind of hold it.
Yeah. So the way to look at it is like this. You got to leverage your previous cost basis into your new investments.
Of course. Now, what did you do prior to this advent of COVID pricing starburst that we've been going through?
Well, stockbroker, right?
I understood. I mean, in the card market.
Yeah. Oh, as far as the card market goes, no. So what got me back in the card market was literally that Wayne Gretzky. Mm-hmm. I said, fuck it. Like, I just want one of those so bad. Because here you go. So I was watching YouTube. I was watching the Star Wars collectors because I got a lot of old, like, from episode 1. Episode 1 Star Wars. I still got them in the case, from back in 1999 when I went and bought it with my buddy when we were in Florida because episode 1 came out.
Okay. And
so I was like watching Star Wars and I was like, wow, I wonder if on eBay they got, these fucking Star Wars that are still in the case, blah, blah, blah. So I went on there and I looked and I'm like looking at Yoda and all this stuff. Next thing you know, I was like, well, while I'm at it, maybe I should check out see if there's these Gretzkys. I started looking around. Next thing you know, Kobe fucking died. And I was like, and from there I went and I looked to see what the Kobe's were going at. And I noticed like from 500 to 2,000 like in a day. And I was just like, holy crap, that's a lot of money. And then next thing you know, at that point, I was like dead set on getting a Gretzky.
So did you know at that point, Justin, if the stock market people got involved at that time, or are you just doing speculatory?
They did not get involved, dude. These stock market people are dumb as a box of rocks, bro. They're now getting involved. They're now getting involved.
They've been involved for quite some time, actually. But we're talking at least the minimum.
Talking about the other
7-8 months. They've been looking hard because that's what's been the driving force. It's not the collector, because the collector had 30 years of getting all those cards, and it organically grew. And because Kobe passed away, that's fine. And the video for Jordan came out. I get it. That doesn't drive the card market. Something else does, because there's nobody who's going to sit there and say, I could have bought a Gretzky last year and 8 for $2,000. Now I got to pay $40,000. No, there's nobody doing that right now. That's investor base. It's not collector base. I don't know how many collectors have 30-40K in their reserve ready to throw into cards.
Right.
And that goes from 30 years of collecting and all the stuff that I've done. I've seen it organically grow. There's peaks and valleys and in different collectibles. Your peanut butter glasses go up because you get 4 or 5 guys involved, 6 guys, maybe 7. But we're talking hundreds of people, hundreds at the same time.
Let me play off of kind of what you're saying, Bobby, because I think,
Okay.
Justin, you're uniquely qualified to answer this question.
True
I
enough.
actually think this plays right into your wheelhouse, because as you said a moment ago, you said the stock market guys are dumb. They didn't catch on to it early on, but now there's money out there. Some of there's the institutions that can potentially get into it, and there's also the individual investors, other guys who might be thinking like yourself, I'm smarter than these guys. Let me go do my own moves. Let me do my own thing. Are they smart enough to have been able to actually be able to price this market well? Because if a bunch of them all rush in at once, the market's going to go up, whether it makes sense or not.
That's what happened.
Here's how the smart ones think, and that's why it's going up, I think.
Go ahead.
Or maybe that's not why they're going up, but the smart ones think, well, let me at least get one. What's the worst case scenario? It goes down. But if I do get that one and I do get that low cost basis, I can leverage that into a new cost basis. And that's what's going on. It's just like
It's a leveling effect where you go from one level to the next level and you trade off to the next level and try to build yourself up to this.
Let me nab a freaking Wayne Gretzky at SGC8 for 2601. Hey, if it goes bad, I still own one of these. If it goes great, whatever. You don't even think about that at the time. You just you want that. You just want it, and then from there, for me, I'm a collector. But the people nowadays, they're not looking at it like from a collector point of view. They're looking at it as in, I just want to nab something, and then worst case scenario, if it goes down, great. Then I can reassess and nab more at a lower place if I have to. But no, I came in at a collector point of view, and that's how I made money. If I was an investor, I would have never came in at that point of view. I would have came in. I wouldn't even know what was going on right now if I was an investor. I just happened to I've been following the Star Wars collector freaking market for a year before I even thought about buying a Gretzky, to be honest, which is weird because I just there's something about these little figures, that I think that's cool, and it naturally made me think well, where are these Gretzkys at? And then all of a sudden, when Kobe died, I was like, holy shit, let me at least look where these PSA 10s are going. And I noticed they just jumped. And then it converted me to the fact that I was like, shit, I need to get a Gretzky. And then I got Gretzky,
So timing.
An investor would never have thought like that because they didn't collect hockey in the 90s. So that's where I had an advantage. And then I basically leveraged that advantage throughout, and I when I bought that refractor set, that was one of my next big buys. I just wanted to buy the freaking refractor because at that time my Gretzky had already doubled. So I was getting that refractor set for literally free. And so I bought that. And then I went ahead and bought the Jordans because I knew I couldn't lose on that because I know how markets work. And then at that point, the rest was just a crescendo.
Okay, so I got a question. Hold on, I know you have a question too, Bobby. Just let me take a stab at this one.
Go for it. We're in the same playing level here.
So you said, because I'm genuinely interested. I'm actually asking because I'm genuinely interested, Justin. I want to know. So you're explaining that you got the Gretzky, you got the great deal on the Gretzky, and then you're doing great, and then you're going and getting the refractor set. But then you said, it's practically free. But the thing is, and you said that's how you make money. But you said you haven't sold any of them. So
Wait,
it's like
I don't make money off this.
but you said a second ago that's how you make money.
No, I said.
And then you said you got the refractor set for virtually free. I'm just asking you based on what you said.
This is how I make money.
Well, it's portfolio at that point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that so you got this card that now is obviously worth more than it was. So on paper, it's worth X.
Right.
But if you don't sell it, it's minus $2,601 because you spent the money, but the money hasn't come in. You can hold the card indefinitely. It can be $100 million, but it's still a piece of cardboard inside of a slab.
Right.
But value-wise, it's value.
How I make money though.
No, I got you. But you use when you were explaining a moment ago about the refractor is practically free. So compared to what?
Yeah, exactly. So
I get it.
So as a stock investor, you think like that. You think like, okay, I'm already up, blah blah blah. As long as I got money coming in, this is free. Because
that's all I was trying to understand. That's all. Right. So I wanted to make sure I understood the mentality here.
Right. You look at the mentality. You look at it as if a paper gain is the same as a cash gain.
That's what I wanted to know. That's what I assumed you were getting at, but I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, so it's a portfolio gain, really.
Yeah.
So, you have it in the back and say, okay, this one's basically paid for because of this one. That's fine. Until you sell it, it's not. But I mean, you're holding, you're stock and hold. I get it. And that's a great way of looking at things. Now, my question to you, Justin, is that when it came time that you came into the market, was it timing of Kobe dying, you seeing the Jordan video? Was it that timing that made you think that way, or was it you thinking that way by yourself? Like, what made you come into it at that time? Was it just ultimate timing?
Yeah, so I can't remember when the actual Jordan documentary came out. I think it was like, if I'm right, it was around
March, April. Yeah.
I feel like it was April going into May. It might have been because I know it was pushed ahead. Originally, they were going to do it later.
April 17th.
Somewhere thereabouts.
Okay.
Somewhere thereabouts.
Right. So at that time, I'm dealing with my own stocks that were getting murdered.
Nothing.
So like.
There's the question right there. Okay, gotcha.
Stocks that were doing good at the time. So I figured like,
diversify the portfolio.
Right. Diversify the portfolio. And get this. So the card shop guy that I so I won the proceed auction at 2601, and that right after I won it, I was still like skeptical. I didn't know what the SGC was. So what I did was I called the card shop guy. I grew up.
At least it wasn't KSA.
Oh, dude, that would have been horrible. So I called the card shop guy and was like, "Hey, look, Mark." And this guy was like, the card shop guy used to literally buy my cards from me. He's just like, "Bodie, holy shit, this is you." I was just like, "Yeah, dude, I remember the guy." And then next thing you know, he goes, "All right, here's what you need to look out for. You only buy PSA, you only buy BGS, and you only buy SGC." He goes, "Anybody else you don't want to touch. There's this one out there called BGGS." He goes, "Don't mess with them. That's a Beckett, but they're like a lower service."
Yeah, BCCG. But
yeah, it's a horrible. I don't know. I don't even understand that service, to be honest.
It was supposed to be. I'll give you a quick background. It was supposed to be a bulk grading service.
I understand it, but I don't understand the grading.
But I think, their grading is super. Like literally, their 10 means nothing. Like right on it, it says like near mint and more. So
better.
So it was meant to be like this. We're giving away these cheap, flimsy slabs, which are virtually worthless.
Because you didn't want to pay for the good slabs.
But they were for like $2 cards. It was meant to be like you send 5,000.
Oh no, a lot of people put their good cards in those.
But it was I understood, but that's what it was designed for originally.
I think they did them up in Canada here where you didn't have to get the grading service, so it would kind of give you the pre-grading service so you could send it in once you submit it.
Or you're talking about the raw card graded review. That's a different thing.
Is it really?
Yeah.
The
this was literally they would put it in the flimsiest, thinnest little
mini
slab.
The same thing, yeah.
No, it was actually a slab. The other one is literally a holder with tape on it.
Yeah.
A holder with tape on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the raw card graded review.
Okay, that's the radical. Yeah, okay.
Two different things. Still, both kind of dumb ideas, to be honest with you, for different reasons. For different reasons.
Carlos. So I tell him, I go. There's this little tiny mark on the back that I'm suspicious about. I'm like, Mark, what, should I pay for this thing? Because I already want it. At the time, I'm just like, I'm not giving some random guy 2601. I know I want it, but fuck this. He goes, Justin, just look at it like this. SGC is a reputable company. He goes, they have taken that spot into consideration if they give it an SGC 8. And I go, okay, whatever. So then I got off the phone with him and I paid for it.
That guy's name was Mark?
His name was Mark.
Go figure.
Plus.
That's a light association if ever there was.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. All I was going to say was, though, the one part where I'll agree with him as well is that if it's one of the major three, there are a lot of people that would buy it sight unseen just with the grade on it, and they don't care.
Yeah.
Like they would take the same card and they would just buy it because it has the holder on it.
That's it.
And now, if it was this random third party, Bobby joked about KSA, but if it was KSA, I'd be like, no, I need to see the card. Like, show me the card and then we can talk. And I'm still going to talk you down. But if it's one of the main three, they'll be like, okay, fine. It says 8, good enough.
Well, KSA is consistently inconsistent.
Yes.
They have some high grade cards that you could.
Bro, I get it now.
Yeah.
I've been on Martin Sports enough. I get it. I love the way he prices them compared to everybody else. No, but it's true. I mean, the guys, you could tell they try it. And by the way, are they still open at KSA? I love them to death.
They are. The thing is, they.
Yeah. Nathan's still around. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a nice guy. Just
he just gives people a higher grade than it.
It's like I forget what that is. It is Master of the Universe, where the guy rolls the eyes back and turns to somebody else. It's like when he starts grading.
Oh, I actually know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the guy's name. I don't know.
Yeah,
the character is.
Skeletor? No, it's the other dude.
No, Skeletor is funny. That's a different character.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to,
But the point that I was going to make is that KSA exists because there's still a market for people that are at the show and want to get the card graded on the spot, and it's kind of convenient. And they do an okay job sometimes. They do authenticate cards, so it's like better than nothing. But it's one of those things where it created this problem where
it just doesn't retain the values of
PSD because the grading is not consistent. You look at the grade and you can't trust it.
And it makes it to where you can't trust maybe if there's a fact that it might be altered. And that's what fucks with me.
Yeah, and that's the biggest problem most people have. It's not even about the grade. It's more about the inconsistency of it being maybe altered. Yeah, true.
But it also springs opportunity for somebody that's trying to, go out there and what do they call it? Arbitrage, and maybe
that is the word. The thing is, you could, I wouldn't do it online, but if you could get the card in your hand and it's in a KSA holder and you can negotiate a price that takes the risk into account, you could actually do really well. Now, you'd have to crack the damn thing out, but if you know enough to trust your judgment, you could actually do really well.
You can take a 30 times loop and have a look through. Okay, you should be able to see 99% of everything. There's very little that's hidden for the most part with a high-end loop.
Yeah,
right. And the key is you just don't mess with if you mess with a lower end card, then you're good. It's just the higher ends with KSA, you don't want to mess with them.
I like it. There's a couple, actually, I'll tell you. This is a little bit of a secret, but I mean, there's a KSA 9.5 or 8.5 on eBay right now, and I'll tell you, that thing is a sparkling jewel.
There's always a chance that it's being, altered.
I check the measurements against other cards. I just take the same amount of scan, get the same resolution size, and you can match up and you can see. And that card's bang on size-wise. That's my only concern.
Yeah.
But man, it's a beauty. And
right, but I don't trust it.
Yeah, the thing is, Justin,
well, that's risk value, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but here's the thing. I've handled enough of cards to know that I've seen trim cards in PSA holders that are not marked as trimmed. I've seen fake cards in BGS holders that are not marked. I've seen fake cards in PSA holders. I've seen fake cards in SGC holders. Now, none of them are perfect. 0% of them are perfect. Now, the good news is that the three main ones have a really high percentage. Enough to keep market confidence because they don't make a ton of mistakes. KSA's problem has been that their grading is inconsistent and they've made mistakes. Now, the other side of it is that their volume of cards isn't so high. And to Bobby's point, I've seen pristine cards in those holders, but you would have to basically buy them at the appropriate, and I wouldn't buy them online. I can't look at a scan online and be like, oh yeah, sure. No, I'd be like,
that kind of money, no.
I'd have to hold it in my hand and be like, okay, I need to judge it.
But eBay gives you 90 days, right?
Let me just say something real quick. What you guys are saying right now is actually very productive for hockey people in the hobby right now, because like you got to understand, you're talking to somebody that didn't even know what an SGC was back
I know.
fucking March.
Yep.
So like if somebody's listening to this right now, like this is very, very valuable information. Like here I've been in this hobby since March, and I still am gathering information from this.
Yeah. No,
Well, that's why we sit here and talk all day. You might pick up something that we say is good.
Yeah, that's the only reason why. The reason why I wanted to kind of listen to what you were saying, Justin, is because right now your perspective is, as you're talking, I'm listening to hear some of the things that you're encountering, some of the things you're hearing, some of the things you're learning as you're going along. Because you're not the only one. So it's like you're speaking for a segment there that we don't get to talk to all the time.
Huge segment.
Yeah. So right now, that's why as you talked, I was like, okay, what you're saying is fair. But then I'm pointing out, and what I suggested about the KSA thing, that's not a rookie move. That's not a first or second year person move. That's like, okay, you got to be in it for a little while. I would not advise you to do that right now. I stick with PSA, stick with BGS, stick with SGC, because right now your percentages are in your favor. You're probably going to be all right. But after you've had enough time and you'll be like, all right, I've seen enough of these in my hands, or I've been around them enough times, then you can start going like, all right, hold on, I can figure this thing out, and maybe there is an arbitrage opportunity if that's what I want to do. But I also price it in. I'm also not going to pay him top value. I'm going to price it accordingly. Be like, nope.
Daniel post here. He says, buy the card, not the holder. I think it's buy the holder, not the card.
Right now, right now, most of the market is buying the holder.
It is. It certainly is. Yeah, exactly right. And if you're a collector, buy the card, enjoy the card. You want to get it graded. I understand that investment part of it. That's fine. And if you want to do that, that's fine. I stick to different things opposed to that. I'm looking more for rarity than I am looking for the rarity of grade, I guess. Because there's no shortage of Shanahans. There's no shortage of Madanos. There's no shortage of,
I've been told there's a shortage. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't mean to.
How dare you, Bobby? I don't know if you realize where you are, sir.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye. Yeah, so there's no shortage of cards out there. There's no shortage of Gretzkys. At any given show, you can go and find 200 or 300 Gretzkys.
Carl, is there any way I could turn this picture around to where I can show you guys my cards real quick?
I don't know. From StreamYard, I'm not sure. Because I don't know if you have the option on the camera to flip it.
Do you have it on your phone, or you have it on your...
Right now, he's on his phone. Right now, he's on it. Flipping
the reverse.
To the back.
You can do the reverse on the phone.
I don't know if it'll let you do it in StreamYard. Give it a try. Worst case scenario, you can try to come back on.
It's just, it should. It should 100%.
So if I double tap this, and then all I got to do is bust out my little safe real quick, and you guys can see these pickups I've made. Mm-hmm. They're good pickups. All right, so what I do? Tap it twice. I don't want to fucking lose you guys.
You won't lose this. Doesn't matter. You can always come back.
The link is on. The link is on the chat anyway, so you can always get it back.
Okay, hang on.
Give it a try. Give it a try.
The camera reverse thing. There should be a button there on especially on your phone.
Yeah, don't forget it's a StreamYard link. So depending on how it opened it up, it might not work.
Oh, I never.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, you think it might override that? Huh?
Yeah. So like I'm like on a link within YouTube and on streamyard.com.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it opens up like a browser or something.
Yeah,
it might be different. Yeah. If the options aren't there, they're probably not available.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I genuinely don't know if it'll let you do it.
Or you can turn your phone around and just show us.
The bottom. Hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear him. So
yeah, we heard you, but
right,
we lost you.
Yeah, right now we're still looking at you.
All right. Hang on.
Yep. While you're doing that, I'll just put this on here. I want to make sure the conversation's open because I know some folks have been watching, but I want to make sure you guys. By the way, guys, if
also
you've got
Parker's wrestling cards.
You got some Parker's wrestling.
I got every Parker's card.
I'm gonna go grab my cards, and you guys are just gonna
Parker sports cards.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing.
We talked about Parkers. Might as well show. Actually, later maybe we can do that.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
I'll show you the collectibles that I have in my room. I'll show you my room.
Cool.
On a visual, on a picture basis.
That sounds good. So all I was going to say was, guys, so part of the reason why we were hanging out here with Justin, I wanted to ask him a couple questions, hear his story a little bit, and get an understanding because it's good to get that perspective. Because right now we're learning as we're going along. Because right now we know there are people out there making buys. We don't know everybody's motivation. We don't understand it yet. So it's one of those things. I understand my motivation. I have a pretty good grasp of Bobby's motivation. A lot of the collectors I talk to, but as you go along, you gotta talk to all these folks and be like, okay, tell me why. What are you doing?
A great different perspective too.
Correct.
Which is great.
Right. And then that way you guys don't got to hear Carlos's fucking perspective of why this stuff's overvalued.
Well,
I don't think he says that. Do you think it's overvalued, Carlos?
It can't be. Yeah, it can't be overvalued if someone pays for it. Whether I think it makes sense long term is a different conversation. But if someone pays for it, that's the value.
5.2 million.
It could have been 52 million. If he wants to pay it, it's 52 million.
But that doesn't set a record for pricing. Well, I know Justin was talking a little bit earlier about a near mint set of 79 for whatever he was saying. Do you know how hard that is to like 79 O-Pee-Chee to get a near mint consecutive set? That would take you years to collate and get together. It's such a hard set to get in near mint.
Yeah,
and people don't realize that, but the centering, it's got typical O-Pee-Chee cuts and centering that are off, and I'm going, that's part of the grade. The centering,
exactly.
Please.
Yep.
Hey, speaking of that, Bobby, this is it. This is what I got from Martin Sports. This is like one of my second buys.
So is that a complete set though? You said?
Yeah, besides the Gretzky.
Okay,
near
so
mint,
aside from
mint,
Gretzky.
I will question you that is not near mint. If
Well,
you pull like 3 cards, I guarantee you one of them is not going to be near mint. How about that?
Well,
I'll put my hobby on the line here. My reputation is on the line. Now he's selectively choosing.
All right, so here's what Martin Sports does. They put the key cards in a little pack like this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said there were 3 cards you were wagering, Bobby. What are the 3?
Any
cards?
three.
Or just any 3?
Any 3 commons you can pull out. Yep.
Okay.
All right, Bobby, you want me to randomly pull out some commons? Here we go. You ready?
Just 3.
All right.
I'll put my glasses on even.
For you. Here we go.
All right, hold on. I'll get this banner off. I want to see this. So hang on, Justin. 1 second. We're gonna do this.
Perfectly centered. No.
Yeah, the centering is a bit of an issue on
It's
that
got
one.
a little bit of a tip on the yellow there. So we're not at near mint. I'm sorry on that one.
But look at the corners; they are pristine.
No, that's true. But the centering, Justin, is what makes it tricky because when you're that far off center, you're getting dangerously close to miscut.
I guarantee it's probably near mint.
Right.
I have a little tick around the yellow part on the up.
I think the edges and corners were fine on that. I don't think that was an issue.
Oh, edges and corners are beautiful.
Yeah, I think the centering is what makes some of those tricky.
Go again. Here we go. Oh, another.
Perfectly centered. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do we got here?
Yeah, he's really killing you on the centering.
Corners look good, but it's one.
Well, centering doesn't matter. That's the biggest thing that people are so thinking that it's not part of the grade, but it's a major part of the grade.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah,
aesthetic is everything. Okay, so we're 2 for nothing.
Here we go.
Perfectly centered. There we go. Well, a little left,
that
right.
one I would say is substantially better centering, a little top to bottom.
Top, bottom, yeah.
Yeah, but I would say it's better than the first 2. By far, it's better than the first 2.
Do you think you get an 8 sending that in?
Sure, all day long.
I think the third one you could probably get it. The first 2 you would be like a no-go.
I think the third one you'd have to send in 2 or 3 times to get an 8, but I think the other 2 you wouldn't.
I think you could get an 8 if you got an 8 OC. You would get the qualifier.
Okay,
you would get hit with the qualifier.
Pull one more, Justin, just to justify.
I'm only saying because I've seen some 8 OCs that are like that, so you can get the 8, but it would be an OC.
We got an Oiler.
Oh, it's perfectly centered again.
The left or right, man. Left to right.
Hang on.
You're getting dinged on those.
He looked like Marty McSorley with the hat, the hair.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. The back. Yeah, this is probably a 7 tops.
Okay.
Back's a little good.
Back is not so much of a concern on centering, but the corners look like top and bottom. It's horrible.
Let me ask you a question then, Bobby, because let me ask you a question then.
Yeah.
So, Justin, that was actually really good. That was actually a really good experiment. I was kind of curious myself.
Yeah, I like it.
Let me ask you a question. So you say, Justin, you paid $400 for that set minus the Gretzky, right?
That was back in my rookie days. Yeah.
And minus the centering. Yeah.
Do you still think there's 400? Like, I know you're working on the pricing thing. Do you think there's anywhere near 400 in that?
I wouldn't give this thing away for $400. No, but I did buy some pages. So this is like more of like, to me, this is a collector thing.
No, I get it. And the thing is, you got the Gretzky as well, so technically you have a complete set. The Gretzky is probably the best card out of the bunch, but you've got a complete set.
And I don't play in cards very much because I don't like that part of it. Is I can't sell you a near mint card that's near mint.
Hell, let's pull one more. Why not? Let's pull one from the beginning because I was
random. I don't care. Sure.
All right, who's we got here?
Hold on, let me make it a little bigger.
Top bottom is that's okay.
That was a little better. That was closer to the third card. Maybe. You're a little bit better off on that one.
That's an 8. It's an 8.
Yeah, I give it an 8. Sure.
Yeah.
So we're even 2 for 2.
Yeah, you're about 2 for 2 on that one.
We'll call it a draw. How about that? I don't want to win, but it's one thing. People have negated centering being an issue. Typical O-Pee-Chee centering, typical O-Pee-Chee cuts. It's like typical pricing. It's
for
not
sure.
the same.
But we know at this stage. Since we're using the example, we know that the grading companies won't. Because at this stage, that's a differentiator. Because that's why I use the Medana off the top. That's not an expensive card. But I said the only thing that kept that from being a 10 probably was the centering. Because otherwise it was a clean card.
Which one?
The Medana that I showed earlier. The problem is that the top to bottom centering was bad. Because I could eyeball it. If I look at it from arm's length and I can tell the centering's off, that's a 9. That's a 9.
And then you work down from there after you
Correct.
start really
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I wouldn't bother sending one in that doesn't have at least it better look centered, at least at arm's length.
So Jason,
can't manage that.
Yeah, I sort of used you as a test just to say that how hard it is to find a near mint 7. Like I know you bought that as near mint, and now my grading, although Beckett is near mint in 1979, I keep it at near mint. I only go to near mint after 1980, which 80 is kind of actually almost the same as 79, but 81 and 82 it starts to improve. People always say it's near mint, and I just say, man, the centering is so bad. It's got this, it's got fisheyes, it's got all these different issues, and people just don't look at the card properly. And it's so hard. And I've upped the price on the common prices. I'll tell you what I put. I put $2 on a common.
For which year are we talking about now?
7980 O-Pee-Chee.
Got it. So Justin fell off because he froze there. So he fell off the stream. So, if you do want to come back, you're more than welcome. And in the same vein, what I mentioned to everybody else is that the link is pinned in the chat. So I don't know if you guys can see that it is there. I did want to take advantage since Justin was on. He's definitely got a different perspective, but it was interesting. Great. But it was interesting to get a bit of a sense. So actually, I was very happy he came on to kind of share that perspective so we could understand a little bit.
I really liked him. I thought it was a great perspective.
Yeah, especially for somebody who's kind of gotten back into the market recently. So it was kind of interesting to see how
and from the market.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, so it's kind of interesting to see. It was kind of interesting to see kind of where his head was at, and then also coming from a background of actually being a stock trader. So that's kind of what made it interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Overall, I would say they're clean cards. It wasn't that the cards were bad. It's just that he had the issue that you expect with cards of that year. O-Pee-Chee had centering issues. Like it was just real, and it was a fact.
It's not even just centering it. If we loop those corners, I can really get into the finite part of it. And
so I can see you, Justin, just hang tight for a moment. I'm just quickly finishing up this thread of conversation as well. So I can see you. Don't worry. Because I have it in the view here, so I'll add him back in a moment. The other thing I was going to say, though, is that the other interesting thing about getting that perspective is that right now, that's the first opportunity I had to chat with somebody that would fall into that category of the newer entrants into the market. Because we, when I talk with you or I talk with anybody else, or I'm talking with Jeremy or Amit or anybody, and I'm kind of speculating, or even Dave or Steve, a lot of us have been collectors a long time and we've been here.
He's newer and had foresight. It was amazing.
Yeah. So it's tricky to see, it's interesting to see, okay, what does it look like when you're coming in maybe you collected years ago, but you haven't been in that game. But
Mhm.
now, whatever reason triggers you to kind of play back into it. Okay. So what's the motivating factor? And then once you're in, what's your perspective once you're in? What are you looking at? What are you looking for?
I don't think he was bandwagoning it. I think he just kind of came in when he was, putting some thought into it and said, "Hey,
Yeah.
okay, time to move." But he has a little bit of background in the stock market, so a little better perception of what's going on in marketplaces. And I see a different scenario from that point of view. But
Yeah. And I also see the trading side of it kind of plays into it as well, because just think of the verbiage. He was talking about, your cost basis. That is very much a trader verbiage, a trader
Very much, yeah.
mentality
Mhm.
kind of playing into it.
it's legalized gambling is trading. So
Good
that's
evening,
my
Jeremy.
personal.
So, all right, let's get Justin back in. I think he refilled his beer. Let's let him have a go at it. You're back?
Hey, Jeremy, you missed. Oh,
Yeah, Jeremy said hello. So good evening,
No
Jeremy.
way we got. Hey, Jeremy, I love you, baby.
He's around.
Hey, Jeremy, whatever you got wouldn't be here, baby. All right, so let me show my cards off. I got a 62 Gordie Howe, Parkey,
Yep.
PSA 8. I think I picked this thing up for like $270.
That's a good price.
there was the reason why those are in such high grade. There was a vending machine find. How's that? And a lot of them had most of those cards in them. I think there was like 30 or 40 vending machines found with full partial sets of 62 and 63. That's where most of those came from, guys. Just to
But
let you know.
I think in a certain way that's a good thing, because that's the best kind of find, where you can still get high grade copies of a legitimate card coming from a real source.
Well,
And
you
that's
don't
pretty
see them
sweet.
in 60 or 61. It's
Correct.
62 and 63. All, yeah.
It works out though. So you got the Lemieux rookie there.
What
Now,
grade is that?
This is a tops 9.
Mhm.
And
Tops is coming around into its own, so hold on to that.
I picked this up at
I'm giving you advice in the stock market.
I picked it up at $649 the second I noticed that the O-Pee-Chee 9 went over 3,000. I was just like, wait a second. If the O-Pee-Chee 9's more than 3,000 right now, and there's 9s at $649, I'm gonna buy the tops 9. So I went ahead and picked this up.
So basically, you walked into.
I could probably get $2,500 today for this.
Yeah. So you walked into the ratio thing, because that's the argument that people will do. They'll look at it and say like, okay, if that one's 3,000, this one's 1/5. Does that actually make sense? And then you're like, wait, maybe it doesn't. So then you grab that one and say, hey, if this keeps going up, then this one, the ratio should start getting a little closer.
It's all about knowing the ratios when it comes to tops.
But that's basically what's been the underlying logic that has been pushing a lot of these cards. That's what happened with the Gretzky rookie sale. People are like, the O-Pee-Chee's been in this pedestal for so long. It's there at that level. Why not the tops? So it pushed some folks to go and bid up the tops, because they're like, wait a minute, it's a Gretzky still. It's a Gretzky rookie still.
Yeah.
Go for the tops.
Well, that's what I've been coming across and documenting these sets is the difference between tops and O-Pee-Chee.
So there's the Gretzky 8, right?
There he is. This is what got me back into it.
Let's see it.
We try to give you guys the best view possible.
So
I've
got you zoomed in so that you can show the card. There you go. And you got the new SGC label as well, so that's a new one. You got the O-Pee-Chee Rough Cup, but centering on that's actually pretty. So in comparison to some of the centering of the other ones, Justin, you can see that centering is actually pretty good. That I would consider more of an 8 centering.
It's a freaking immaculate. All right, so what do you? So now you see the back, and let me tell you about the little spot that's been fucking with this thing.
Who Mark said with the mark?
Yeah, you see a little spot by the top of the skate?
No, turn it down.
Yeah, you got to tilt it forward, the front forward.
Yeah, I see that spot.
Okay. Yep.
Go a little forward more, a little bit more, Justin.
Yeah.
That is paper fleck. I don't think that it's blurry now, but I mean, if you back it up just a little bit, okay. Yeah, I think that's paper fleck.
Okay.
Like, there's brown paper fleck on the back of most of these cards, and it looks like it's an issue, but it shouldn't. It should be taken into consideration as paper. It's the blend of paper.
So in your opinion, Bobby, it wouldn't be much of penalty on a card
It
like that.
actually should be no penalty.
Okay.
To be honest, because it's a natural occurrence. It seems to pop up on not on every card, but I mean on a fairly decent amount of cards.
So it's common for the issue.
Your centering on the back is not perfect.
Yeah, the centering on the back I know is more forgiving for a lot of the companies.
Does it have the blue lines?
Yeah.
Jeremy wants to buy it. Sorry, Jeremy. Just
yeah. So Jeremy approves. Justin, you'll be happy to know. He says that's not bad. Gorgeous card, dude.
mm-hmm.
And then back to the front. How could you not love this front? Oh, look at this damn thing.
There you go.
How's the registry? It's a big issue there. It looks like your oil drops a little off. It's hard to see.
Yeah, I think it's a little left to right. I think it's a little bit to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Well, that's the registry, meaning it's off, and that's part of the grade too.
Yeah.
So
I think good.
You got a good grade. That's a nice card.
Yeah, I don't have an issue. I think that's an 8 all day long right now, and it's got good eye appeal as well.
Is that a first print?
There's something about the color of this thing. It does pop. It really, like I've seen a lot of them, and they don't pop like the motherfucker does.
Well, those are the key factors. The thing is, the grade is one component of it, but for a lot of the people that are paying the money, it's the eye appeal. It's got to look. It's got to look the part, and if it looks the part, you're usually in shape. You're usually in business.
Aesthetics is the main part. It's that first look.
Is that little spot on the back, Bobby?
It's not a spot. It's paper fleck. I'd have to see it in person, but I mean.
So define that for me, Bobby. What is paper fleck?
Paper fleck is using different types of paper when they pulp it up, and there ends up being dark and light pieces. Typical O-Pee-Chee stuff on the back. If you look at most O-Pee-Chee cards, you'll see a form of it, but sometimes it'll float to the top of the.
So it's like a grain on the cardboard, basically.
It's part of the card. Yeah, it's just another fiber that's in the paper fiber. So maybe they got a little bit of the cambium or the inside bark of the card of the tree, in the card. So something like that.
Yeah. So that's kind of interesting because I hadn't heard the term before, but I've seen that on cards. But that basically means it's on the cardboard before it got printed on.
Oh yeah, it's there.
Yeah. So it's one of those things like to Bobby's point, it's not really.
It's not a stain. So like I feel like the person that could have sent that to PSA probably did it to SGC because they didn't want to take the chance of getting the ST on the motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Well, if anybody who's worth their salt in grading would know that that's a natural phenomena.
Right.
It's not a phenomena. It's more of a natural occurrence. Sorry.
When you got cardboard, you're going to have fiber.
And that year it really shows up more than most other years. There's a couple other years that are bad, but I mean, most of it's hidden with the print ink. That one's a little bit more obvious.
Yeah. Go ahead, Justin.
It's got the blue lines, so it's a first print, right?
All right, settle down with your first print. I know you get excited about it.
I just go with Jeremy there, having some fun.
Yeah.
Print thing again.
Jeremy's got to come on too.
I was going to say, like, they showed your bat signal card, Jeremy. Come on.
Yes.
I know. The heck?
The link's no longer. Oh, there's the link.
Yeah. Yeah, I put it on there. Like I said, it's been pinned to the chat, so I basically have it on there so that somebody can use it.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
so I've had it on there.
I'm not able to see the chat for some reason. So, like, Jeremy, if you're talking to me, I love you, baby.
Yeah. He already gave you a reply. So I don't know if you can see that on the screen or not. It's just a reply, baby exclamation point. He's got you.
Oh, it doesn't come up on his because it's on his iPhone more than likely.
It's all good. It's all good. I've got an eye on the chat anyway, and if it's a little bit of delay,
I got more cards. If you guys want to see more cards,
I got more non-cards.
All right, so here's my boy Paul.
Mastier. Oh, coffee.
PSA 9. O-Pee-Chee. I just picked this one up for $600 like a month ago, but I figured this. I was watching YouTube, and Wayne Gretzky. He goes. They asked me who the most underrated player was. He goes, "It's Paul Coffey."
So you bought the card.
Oh, yeah, then I bought the card right away. Martin Sports again. You know what? This buying auction thing is such a, it's a fool's game. Just go to Martin Sports, buy it now, baby. This is how you roll. So this is Paul Coffey, and now Martin Sports wants $900 for this thing. He's got more, Martin Sports rolls.
Yeah.
No, it's a nice card. I love it.
Well, Jason has every grader. He has KSA, he has SGC, he has PSA, Beckett.
I just picked this one up 3 weeks ago. This is a Ray Bork rookie.
Let's see that one close up. That's a tough one because of the borders are so close to the edge.
And what's crazy about this card is it literally is off-centered. And they still gave it a 10 because it's – I think it's because of the pop on the coloration. Like the coloring on this card, dude, it's as if it's packed fresh like yesterday. Like the purple on this card is immaculate.
That's a 9. That's not a 10. Sorry. That
Hey,
centering is just almost 50. No.
yeah, but if you saw
The centering doesn't matter, it seems. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, PSA
Bobby,
10, PSA
Bobby,
10, you have a tolerance.
Bobby.
Hold on, Justin. Hold on. A PSA 10, you have a tolerance for 55, 45 on the front.
That's more than that.
No, I get you. But I'm saying you do have because I think it's important also to mention, because some folks think that 10 is a perfect card and the definition, they've always given tolerance. I agree with you. I think they went past that tolerance, but they do give some.
We're at 70-30. You're at least 70-30.
Yeah, you're looking left to right.
You
Yep.
saw this card.
Oh, yeah, left to right.
It is immaculate. Like
I love it. It's a great card. It's even off center on the back.
But we
No,
got
we get what you're saying, Justin. But if PSA follows their own standard, they're supposed to knock it down because of the centering.
That should have been 9.
Yeah.
And even the top bottom is off. Look at that. Look at the difference.
Yeah.
Top bottom.
Now
That's
the thing
off.
is,
The
here's
same
the good
70-30.
news. Now here's the good news, though.
So you have 2
I
grades.
from the top bottom. The top bottom's fine.
Yeah. So here's the thing. The good news, I suppose, is that realistically,
I guess you on the left and right, of course.
yeah, on the left and right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, the good news is that for most of the buyers, they don't even know there's a card below the label.
Exactly.
Doesn't really matter.
Buy the grade, not the card. Yes.
No, but I'm being honest. Like
For
right now,
$500, who gives a fuck, right?
in the market today, whatever
do.
it says above that label,
I do. Facts are
I know
facts.
you do, Bobby. I know
I'm
you do.
so fact-driven, guys, man. If not, then I can just say anything about anything. Maybe all that Parker shit was bullshit. Really, come on, guys.
I get you.
No, if you're gonna do something, do it right. Like that one wasn't right, but that's okay.
If you've been on eBay lately and you've seen the other 9s, they don't compare to this one.
You mean there are inconsistencies?
No, the center.
I'm being facetious. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
That's a beautiful one.
Yeah, I think
that's
that
beauty.
I'm very comfortable with the grade.
I'd give a 10 to that one. That's the funny part.
So
Well,
Bob,
compared to the first one, I'd actually be more comfortable with that.
Exactly. Look at the back. We're a little high and low on the back, on top, bottom.
ordering on the back.
Yeah, but on the back you've got more room. Even under the 10 definition, you've got more space on the back.
Yes, you do. Yeah,
On the back, you've got more room.
makes sense.
So I picked this one up for only $250 on Martin Sports in the middle of December, believe it or not. Isn't that crazy?
See, I like how they put rookie scoring leader. I think it's part of his rookie card. It's like a sub rookie card.
What's a subset, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
but a lot of
people.
people don't call it rookie, but it's part of his rookie year. It's in his rookie. The definitions are tough with.
Well, Victor knows more than anybody else because he's been wading in those waters. Is that when you've got a player's rookie year and you've got a subset, and the subset card is in the first part of the set, and then the regular card is later on in the set, it's always made it complicated. Some people try to argue for it, but it's like, well, it's a subset card.
Okay, it's a subset card, but it should still have some sort of more significance because I've always
I
seen
think
that
that's fair. I think that's fair. I think rookie year cards in the set have a little bit of a distinction to them. I think that's valid.
If it's a subset, I understand. Okay, so it's not worth as much, but I mean the difference between like a Lemieux, you get 2, and it's just one is like, let's just say it was $100 before, and the other one was like $5 or $7 or something like that. I said, what is the difference here? Like, maybe $30 for the other one and $100 for that, maybe that difference. But Gretzky, is that an SGC?
Well, it's the same one I think you were showing earlier, right?
Oh, I won't beat you up anymore. Sorry.
All right, Bobby, back on this one. All right, so this is
10.
a 9, right?
10. It's a 10.
It does look like a 10.
does.
Yeah. The point that we were trying to get
But,
at.
Bobby, the thing about this one though, I will fully admit that there is like some whitening at the top here. So
Somewhat.
so there is some whitening at the top of the back of the red. You know
Are
how
you
the
talking
back,
about a rough cut or you're talking about chipping?
Chipping? Like cut?
Because if it's a rough cut, that's
you can't
O-Pee-Chee.
fucking see it. But it's true. There is a little bit.
Well, obviously someone can see it.
But Bobby, you're right. It is a 10. Look at the centering on this thing.
Maybe they got it mixed up.
Gave the 10 to the wrong one.
Dude, the bottom line is this. Do you guys see that one on PWCC right now? Last time I checked was 2 days ago. It had 5 days left. Thing was at $65,000.
Oh, the Lemieux, yeah. Saw it.
Now,
The BC, the Beckett, yeah.
and nines right now are going for like 10 to 15,000. So like, I picked this thing up for $250. You know, it's worth at least fucking $1,000. I don't give a fuck who you are. So, anyways,
It's only worth $1,000 until you tell it.
I'm getting into the
Carlos would say.
I'm getting into the. Oh, wait! Before I get to the Missy, let me show you my Yari Curry PSA 10. I just nabbed this thing. It's a tops because. So what I do is I pay attention to Martin Sports. That's how I roll.
We got that part. We understood that part. Go ahead.
Right. So
I
anyway,
think he's your brother-in-law or something. This is nepotism, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't have any issues with Martin, but I know clearly you enjoy buying them from them. That part.
No, I know Jason very well. I've known
Go
him for 55
Hey,
years.
you guys are Canadian, right?
Yeah, Martin is based out of Guelph. I know.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with him.
All right. So, anyways, I'm helping you guys out at the end of the day.
Oh,
So anyway,
Yeah.
Nice.
So you got the Curry
I
PSA
know.
10.
Oh, look at Bobby. Hey, Bobby, trust me. I love you guys. All right. So, anyways, I got the Yari Curry. I got this thing. It had nothing to do with Martin Sports, by the way. But this is an old label, which made me iffy. The guy wanted $500 for it. I offered him $400, and he gave it to me. So I was even more concerned when he did that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Because right now, I think the value right now is as you talk, I like hearing certain things because they allow us to. So what made you iffy about it? What was your concern with the old label?
So just the fact that it was the old label.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Like, all old labels you do got to be questionable on.
Okay, but why?
But it's a 10 though.
No, I follow you, but why?
Just because of the old label. Back in those days, 20 years ago, old label people were different than the new label people.
That's true. I'm with you on that, but here's the pushback on that. Like I understand what you're saying, but like I said, let's talk through this for a second. Let's talk through it. So, depending on, some people believe that some of the old label ones they graded looser, and some people believe they graded tougher. So because I can tell you that in some markets, if they graded tougher, people go out of their way looking for the old labels. It's the opposite.
I beg to differ. They definitely graded looser. I can guarantee you that.
Have you looked at enough cards to be sure of that?
Yes.
I think it's based on what you see in the card.
No, but that's the final answer, Bobby. What I'm saying.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is I've seen plenty of newer holders where the card flat out isn't close.
True.
At least it wasn't in a PSA protector before the newer label ones were.
I think the newer label ones are more off with the percentages that they've graded. In the older labels, I think they're at least a little more consistent. And I would say Beckett was the same. SGC, I really have followed very well. But I think the newer labels, with the amount that has been graded, which is probably, let's just say newer labels, 70% of their cards more have been graded. I think they're more inconsistent than the 70% than they were in the past.
Well, I think what makes it interesting because like I said, I don't have a problem with Justin's perspective on this. The reason why I asked is that there's no inherent reason why they would have graded looser earlier when they had more time per card, as opposed to now where they have to basically do a factory. It's got to go in, you look at it for 5 seconds. Yeah, it's good. It's a 9. Go. It's like, what about the dented corner? What about the other thing? It's like, it's a 9, whatever. Just put it in the holder.
The standards haven't changed. The only thing that Beckett did was adding the BVG, the vintage grade. And then they actually got a little harder, which was kind of surprising.
For a little bit.
I don't know why they came up with those things. It was rather silly to get
Bobby,
vintage grade.
I think it's a great point because right now, for a guy like me, it's hard to decipher the BVG and the PSA, like from the 80s hockey. It's a tough situation. The BVG, I don't know shit about back then at those grading standards. From what I can tell, they got pristines and blah, blah, blah. So
Black
back
label.
tougher or what, Bobby?
Originally, the BVGs were tougher. The
Yeah.
very first ones, the early ones.
I
So this
like
is
them.
the opposite situation of what you were thinking of for that. For BVG, earlier was better.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to set a tougher standard. So you'd look at this card would be like
A
a
real
7. It's like
standard.
actually it's probably better than a 7. It might be an 8. It might be higher.
They were tough but fair. I think
Yeah.
that's, and then things have got a little loose. Grades are inconsistent and people are inconsistent, so we understand that. Always look at the card before you buy it.
Yeah.
That 10 you have there is not a 10, and I don't care what anybody else says.
Yeah.
They're wrong.
Yeah.
And let's be honest here. Everybody knows that 10 was not a 10.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that PSA 10 was not a 10. I circled 16 different things on that card and tell me that I'm 15 wrong. I'm still one right, and that's a 9.5 or at least a 9.
I agree. I understand completely.
And you want to spend 1.3 million? You're not a
It does say PSA 10, so at the end of the day, it's fine. Like Jeremy would say, it'll still sell.
That part nobody's debating. That part, Justin, nobody's
if I
debating.
really want to get rid of it, at least I will probably get rid of it.
Yeah. The only point we're saying, and like I said, the reason why I wanted to ask you the question, because you brought it up, was that I know there are other people that feel the same way. And I always ask them the same question. I say, okay, no problem. Tell me why you think that is. Because right now, if anything, PSA has incentive on certain cards to be looser. It's the opposite. You don't want to make people mad.
Or tighter
except for certain cards, unless it's where a 10 has a low pop.
Yeah.
And let me just say one thing, Bobby, don't be hating on the Ray Borks because there's only 10 of those or 13 of those, by the way.
I love Ray Bork.
I love them too, but I'm talking about that card. There's 13 of them. That's it.
Oh, I'm hating on the grade. I'm not hating on the Bork.
You're hating on that one's grade.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's everything. It's nothing. I'm a factual guy. I deal in facts. You want me to write books on fairy tales? Fine. You want me to look at that card and say, oh, that's a nice 10? No, sorry. It's not a 10. And you guys all know it and nobody wants to admit it. And I'll say here right now, anybody wants to come up against me on it?
Bobby's spitting fire. Hold on. I like this.
Yeah, don't.
I'm enjoying it now.
Don't play with. Yeah, I know.
Now I'm having fun. He's getting contentious.
Yes,
you're not
exactly.
Curry, are you?
No, I think that's fine. Let's be fair about things. Like some things are obvious and some things are a little less. That one was quite obvious. If we want to play around and have fun, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I'll call that a 9 all day, and it might not even be a 9 once I really get it in my hands. So let's call it a spade here.
Yeah. So hold on, Bobby. Go ahead, Justin. You got it. You got a second. Go for it.
What I think Bobby's missing on the Ray Bork is the color of that card. Like
it surpasses the centering.
No, I'm with you, Justin. But they could have the most perfect color in the world. It won't offset it. It won't offset it. The centering is on the centering. If it passes the centering, it's supposed to be lower.
Everything. Yeah, there we go.
The
color's so good.
Goggles, God damn it.
Yeah.
Look at
Sorry.
the coloration.
Nope. Not gonna happen. All right. So hang tight, Justin. Chill out for 2 seconds. Hold on. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, how you doing?
What's happening, Bobby? Hey, Justin.
I'm giving a hard time to people here with Justin, I guess.
Bobby was spitting fire for a second there. I was actually kind of enjoying it. I was sitting back, kind of watching.
When you get my ire up, I'm Scottish in me, so
there you go.
That's the problem.
So how's it going tonight, Justin? How's it going tonight, Jeremy?
It's going good tonight, Carlos. How are you doing, man?
It's going all right. Kind of chilling out, relaxing, enjoying the Friday.
Good. Yeah. Good stuff. Justin, what's happening?
Hey, Jeremy. Hey, I'm your #1 fan that you've never even met, baby.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I love you have great cards. I love the cards you showed.
He shows great cards. Yeah.
I like that Gretzky, Jeremy.
Liked it. I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot. That thing on the back doesn't bother me. That's a beautiful card.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it was a good education piece, though. I knew about the mark. I just didn't know what it was called. So when Bobby actually gave us like a term for it, I was like, oh, okay, cool. I've seen it. I just don't know what the heck it was called.
Ends up in the weirdest spots, and I think it's a bad card. Actually, it's a good buy for some people who might shy away from that because they think it's a bad point of the card, but it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, it happens on the 86 O-Pee-Chee, I think. It's very predominant.
So it's
on
certain
some
specific
cards.
years. That
It
seem to be
is
worse for
only certain ones. Yeah,
6 or 86, 87.
86-7. Sorry, I always say the first year of things. I never say the last year. It's funny how Topps was. They would put 85 on their boxes, and O-Pee-Chee would put 86, and you never knew. On their different years. Every time they issued an issue, it was they put one year and the other one put the other, but it was 85-6, and they would be the precursor, and O-Pee-Chee would be the suffix of that. Anyway, interesting.
Right.
Confusing.
And as Jeremy would always say, is that O-Pee-Chee would always wait until, right, Jeremy, that the trades happened, right?
That's what Bobby would have told me.
Yeah, I was on the show and I said trades. They would wait till January, at least 1st, whenever that landed, that they would put out the cards. So they would wait for the trades. They were smarter than Topps just getting the product out, and that's why there was more cards in the set too.
Came out later.
Brings me to the Mark Messier PSA 9. Let me go ahead and pull this up.
That's a 10, isn't it?
Or no, it's a 9. I wish it was a 10. I just bought this one.
Right. So
Monday.
sarcastic.
I'm enjoying the sass that I'm getting from you, Bobby. I am enjoying the sass, really. I am actually. All right, so
this one.
So I'll tell you what,
nice.
Justin. I'll tell you what, Justin. Since you're doing a little showcase, I'll zoom in for you, and I'll be right back in 2 seconds, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break too.
Nice card. Nice card.
Yeah, so if you really look close, it does have a tiny slight on the tilt. I got it from your boy at Martin Sports, of course.
It has a slight tilt.
Yeah, you can't really tell, but it does.
Subtle. Yeah, slight. I see it. A slight. Yeah, slight. Nice card still. Nice card. Like if otherwise it's in great condition, it's a beautiful card.
Yeah, it's in really good condition, obviously.
If I was on, I could show you. If I was on, I could show you my PSA 9 Messier rookie, but I don't think I'm on the screen right now.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, so I bought that on Monday. I sent Martin Sports a message, and I go, hey man, you think you give me a couple $100 off on this? And he goes, no man, I got a couple other people at this price point right now. This thing's gonna go any day. And I'm like, I go, okay, whatever. And I just bought it. What are you gonna do, man?
Yeah, I mean, if you're into it for the long term hold, it doesn't really matter, right? Like,
it's only a couple $100, right?
Yeah, exactly. By time you get out of it, you're going to double your money anyway. So what's a couple $100 if you're into it for you're willing to hold it for a few years.
Hey, I look at it like this. I already got to get a lockbox for my Gretzky. I might as well throw it in there with it, right?
For sure.
Yep, just thought I would get my own refill. So part of the thing is, I don't know, I know you came in a little while ago, Jeremy. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see. I was having a little bit of fun earlier because Bobby was giving us a little history lesson on 50s Parkhurst and Topps because I was kind of curious about a couple of things. So I think I'm actually going to make that the first piece of standalone content I ever take from the stream. I got to pull it because Bobby went through a little history lesson on why there was no 56, 57 Parkhurst set.
Oh, interesting.
So, because there was always that gap, right? Topps had a gap there, and then Parkhurst had a gap there, and I was like, he had the visual aids and everything ready to go. He sent them over, so I said, perfect. You know what? I'll pull this clip because it stands alone on its own piece of content. And then Justin wanted to come on, and I wanted to get the perspective of somebody who's newer to the market. And obviously he's been buying up some cards, so I was like, you know what? I talk to a lot of collectors, but I don't get to talk to too many Justins who can give us their perspective on it. He's got a different tact on it.
I got real money, entering the real market. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. So
well, you're buying nice cards, man. Let's see them again. Do you have the cards that you've already shown all right there? Let's see them again.
Hey, so let me show you the other ones I got. So I got the Last Dance. There's a PSA 9.
Fancy.
$1,000 for this thing.
What's it going for now? Do you know? I assume you do.
3,500 probably.
Sounds about right. This sounds in the ballpark.
Are you getting a glare on that? Well, whatever.
It's all right. It's all, yeah, we see it. Yeah, nice card. Nice card.
And and then I nabbed this one. I only paid $1,100 for that. It's a PSA 8.
That's a sticker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sticker.
That's
But
good.
I
Smart.
literally had a choice between like 15 others at this price. So, how do you guys like the centering on that? Like the centering's a little off, but the corners are daggers, the edges are daggers.
I think
a
left
bit
to right,
higher.
left to right, it's a
Hold it a
little
bit
off,
higher.
but it's not too bad.
And the coloring is immaculate on this fucking thing.
Yeah, you got to
Higher.
hold it up a little bit. Just
All
hold
right.
it up a little bit in the picture.
Hold on.
Make sure we
It'll
can
be
see the
easier to see.
bottom.
Yep.
Higher.
Yep, a little bit higher. There
There
you
we
go.
go. Higher. Higher. Yeah.
There you go. You got it. Nailed it.
It's really. I mean, the side to side is off, but otherwise beautiful.
Yeah, I think top to bottom it's okay, and
Yeah.
left to right is the thing. But it's
beautiful
not bad.
card. Beautiful card.
For an 8, it's fine. I think it fits that grade.
Hey, that was a hedge, man. Here I
Show
am
the
watching-
first cards. Show us the first cards.
Yeah, have the new show because I'm Jeremy.
Is that what you're going to name your show, Bobby? There's a whole bunch of spin-offs in development right now.
I'm not doing
Are
a
you the
show.
next one?
I'm not a show guy.
I've been in talks with people about franchising. We're gonna get that done.
After he
Yeah.
gets the
Really Gretzky and yeah.
t-shirts.
Hey, Carlos, I don't know if you got to see the Messier. Did you get to see it?
The Messier was the one. I don't think the Messier you showed. I think you showed a couple of the other 81s.
You
I
saw
think
the Messier. That's a nice card.
To you,
Yeah.
Jeremy, but not him.
That's perfect.
That's right. That's when I was off camera.
The one I just dropped, freaking almost.
I said I'd show mine. I have mine handy too.
You guys got both perfect centering. Wow.
Mine's
No,
not perfect.
Yours is a little top and bottom.
Like pills.
And his
Beautiful card though.
is perfect. Oh, they're both. What's yours, Jeremy?
9.
Yours?
9.
Justin?
Both
I'll take-
9s.
I'll take both.
I think for 9, I think it's. I
Hey,
don't
Bobby,
think I don't have an
Bobby,
issue.
you're-
That's a fair 9.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby, if you had to pick the ice cream, which one would you pick? Come on.
Chocolate.
Justin,
Yeah.
you got to pair it up. You got to pair it up now.
There we go.
Oh, wait, hold on.
What is your port, Jeremy? I can't see it. 9?
It's a mint
But I-
9.
That's nice. That's a nice looker.
It the 9. The Bork's amazing. It's an amazing 9.
Don't
Could
make
be
me
it.
pull up my board. We know how you
Coffee. I can see your coffee, but I still
I
see your
raised you
coffee. I still up you a Ray Bork.
Oh, cool. Okay,
Don't make me pull out a Ziggy Paul fan. I'll
Don't
end
make
this
me pull out a
nonsense.
Gretzky.
I will end this right now.
right now. With an 11.
It's like, children, that's it. We're doing the Ziggy Puffy 11, and we're ending the silliness.
My Gretzky.
None of your peasant cards. There'll be enough of that.
You gotta have show and tell.
Exactly. Hey, listen, I'm all right with it as long as they're having fun with it. Knock yourselves out.
I'm just having some nice nuts.
There you go.
I don't have a Gretzky on me.
There you go.
Oh, come on, Jeremy. Break it out.
I don't. I can't. I
I
can
won't
break
give-
out just about anything else, but I can't break out a Gretzky right now.
If we got Terry Fortune on here, I'd be like,
What was
Terry,
the
can you just
card,
put like
Justin?
30 of them on the screen?
You can do 10. Justin, what was the card the tops card you bought for like $650? You're like, it's not. You're like, I'm just gonna grab it.
The Lemieux,
Right.
PSA 9.
The
What a
tops.
steal, right?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? This leads me to a question. I actually have a question. Justin, when you're pulling these cards out, where are you keeping them in a stack somewhere? Do you have like a holder, a case? What are you doing?
So I got them in a fire protector that I bought like for $5 off eBay.
Gotcha.
And then within
Gotcha.
the fire protector, I got a safe that's fire protector.
Okay, gotcha. Now the thing is, I'm only asking the question because I know now that you're investing into a lot of these cards, you're picking them up, you're finding them, and all that. Are you gonna? Because I know there's a market for stuff like that. I'm just curious, just from your perspective. Are you gonna be looking at one of those like cases that they make now that hold the the graded cards, anything like that?
I think cases like that, no offense if anyone in the room feels otherwise, are for idiots. So here's what you do.
Okay.
So you take your Gretzkys, you take your Lemieux, you take your Messiers, and you take them to the bank vault, and you put those in a fireproof fucking the same thing I just showed you.
Right.
And you can't trust a bank vault. At the end of the day, they can still fire. So what you do is you put those in a fire protective fucking thing, put them in a bank vault, pay $500 a year, buy the big one. You know, other than that, you put everything else in the same thing at your house within a safe that costs you $30 an eBay that is also fireproof and also freaking waterproof, because when you got a condo, these things will still spit out water. So at the end of the day, yeah, that's what you do. And you can't trust a goddamn thing at the end of the day.
Right.
You buy the top floor of a condo. That's what you do.
Okay.
And I got the top floor of a condo, and I got the best view in the whole neighborhood.
Nice. Okay.
I
I was curious. I kind of wanted to say what your perspective was on that. So I'll tell you what, Justin, here's the deal. Now that I got Jeremy here and I got Bobby here, I want to chat with these guys on a couple of things. But do you got one or two more cards you want to show? Pick one or two. Pick whatever you've shown the Gretzky, you've shown the Messier, you've shown a couple of those ones. Pick a couple of big ones to go out
No
on.
more off-center 10s, please.
really, hey, Carlos, I get where you're going at. You just want to get me out of here.
No, the thing is, Justin, you've been hanging out, and I've appreciated you showing us the cards and also talking us through it. But I do want to chat with the guys a little bit, and I want to give you a chance to chill out and enjoy the rest of the stream. But I want to chat with these guys for a bit.
Hey, I'll shut up and stay on the sidelines. I get it.
All right. You want to chill out then? You're more than welcome to hang out. I just wanted to give you a
I
chance to
want to
show
hang
a couple
out in
cards.
the room and like Bobby does. But
Okay.
I'll be quiet and I'll comment what I do.
All right. Fair enough. Sounds good. All right.
Don't cut me off.
No, that's you're there. You're more than welcome.
I've earned my right to be here. Look
No.
at my card.
All right. Sounds fair. Sounds fair. Let it not be said I am not fair. By all means. By all means. Hang on. So I know Joe's got a comment. I want to wait for it to pop up. The only thing I hate is the delay on StreamYard sometimes, because I can literally see Joe's comment here. I'm waiting for it to pop on the screen so I can put it up. But anyway, okay, there we go. That's what I was waiting on. Yes, Joe, right off the top, we did chat a little bit of Hank Aaron's passing off the top. I wanted to make sure that we started off the show with that because I'm a big baseball guy, so Hank Aaron's a big deal. I did also mention that my condolences to anybody who hasn't bought a Hank Aaron rookie who wanted one. My condolences, because it's going to be problematic, especially rough waters at the current time. It's unfortunate that people like think now it suddenly occurs to them, and you know, Joe, that you asked a question. I don't remember what the exact question was. But I remember I made like a pitch that I think Hank Aaron is like right up there with the all-timers of all-timers. And I gave a list of reasons why. And it's like, now there'll be suddenly he'll get the respect he deserves. It's unfortunate that this is what is required.
And he was so undervalued. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, I think there'll be a further escalation to that. Now, all of a sudden, well, he's not around anymore. So, if you're looking for autograph material, good luck with that. If you're looking for some of his key rookies and key cards, good luck with that also. My condolences in advance.
I never understood that, autographs I can see. Although he's lived to a fine ripe age.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
the card-wise, it shouldn't really make a difference.
For sure. It shouldn't, but it does. We know it does, though. We know it does.
I know.
Yeah, it was the Mays and Aaron comparison. Thank you. That's exactly what it was, Joe. I thought so. But, yep. The thing is, I respect both guys, and I think they're both all-time greats. But I did think that Aaron got a little short thrift on that comparison. Although, again, Mays was great, especially for his time period.
Hey, Carlos, let me ask you this. So
Go
how
ahead.
many home runs did the guy hit?
Aaron, 755.
755, okay.
Yeah, so depending, if you ask the old-timers, they say he's still the all-timer, but otherwise, Barry Bonds technically has him by about, I think, 763, 762.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but I think, and I've always laughed because the steroid thing doesn't bother me too much. It is what it is, because every era has its thing, and Barry Bonds was there at the tail end of that steroid era. McGuire got to benefit from it. Sammy Sosa got to benefit from it. We'll look at it in context when time goes by. But the problem is that Barry Bonds beat him by only like 6 or 7 home runs. Like that's
great.
Yeah, like that's not enough to feel good about it, because it's like, well, you got help and you barely scraped by beating. If he had hit 900 home runs, okay, well, fair, so be it. But a handful, it's like, oh, that doesn't feel good.
So the investor in me, like, literally is like screaming at like third year Hank Aaron cards.
Yeah. That's 56. And that's a big card. 55 is a big card. Most of the ones in that mid 50s era are probably going to get a boost. Like just practically. I showed the 55 Bowman. This one's got the centering issue. So we discussed already the centering. So this one is centered is off centered enough that it's got the miscut qualifier. So as soon as you got the miscut qualifier, you're going to knock down. But these things were cheap. When I bought this was very inexpensive. So it's a 4 VGEX, but it's a miscut because top to bottom, it's way off. But it's still a clean card, and I like it, and it was part of my set. And I was able to get it super cheap, especially at that time.
Was that
Go ahead.
in the day?
Go ahead.
Who?
Justin.
Oh,
I was asking you, Carl, was that the set you built back in the day from that card shop that you always
Predominantly, most of the set was built off of that. The Aaron came later on because I needed a handful of the star cards. The Mantle came later, the Maze came later, the Aaron came later, but I got them in short order because I knew the price would eventually. It's one of those things. Like if you've been in the hobby long, if you knew these cards were eventually going to go up, it was a matter of when. And that always happens. Right now we've got it accelerated. Right now, the ironically, the market is on steroids. Like it's been enhanced above and beyond the normal.
Baseball's always been like that, but hockey now is like finally, and Jeremy, you know what I'm talking about. Hockey's finally having its day in the sun.
It is.
yeah.
I hate to be so flamboyant about it, but it's the truth.
No, you're right. It totally is. The key cards are breaking records every day.
Well, are you in for the $1,700 Shanahan rookie, Jeremy?
Yes, I
That's what
am.
they're going for now.
I have it in my card ladder collection. I watched that card.
Yeah, so I know that the 1,500 is reflected now. I'll be curious to see if the 1,700, because that was just yesterday, I think. So I don't know if that's been included.
It just went up. It just went up in the collection feature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had fun early on at the beginning of the stream because I showed the last three. So two of them were Martin Sports cards, 900 and 1,500, and then there's a $1,700 one sale that was yesterday. So
I'm not surprised. It's not.
Wait,
It's not unbelievable. Say
Repeat that,
again,
Justin?
Justin.
Was it? I'm assuming it was the O-Pee-Chee, right, for
yeah,
1,700.
there's the O-Pee-Chee right now. Yeah, that's the current
Okay.
one.
Gotcha. Because I noticed the top sold for 1,100 like the other day, but the guy that sold the tops mentioned that there was only 9 of them in the pop, but you never know if they're fucking saying the truth, but it makes sense, or 12 or whatever.
Right now, I will say the O-Pee-Chee is fairly low pop because I think it's only in the 30s, thereabouts, somewhere in the 30s.
Yeah,
I think it's less than
if
40.
the tops is only 12. That's a fucking sought after card.
It can be. The only thing that gets tricky with that is because 8889 is not exactly short printed. So it's like, yeah, it's low pop right now until somebody sends in a vending case worth of Shanahan's and they're like, yeah, here you go. Send them 30 at a time.
We're gonna find some vending case.
Yeah. But the thing is, when it comes to like for a longest time, Shanahan was a great player. But that's where I said, like, you got Gretzky, you got Lemieux, you got the top guys. And then I was always curious to see how long it would take to trickle down to the Brendan Shanahans and the guys like that. They were still great.
So 6 weeks.
Yeah,
6 weeks, Carlos.
Exactly. So I was sitting back. I was like, let's see. All right, there it is. When I see the Shanahan sale, I'm like, all right, there you are. Now I got you.
But some people get
Red Wings jersey, bro. Like, I know this. Because I'm from St. Louis. He played in St. Louis. The guy was never great, but he did nab 2 cups on the way out. We get that, and that's why that card's going up. Probably.
Well, it's that and 600 goals. It's one of those things. Like he was one of those guys. Probably doesn't hurt, but it's one of those things where he accumulated the stats. He did win. He's got all the components that you need to be a Hall of Famer. He's got that, and he's still around. Like he's isn't he still executive with the Leafs? Bobby, help me out on this one.
Yep.
Yeah, he's still doing that, right?
for a short period of time. We'll never know.
I was going to say, like, I don't know if that helps him or hurts him. Like, I'm not sure about that part.
Well, I think it helps them in as these guys move on into their careers and they get into coaching and stuff. It can treat them in the Hall of Fame as a builder. It might add to their repertoire, so to speak.
Could you imagine? It'd be almost redundant because Shanahan is Shanahan in the Hall of Fame or no?
Yeah,
He is, right?
Yeah.
I thought so.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it would almost be like if he can do anything as an executive, it's just icing on the cake. He doesn't really need it, but it's like no, he's got it, but he's got his playing
It
card.
might help his card value and popularity.
If he
That-
can win
That's
some
about
cups
all.
as an executive,
He's
sure.
also got really
yeah.
good stats.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, but that's why I said, like, I'm looking at Shanahan, and then you look at Brett Hall because they were both in the same year. So you look at those two guys and see the prices, and you look at that stuff, and you go, okay, who else? We know the O-Pee-Chee Premier thing. I'm still laughing about the O-Pee-Chee Premier, Jeremy.
Hey, you
I'm
say
dying.
who else? And then-
Just across the Jagger or across the board.
Yeah, well, right now the Medano's still higher than it should be for me. Like I'm looking at him, I'm chuckling. I'm like, really, guys?
I have a take. I have a take on why that's happening.
Have a take. Have a take. By
I
all
have a
means.
take on it.
By all means.
Go.
Share your
My
take.
take is that grading has become like it's just such a you just don't know what you're going to get in terms of time.
Mhm.
And it's more expensive because because the bulk subs are not happening anymore, right? Beckett stopped doing them, so
Yeah.
So it's so much more expensive to grade
It
a
is.
card, and a lot
That's
of
true.
the cards that aren't worth $100 aren't worth getting graded anymore.
Mhm.
But
So-
cards that aren't worth $100 raw
Mhm.
that are already graded are now, I think, worth a premium because it's not worth it to take the risk on Jaggers anymore that you're going to get the PSA 10 or the BGS 10, and where you can get huge money, of course, but there's so few of those. That's what I think. I think that low value cards and high grade are worth more now because the risk is now higher than ever before to take a chance and add to that population as a submitter.
All right, so let me just
Or
say
maybe
one-
going forward, maybe. Yeah.
Going forward, because the pops on cards that aren't really worth getting graded are kind of locked now for a while, right?
Yeah.
Who's gonna grade it? Who's gonna pay $30 to grade a card that's worth 25 raw?
Lots. They're throwing everything at
It's
you.
not $13 anymore.
No, I think Jeremy, I agree with Jeremy from the perspective of some of the junk wax stuff because they used to throw $5 cards out there to be like, all right, let me take a flyer. If I can make it 50, it's still worth in bulk. It's worth the risk to flip. It could still have some value. So go ahead, Justin. You were going to throw something out there?
Or if you get a 10.
I'm at the point now where, like, when I get on eBay and I see a PSA 7, like, I literally kind of feel bad for these people that, that they're part of the hobby at the end of the day. Like, my heart goes out to them and they fucked up.
But what
You know what I mean?
era? What era are you talking about? Like of cards, like modern?
The 80s. Like, the late.
Sevens in the 80s aren't that bad. I mean,
Yeah.
Depends on the player.
84, 85, 86, 87, even all the way back to 80, actually. And they're like, like an 80, and I'm trying to just get $69, and like that they paid 20 something just to get it graded, and they worked so hard trying to spot it, and so like I'm not gonna try to throw an offer that's like real low at those people because like I feel like they tried their best, and they struck out, and I'm not gonna do that to somebody
on the submission.
I look at my other hobby people like, regardless if you're trying to make money, like I still have your back, and I will not ask you for an offer lower than that when I know you fucked up. You know what I mean? So like that's how I look at this hobby nowadays. Like we are all on the same team, and we need to move forward like we're on the same team. And to be honest, I emotionally feel that way about this. And I've had a couple beers, but that's just how I feel.
You love the hobby.
We got to move forward together. Like, this is our hobby. This is our freaking team. Like, how many people does baseball, baseball, football, and basketball? You know what? We are hockey. This is how we roll. We need to roll together, and we need to represent each other together. And that's how I feel.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah, good take. Good take.
Well put.
Yeah, it's fair.
Community minded. I like it.
There you go.
Yes. All for one and one for
All for one and one for all.
I do.
Dear God.
all for 110 and
My grandma
one
was
for all.
I was gonna say, did I sign up for this, Bobby? Did I agree to this? Did I agree to it? Is this in my contract? Are we sure? Hold on, I'll let myself out. You guys keep rolling with that. I'm gonna let myself out. It's all good. But I like it.
I found that picture. It's actually of Willie Mays in 1973 at Shea Stadium. He got a presentation of all his cards from Topps framed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of cool. That's neat. So we won't root to see that one in the near future. We'd rather hold off on Mays a little longer.
Well, it's just a unique picture that Cy Berger from Topps is presenting him with that from Topps. So it's kind of whatever.
Exactly.
We'll save it for the Willie Mays time.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll have to wait a while for that because I don't need these legends to be dropping off on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just teasing Paul a little earlier. He was asking about an 8-hour stream, but I already told him, just so we're clear. I said the 7.5-hour stream is the stuff of legends and myths. I will press the end broadcast button mid-sentence. I will protect it like a low pop PSA 10. That's what I told Paul. I will protect it. We're not going to allow it. I don't care if it deserves it. We'll stop at mid-sentence. I don't care what happens.
Low pop PSA 10. How did you come up with that on the spot? I will protect it like a low pop
PSA 10.
Because
Jeremy, that's how we roll here. That's how this works.
Carlos, did you have that? Did you have that loaded up and ready to go?
We were already talking about the low pop PSA 10s. I was ready to go.
Okay. Because otherwise, that was a genius comment.
Oh, yeah.
You keep some stuff. You keep some stuff in the wheelhouse just in case the moment comes where it's appropriate.
Wow, that was good enough that it made me ask if how did you come up with that?
I come up with a lot of stuff pretty quick, but I had thought about that one. I was ready for it. So yeah. So the best predictor for Pre-Tours is past performance. Yeah. Absolutely. No, let's be fair though, Paul. The 7.5-hour stream occurred because the Hockey Oracle came on and he was feeling chatty. And then Bobby came on and it's like, what do you want me to do? Like, I can't stop the Oracle. I can't do that. That's no good.
Hey, the problem I had with that was this guy he doesn't even know fucking hockey from his ass from his elbow.
He's not a hockey collector. We tease him about being the Hockey Oracle. He's a football guy. We gave him that nickname because he would always have fun like complaining about us talking about hockey. And I was like, Steve, we know you're the biggest hockey collector of all. And then eventually it morphed into like the Hockey Oracle's coming on. But I said, all right, we'll talk about this football thing. I know that's not your deal, but we'll talk about it.
The funny thing is
he's a good sport about it. He's a good sport about it.
He's actually really good. And we all had a great conversation that night. I have to say that's the one thing about the hobbies. We all come together regardless of sport and we can enjoy conversations. I think we're all jonesing for a real good show and we're missing that guys weekend that we have every expo or national. So I think us coming together and doing this for so long of a time period, we just want it so bad and we just can't get enough of it.
And the more we do it, the more it feeds that exact thing. It just keeps keeps us going for this long without live shows.
Well, we're at what 340. Like, I think I've been on here an hour.
I'm measuring in months now. When's the last time we had a card show? We've been doing this. We've been doing
year.
Well, like the in-person card show for me, it'd be last November.
Sorry,
not last November. The November before last November.
And these shows are supplemental to that. They're just bridging the by between the shows. When we're yearning for it because we're guys and we like to hang out. We like to talk hobby. It doesn't matter if you're in football or basketball or baseball. What doesn't matter?
Well, also helps that Steve is a wonderful target for endless mocking. There's so many opportunities. It's so good.
But he's a good guy,
But that's why it works. I go on their podcast and make fun of them. Like I'm equal opportunity. I like to be fair.
Make fun of everybody.
Correct. That is a fact. Yes.
I like Justin's PSA 9 Mario Lemieux card, and when you explained why you bought it, Justin, that's why I have cards. Why I've shown some cards tonight, because before I came on, I pulled out a few cards, and so I want to show you. I made a similar move, but on the 10.
All right, so hold on. Here we go. I'll let you zoom in on that. So you got the 10 tops.
Right.
Was that the one that you purchased on that eBay thing that you did the screen grab of whatever? Was that the one?
No, that was a different card.
Okay, that was a different card.
Let's see the back. Let's see the back.
That was Bork. Yes, that's right.
Jeremy, let's see the back.
Hey, show the back.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's a 10.
Hey, Jeremy, did you pay 15,000 for that one?
No.
I don't think that. I don't think so. I would go on a limb and say no.
No.
Probably. Hey, if you got it less than 12,000, you fucking stole that thing.
Do you want to know why I paid for it?
I'll
I'll tell you.
right now.
I'll tell you. Anyone want to guess?
We'll give him 1 minute. We'll give him 1 minute if you guys want to take a stab at it.
2,500.
I've literally lost. I've watched 100,000 or 100,000 hours of the guy's stuff. I guarantee the guy paid probably about $8,999 for that thing.
2,500 years ago, no doubt.
No, maybe 12,000.
If you guys got about, hold on, Jeremy. I'm giving you guys 30 seconds. I'm giving you 30 seconds. If you want to take a stab at it, just for fun, you want to take a stab at it. Because I know a couple of you guys are listening. And I know Seb's on here. I want to acknowledge him in a second. Good evening, Seb.
Yeah.
Good evening,
Seb's
Seb.
out there. Hey, Seb.
If he
And Seb's got actually a fun question, so I want to get to that as well. So we'll give him a second, though.
Of
All
course,
right, guys, last call. Last call. Otherwise, we're getting the
Well, I'm
reveal.
just gonna.
If you bought it back in the day, you probably got it for about 4,000. But nowadays, 12 a month ago, now it's worth 40.
He bought it back in the day, I guarantee you, and I bet you he paid no more than 2,500.
I didn't catch it the first time, Jeremy. Which label generation is it?
It's actually the new one. It's got
It's the
the.
new one with the whole thing at the I gotcha.
Yeah, I love the new label.
Oh,
But it's a low number. It's a low number for the new
For
one,
the new
though.
label. Right.
okay, yeah. So still a long time ago.
Not that it means anything.
Well, we at least got one guess. So DJ Lazy's F. There we go. $680.
$680.
It's probably that's probably a smidge low. Sorry, smidge high. Yeah, smidge low. I don't think you're gonna get it for that price. Listen, I don't even care about the card. For $680, I would have bought it.
In
That's all-
93.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's like but I'm glad that at least somebody guessed. All right, go for it, Jerry. What's the real deal?
I paid. I'm just trying to find when I bought it here.
Sure. Yeah. The context is important. That is actually very important in this market.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. If it's last Thursday, it should have been
We're in
18,000.
trouble,
But if it was
yeah.
the previous Thursday, it would have been 12. So we got to be very careful.
In January, it would have been a lot less.
There you go. DJ Lazy Jeff adds in 1992. Very. The 680 makes more sense in 1992. There you go.
One sec.
Good save, good save.
I know the number. I'm just trying to confirm
Sure.
the currency.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just looking
Yeah,
for
no
something
worries.
to confirm the currency.
No worries. So Seb, just so you know, again, in addition to good evening, I will come back to your question because I like that question. I think it's a good one. We'll get back to it in a second.
Hit a 15% medium. You're good.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 3,500 will be my guess.
Wait,
That's too close to my number.
Yeah. I don't know what the time period is, so that's why I say I don't know. Just guessing in the dark. I'm going
What
3,500.
currency are you guys? Everybody guessing?
I'm guessing 3,500 US dollars.
Oh, I
We
said
went-
2,500.
U.S. dollars? What, Justin?
Time period. We went time period. How long
No.
ago did you buy?
You don't get that.
I guess in the
I'll
dark.
tell you after. I'll tell you
guess in the
after I
dark.
tell you the price. Anyway, I paid 2,000 US for it.
Oh, Bobby was
Okay.
close. Bobby was
Then you bought
close.
it
All right.
last-
And I can tell you the year he
bought it
bought
last
that.
May.
In
What year?
2010.
No, wait. No, I bought it in March of 2018.
Nice.
It was that cheap then?
It was. And
Bobby,
here.
the real big spikes have happened fairly recently. The really big spikes have happened recently.
Thanks for Lemieux. That's surprised.
I bought it because the PSAs were up at that time, but they were up and down, but probably around 20 grand. They were 18 to 20 temporarily. Then they came back down to about 10. And now they're up where they are. But when they were just like what Justin did, right? Why his rationale for buying the 9 is the same rationale. This was 2 grand. The O-Pee-Chee was way more. The pop isn't that different. I don't remember it, but I thought it's a steal. So at the same time, I made for the exact same reason. I bought a PSA 9 Topps Gretzky rookie at the same, because I missed the boat on the O-Pee-Chees when they were 4 or 5 grand. I never bought one. I never bought a 9. And then they were 30, 35, and now they're probably 100.
Yeah.
So I bought a Topps for about that 5 mark, knowing and thinking and believing that I'm not going to miss it on the Topps too. I'm going to grab the Topps and I did, and that's done.
What's that currently selling for now?
The
Jeremy?
rest is history. I love it.
It's like
I'm up
It's
that
pretty
often.
aggressive. I'll be honest with you. It's pretty aggressive, Bobby. Like it's
Yeah.
pretty. Like a lot of them have really moved pretty.
I know.
the 32 is the lot. So there's been 3 that sold 40, and then there was one that did like 26 or 24, and then 30, and then there was another one in between 35 and now 32, or 32 and then 35. So
Oh wow,
settled in the low 30s.
good buy
Yeah.
Are we-
for 2 years investment. That's
top 10.
Say again, Justin.
Are we talking about the tops 10 right now?
yeah,
Yeah.
No, the top's 9. Gretzky.
9. No.
Top
Oh, we're
10.
talking about your Lemieux.
Top's 10 Lemieux, yeah, and then at the same time I bought this, I bought the Gretzky. I bought them together, thinking these are just too cheap, and just because they're tops, I always like the tops too. So the backs are cool. Like
Right. So,
Dark.
anyways, I've seen the tops. 3 weeks ago was at 15,000 on eBay. That
Saw
thing
it.
got bought like freaking skibbles and bits. The next thing you know, we got one at 22,000, and this thing I don't know if it's been bought yet. And then because it was the old label, and then now we got a 25,000 tops 10 of the Mary Lemieux tops.
Now is that a listing? That's a listing.
I don't know.
Right now, the highest number I see here is I see a 12,000 best offer sale from January 8th. That was a fairly recent on the PSA 10 Lemieux tops. That's what we're talking about, right? For that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm using our good friends at Card Ladder. I just went and pulled like some of the most recent sales. Again, this could be eBay.
I go to eBay recent sales.
No, I get you, but don't forget, like if it's a best offer thing, it can list whatever, but because if it's an offer, it can be whatever someone's willing to go to it. And sometimes that can be a big delta, so you got to be careful with that total.
Yeah.
But still certainly better than Jeremy bought it for. Like he did tremendously on it.
Do you want to see a card that I think is the coolest of what of? Do you want to see?
PSA 10 Ziggy Palfy? Is that what you're doing right now? Is the meat about to explode somewhere off in the distance? He's like, wait, I'm needed.
No,
Okay.
but I'll show
Almost
you guys
as cool as the Ziggy Palfy. Almost. Okay.
Almost. This.
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, just me now. Okay.
It's all you. It's all you.
Me. This is a card that I think is so freaking cool. And the pop is low. It's like a 2 or a 3 in this grade, and I think I stole it when I got it. It was similar to those other 2 cards. I think Bobby will particularly appreciate this.
Oh,
Bobby
the
Orr.
box. Oh, the box bottoms. Gotcha.
The O-Pee-Chee box bottom in the PSA 9.
You're a big fan of the box bottom for the rookie year, right? Yeah.
God, no, of course. Look at that. Look at it. Yeah. And look at it. It's like it's unique. It's a different picture.
Yeah,
It's to me it's one of his best. Is it his best rookie card? I mean, is it a rookie? So many things to talk about there, I guess. But
What's there white across there?
I'm not starting that debate with you again, Jeremy. We're not doing it.
it's his coolest rookie year card.
That's
because
fair. That's
so
fair.
much,
I'll give you that. That's fair.
This is amazing too, but
Yeah, that's fair. I'll give you that.
This is like cool.
Yeah.
My friend is responsible for mainly most of those. He had 15, 20 10s, 15, 20 9s, and he sold them. And I just talked to him about it today. It's really kind of funny.
What? This card?
Oh, yeah.
There's like the population isn't close to 15.
It has to be.
20.
Yep,
It isn't.
could be.
It isn't.
Mm-hmm.
While you're looking that up, while
He
you're
had
looking,
so
while you're
many
looking
of
that up,
find it. I'll
while you're
find
looking
it.
that up, while you're looking that up, let me say 2 quick things because I
And it
think
was
there's
PSA too.
because I want to make sure I want to
Maybe.
make sure I also piggyback off of what Jeremy was saying, and we can get some value off of that as well. One of the things, though, is that's critical is that Jeremy's been in this game quite a while as a dealer, as a collector, doing all those things. And even then, some of us who have been around a while will see these opportunities in the back of our mind, think, hey, maybe I should. And then we don't get around to it. So the point is that it happens to everybody.
What if?
Like if you're around long enough, you're like, wait a minute, I should have, because that's what he was saying when he was talking about the O-Pee-Chee being at a certain price point. Oh, I should have just bought it at that time, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then he went after the top. So I just want to make sure that it was understood that, hey,
I wasn't going to get burned twice
Yeah.
on that.
but the point is that you've been around the block a while, and even still, occasionally opportunities are missed. It happens.
Yes, of course.
It happens to everybody. It's all good. But I want to make sure, because some folks are newer and they think, oh my God, how do these guys, it's like, Everybody has made a mistake.
Dude,
Everyone.
you want to hear?
Dozens.
Here's is this a mistake, or money moves from
Yeah, for
cards
sure.
to cards? But earlier this year, before the boom,
Mhm.
I sold 4 PSA 7 Gretzky rookies O-Pee-Chee, 1 BVG 7 Gretzky rookie, and 2 PSA 9 O-Pee-Chee Lemieux rookies. I sold them all.
So
Yeah.
$5 grand, 10 grand, 10 grand.
The amount of money that I left on the table in those cards, I got 4 grand Canadian for the Gretzky's and 1,500 Canadian for the Lemieux.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now they're like 5 times that. All of them.
Selling, I'm less bothered with, Jeremy, because I know Beckett mentioned the FOMO from the seller side, and I laughed when I heard it because I literally have a video from like 4 months ago on that. But the point is that that FOMO is real as well. Both FOMOs are a legitimate thing. I'm more talking about like buying opportunities for maybe a card you would have wanted, where it was at a certain price point, and then you maybe missed out on that. But both can be a real thing. If you feel like you sold too early, but it's like if the market keeps moving, like there is no perfect time. And trying to time the market perfectly is nearly impossible.
Yeah.
You know what?
Gambling.
The way I sleep at night over that is simply the fact of the matter is that money that I got for those cards went to cards.
Correct.
Other cards that have done hopefully as well. What I do in my head is I allocated it all to a specific card that I bought earlier in the year, where I bought my Michael Jordan Jambalaya. I then set off to sell cards to recover those funds, and that's what I did. So, and that card has quadrupled in value as well. So,
Yeah, you're
what
good.
are you going to do, right? It's just the way the hobby works.
That's
What
right.
was that pop report, Jeremy?
The 132 total graded of the Mario Lemieux.
Yep.
110, 5 9s, 10 8s, 4 7s, 14 6s, 25 5s, 26 4s, 11 3s, 7 2s, 2 1s.
Okay, so he had most of the 9s and 8s then,
Hey, which Lemieux were you talking about?
and he got them all out of.
This is the Lemieux box bottoms. So real quick, guys, I'm just going to catch up on the chat here. Give me a second. So Card Canucks, sorry you're late. No worries. Charles is here. Good evening, Charles.
Hey,
Gospel
Card
Friday.
Canuck. Hey, Charles.
Absolutely. We already said hey to Zeb. No worries. So I just want to make sure. Yeah, he likes those box bottoms, hard to find with good services. Very true. DJ
Very
Lazy
true.
Jeff says it's a cool rookie year collectible. No doubt.
But he sold them 8 years ago to a guy out in Western Canada. He was buying them all up, but he had
Bought the one.
most of the 9s and probably most of the 8s. He made some good money, but he made nothing compared to what they're worth now.
Yeah, but the thing is, Bobby, that happens over the course of time. If I never have a problem with taking a profit, and really, and I had this conversation.
never do.
Literally had this conversation with Amit yesterday, because Amit does a lot of flipping. He does a lot of buying and trading and stuff. And I said, look, if you make your money and you're that smart and you're worried about money, if that's really your concern, well, then with the profits, go buy something else that does well and make money on that. And over time, you'll do fine. If that's really your concern, it's just there's no reason not to live with what your decisions are. Like, look, as long as you're holding it. It's cool if it keeps going up forever, but then theoretically you'd never sell it because it could go up effectively forever. Or maybe it won't, but like you don't know. So why bother backseat driving on that? There's no point in Monday morning quarterbacking that. That's my thing.
We all have regrets.
Correct.
In this hobby over the years, and that's fine. And you learn to live with them because you always look forward going forward.
Correct.
And I'm just having fun with what I'm doing, and I don't really care about the money aspect of it.
Correct. So real quick here, I'm going to
It's
zip
not
through.
part of
Hockey
my,
guy, good
job.
hockey guy,
life.
2006. Good evening. Seb says he was close to buying Jeremy's PSA 9 in the online show.
Sold them.
Hey,
I
Bobby.
sold them.
Yeah.
I kept one. I kept one for myself. I kept my nicest one for myself. That's my nicest PSA 9.
O-Pee-Chee?
O-Pee-Chee.
That's a nice 9.
Okay, so
It's amazing. It's a guy, Bobby. I had like 4 or 5 of these at one time because I was buying them for like $9 to $1,100 US, and I was like, that's too cheap. Like that was I don't know 3, 4, 5 years ago, 3, 4 years ago.
Yeah.
There somewhere, I was buying them up. I had a bunch. Couldn't get my money out of them for couldn't even get in the high teens Canadian. And so then I sold one to Andy from Forest City, great dude. Sold him one, sold whoever else too. I don't remember exactly, but and I'm glad, because again, I wouldn't have bought other cards, so it's all okay. But some guys got some great cards at good prices. I'm happy that they're in the hobby with a win like that, and I love placing great cards into great collections. And it's
well, the market was organic at that point. Now we're non-organic. We're at hybrid, whatever speed. It's just crazy.
So you're saying it's like Spaceballs, ludicrous speed?
It may as well be.
Yeah, there you go. So let me grab this. This comment from Seb was a couple of minutes back, and I want to make sure I grab it because I think it's worth at least a moment, because now we were waiting on this thing to go, because Collectors Universe, we had that sale with Nat Turner, but that was an initial offer. It wasn't done. So then they've had to bump up their offer. It's I think $92 a share, up from $75 a share, which makes it from $700 million deal to almost a $900 million deal. So it's a bigger deal now. Conceptually, I've got one or two thoughts on it, but do you guys have anything you want to throw in there?
No.
It's pretty straightforward for me, but I'll throw in a thought or two after you guys have a crack.
I got one thought. My thought is, it seems like the deal is still alive.
It is.
And I'm good. That's what I'm good with. I'm good with the deal still being alive.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of good press on it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So that's maybe what's keeping them.
It is. I will say there is a group that has a stake in it, that is basically arguing that it's like worth way more. It's worth tons more. Like, if they had their way, they'd be like, yeah, make it $180 a share, $200 a share, $500 a share. Like, look at all this money that's coming forward. Now, there will be a happy medium. There will be a point at which they'll be like, look, guys, we're not just going to keep paying more and more money. We have to make money eventually. We can't dump $1.5 billion into this and then expect to then turn around, because then we have to invest more money to fix whatever we need to get it all the way up to maximum production and fix it. They would also like to make money on the deal. And the one thing that would hurt them is if Nat Turner and the team finally goes, all right, you know what? Too rich for our blood. Fine. Sell it to somebody else.
Good luck.
And there might be another buyer down the road, but like, some of that increase is based on the idea that they're going to sell. So like, yeah, you could get that big value, but if you push too hard and they back away and there isn't an immediate buyer to jump on it right after, boom, then you would then drop the price back down. So all of a sudden it would be worth less temporarily. It's all on paper. And that's why I liked what Justin brought to the table when we were talking earlier. I wanted his philosophy. He was using the stock trader philosophy of on paper. That's why it was a good insight that he brought to the table on that one.
I do own 28 shares of that stock. And by the way, I was ready to get rid of them at $77 a share, but now I just logged on my account, and now they're going for $92 a share.
Correct. Exactly.
It just goes to show you that patience pays off, and belief pays off. It's all about belief. At the end of the day, don't be afraid to fucking invest in something you believe in. I'm talking about Apple. I'm talking about Amazon. I'm talking about fucking Google, even though Google's corrupt. But you still got to. It's true.
And he's from St. Louis too.
Hey, it's true. You just got to buy this shit. It's true. And at the end of the day, you work and you don't pay attention. The next thing you know, you're fucking making hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of dollars. Why you're not even paying attention? Not
on those 10s and 9s, sure.
I mean, I'm talking about Mark.
Easy, Bobby. I know you're enjoying yourself. Easy.
It was a light dig until you picked it up, okay?
I'm talking about Messier 9s. Fucking.
I got you, Justin. I got you. What kind of a dark place are we in where I actually have to moderate? I'm like, come on, man. Really? I'm enjoying myself over here. Like, what the heck?
There's no need to moderate. You're just getting in there to get your extra dig in on the dig.
I like digs. I do.
You wanted to notarize the dig.
You got to do with some style points, Bobby. Like, that was a bit of a sneaky dig. It's all right, Justin. I got your back. It's all right. Yeah. I got your back. I got your back.
I got your back. Don't worry.
It's all good. We're just teasing. It's just teasing.
I just don't want Bobby.
There's the Jagger.
Because I've had a lot to drink.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good. I
mean, the guy's a freaking hockey legend. I don't want him to knock me down.
Oh, no. We're not knocking down. It was just that one card. That's all. Otherwise, we had a great time. I love it.
Oh, yeah. You did go after my Ray Borg. It was Jim Mitchell. Hey, you're right. It was. It is definitely. I got that thing in the mail, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
It's funny. As you drink more, you usually get better looking. But I mean, that one didn't.
Oh wait.
You want to see some nice '90s foil type rookies?
I like his dress. I was kind of sitting there like, okay, should I see
You hit a sore spot.
It's all right, Justin. Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Do you want to see some cards, Carlos?
Yeah, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, show them up.
It's
'90s.
all you.
You don't have to put me on solo.
It's a little.
can't see it otherwise.
It's actually
You're on the
easier to
side.
see the cards, Jeremy. It's actually
can't see
easier
it
to see the
otherwise.
cards.
'94 Jerome McGinley SP. Like
Yep.
the first real foil cards that were really cool.
Mm.
I remember those. Yeah. I think the red border is a good design.
Followed by the '95 SP Daniel Alfredson.
Damn.
I think a totally underappreciated card. Like the guy, him and Mikko Koivu get zero hobby love, and I just think that's not fair. Here's a card that's on a lot of people's minds now that's in really tough to find in a PSA 9, the Joe Thornton.
That one I'm in 100% agreement with because of the foil. The foil makes it really hard to get it without major chipping issues. It's a big
Hey,
deal.
let
See
me-
the top of it, yeah.
On the Alfredson, does he have any cups?
No, he doesn't.
No.
Okay.
Chera.
Chara's a good one because he has hung around a long time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He should be a Hall of Famer.
He will be, I think, when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
The Sedines.
I like the old 97 Black Diamond. I was always an interesting set with
That
that.
was a nice
and it has
set.
the
I remember
chipping
that
issues
one.
as well with the foil again.
Yeah, it's a nice pair of cards. And then these cards were so cool. They still are. These are the out of 99, the titaniums.
Yes, the out of nine. I think the only thing, it doesn't really hurt them per se, but I always thought was a little awkward was that they also came out with that other version of it that was
The
numbered to a different-
draft day. The draft
Yeah,
day
and I was
or-
like, use
no,
a different design. I think
see,
it was
this
draft
one-
day. I think it was draft day.
That's right. This one is mislabeled. This one is mislabeled as
Yeah.
draft day. It's out
But
of
the-
99.
But the thing is, the draft day though, the problem is they were too similar. If they had used a different design, I
Same.
think it would have
It's
been
the same
helpful.
card.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to get at. Like
Yeah.
it effectively increases the print run, even though it doesn't increase the print run.
But these ones, despite the existence of those, these ones
Yeah.
are still super cool.
They are. Yep, they are.
I hate when that happens. The mislabel on the flip.
Especially now, it takes forever to get them back.
That is correct.
Well, so is the
That was it. That
laser
was a
is
little
the lasers
second
cutting those foil cards better now?
and the Havlat.
Martin Havlat.
At one point, a decent card. It was one of those things
Oh,
where
yeah.
Havlat was a good player in his time.
Mhm.
Here's Patrice Bergeron,
Oh,
Black
okay.
Diamond rookie.
Yep.
It was cheap. I'm like, how was that so cheap?
Hey,
I got a whole row here of. I mean, I can keep showing if you want, but just to give you an idea what I'm.
Yep. I'm with you. You got the whole box, eh?
I got a box, so I'm just pulling them out of the box and.
Yeah.
showing
Charles
around.
likes the Chara.
Mhm.
I don't think the Iginla SP rookie has gone up much. I think Iginla's just kind of in that holding pattern.
He's in that weird place in the hobby. He's just loved and respected, but not hobby respected value wise.
Here's a
What's
box
cool-
bottoms, Dale Hawerchuk.
Hey, guys, what's cool about that era with that Topps Finest refractor set I got? So, like, I looked at the rookies during that era, that 94 era, and for some reason, everybody likes this goalie. I forget his name.
Kiprasov.
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Yeah,
You like how
that's my
fast I
team.
pulled that one?
You
Mhm.
pull it off. So,
Yeah.
did this guy win some cups or what?
Kiprasov
And
was
so-
hot for a stretch. He had a
He was a
moment.
great. He played.
Yeah.
He was for my team. I
Yeah.
saw him play many times. He was one of the best. He's one of the best goalies to ever play. He just never had a team that he could win with.
Yeah.
Simple
He
as that.
had
He
his,
got to the Stanley Cup Finals. They lost to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
He was key. He's the best goalie the Flames have ever had.
You guys
he
want
had
to hear
his
something?
moment.
Hey, by the way, you guys want to hear something cool about me? I won nationals in roller hockey in 2000, and I won state in 03 in Missouri.
Cool.
So yeah, I played hockey myself.
That's cool.
There you go. But yeah, there was a cup of coffee where
Gotta get your
Kiprasov.
rookie card.
Yeah.
Sorry, Carlos.
Oh.
No worries. I was saying there was a cup of coffee where that Kiprasov card was really hot, like super hot, and it was that 94 finals. That's why I remember like instantaneously. I was like, no, it's Kiprasov. I know the set. That's what I'm familiar.
There's a market for this fucking guy.
There is because he was a big time player for his moment. He had a stretch there where he was like really a top tier goaltender.
Yeah.
And that's always goaltender fans. They're loyal. They will stay loyal and they will still appreciate the goaltender afterwards because sets like that, they were great sets. And then you had a lot of it. Yeah.
Do you guys want to see a card? I think I paid 600, maybe 580 or 680 for.
Yeah.
680. Okay.
Like 680 US dollars probably.
Oh, the Crosby. Okay. But time period is critical. What time period are we talking about?
Early.
Yeah. I was going to say it would have to be pretty early on.
Early. Same with the McDavid. I got my McDavid PSA 10 for like $500-600. Ovechkin I bought at 1,400.
Oh.
And then it took off from there. And then McKinnon is the most recent one I bought. And I paid like 1,400 for that. And that was a lot at the time. And I don't even know what they're going for anymore, but got to be at least $5,000. I would guess.
Yeah. And that was the reason why I asked about the time period thing. Because, go ahead.
To prove his that. McKinnon needs to prove himself still.
I think though.
I think he's going to. I think he's going to. I think he's a good cup contender.
Well, I would say the Colorado right now is a better position than Edmonton is with McDavid. So it's one of those things like Colorado was at least a playoff team. They were at least decent. And here's the thing. They could have gone deeper in last year's playoffs. It's timing. It's time, right place. It happens. Stuff happens. But then they come back and they play better this year, and maybe they go deep in the playoffs, and that could be his moment.
Yeah, his squad pissed me off the other day when they scored 8 goals on the Blues.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Not a fucking cool.
So I had a pretty exciting mail day today, guys.
Oh, is this like a bonus mail day here?
No, you're not going to see it. This is exclusive, though.
We got to tune into your show.
No, he's saying this is exclusive. He's not going to go to the show.
No, I'm not opening it. I'm just.
What is the box? That's just the mail day. That's the box.
This is my box from my U.S. address that's been saving up for.
Oh, okay.
6 or 7 months, probably.
Oh wow. Ooh.
So you're not even going to do one of the sports cards live recorded?
No.
Is it recorded? I think that was the verb.
I don't know. What do you guys think I should do? I don't know if I should do a special reveal video. I mean,
Well, Jeremy, I think you can look at your own numbers. I think even the pre-recorded ones do okay. So it's one of those things. Like if you don't mind putting it on, you can. I know for a fact people enjoy the reveal videos.
Good ones.
Then I can't open it. I have to open it like by myself, right, and record it, and then do some editing, and then upload it to YouTube. I don't
do it on a
how much editing did you do on that video? Did you do a bunch of editing on the previous ones?
Oh no, none. No, none.
So then what editing were you going to do?
So do it on a live show.
Yeah, I was going to say. Here's why I said that. After I did those 4 short videos, Sports Cards Live recorded,
right. I
then set off to do the next video, which was going to be like the evolution of that. And I went through the process of coming up with something, and it just, I was not happy with it, and I have not done anything else with it. And it was going to be a true a video that was going to need, I was going to try not to have to edit it. Oh, it's a long story, but anyway.
Okay, so then I offer you 2 alternative options. I offer you 2 alternative options. Number 1, you could steal a page from your buddy Yamwax and do it as an Instagram live. Because I know you've been working on that. That could be because then you just turn the phone on the box, open the box, and go through the box. That's one way. That's a decent idea. Or alternatively, number 2, you could do an after hours where it's just, hey guys, I'm going to sit here and chat with you. But as I chat with you, I'm going to go through the box.
Yeah, that would be better.
And then it's just you in the box and the chat.
Live.
But you're doing something while you're chatting with the chat while going through the box.
You did
and
that.
That could be its own standalone episode.
You opened packs before, remember?
That would be 2 ways you could do it. I think that would work.
Yeah.
Live is always best.
And I just booked my after hours guest for tomorrow night, like earlier this evening.
I'll cancel that.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll do an after hours tomorrow. Do it.
Oh, there you go. Live the dream.
What time will that
Get
be?
it.
Sometime on Monday at that point.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy. One of my favorite interviews you did was with the guy from John Daly, the hockey card store.
Joe Daly.
Joe Daly was great.
Daly, he come home from the fucking practice, and his wife would say he'd get there and he'd go, yeah, I got my ass whooped today. She'd go, what was it, Bobby? Fucking Bobby Hall. Bobby Hall whooped his ass with a slap shot. God damn it. You can't get that anywhere else, baby.
Nowhere.
No. What's in the box? Who asked what's in the box?
This one was
John Falk.
John R. Falk. We
John
gotta
R.
get it all.
Falk.
It
Yeah.
doesn't look too heavy.
It's
Not too heavy. There's not much in there. No, you're
There's-
doing one hand kind of back and forth. So it's
no,
not
there's
10.
there's some nice cards in there that I cannot wait to expose to
The world.
my senses.
So then maybe you go the Instagram route. Like, I'm serious. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not a
I like
terrible
that
idea.
Yeah,
It's not a terrible. I think that could
No,
work.
it's a good idea. Yeah, why not?
Dude, I have a good idea sometimes.
Yeah,
Don't worry, it happens. It
Credit
happens.
for one. Credit for one right there, man. It's been a while. Credit.
Yeah, so but that's why I was thinking, because when you were mentioning, I was thinking like, yeah, Wax likes to do that from time to time, and it's as a live. I think people enjoy that stuff.
I like Chris's comment right there though about just say when your guest says a certain word, you'll pull out a card of that box and show it off. Just don't tell them.
The word is the. The word is the.
Me or I.
Yeah, exactly.
You.
Just pick like the most common word that is normally used.
I'll be throwing out cards. It'll be done before it gets started.
Then you'll need a safe word.
Yeah, see Joe's comment there is bang on. It's like I know I could look at my eBay purchase history and some stuff and figure out what's in there, but I'd rather not. I'd rather it be a surprise when I open the box.
I secretly would enjoy if it just turns out like you completely misjudged what you thought was in the box. You go, Palfy, again? How many of these did I buy?
Banano again?
And I have
again?
a COM-C order coming too by like February 14th. It's got my Palfy X-Fractor.
Did I tell you guys? So I did the video on my channel, but did I tell you I got my COM-C order that I ordered the most recent one? It was 348 cards I got in my COM-C order, and about 160 of them were Medano cards to add to that collection.
Yeah.
But did I tell you what the customs fee was on the thing? Because my good
you
friends
got
at COM-C.
custom. Oh, man.
My good friends at COM-C were nice enough to put the full value on it, even though they only insured it for $200. They were nice enough to put the full value.
No.
Oh, they only insured it for $200. So if something had happened, it was like $200.
How much?
$295 customs.
Good job.
That was my customs fee, which was in addition to almost $300 shipping fee. I personally blame COM-C Barry. I've decided I personally blame COM-C Barry. I'd be like, COM-C Barry, you personally owe me compensation.
Should have shipped it.
I'm gonna show you. So I'm gonna show you for Chris's benefit the Palfy that I bought.
There you go. Nice.
It'll take me a minute to bring it up.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just going through the comments real quick here.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you did that.
I can't hear him. I can't hear with Justin.
When he's using the smartphone, and Dave has the same issue on his own podcast, when he uses the smartphone, what happens is when somebody else talks, it basically lowers the volume of his phone to almost nothing.
Oh.
Yeah, so like it's an automatic system. And the problem is Dave hosts. So when he starts talking, if Steve says something, like it immediately kills his volume. I'm like, dude, you have to, there's a setting. You have to change the setting. Otherwise you got a problem.
Huh?
It gets tricky when he's hosting and he has that problem.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
All right, I got you. No worries.
Let's just hope if I get robbed by gunpoint, it's not after my Gretzky's. It's after my fucking DVDs or something.
That's better.
It's true.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Hockey Guy, a US buddy wouldn't have helped in that situation because the order was COM-C. So it's like I order it from COM-C and then they ship it to me. If I had been willing to wait 6 months, it would have been a lot cheaper, but I got absolutely murdered.
Sorry, here's the card. It's the Atomic Refractor. It's the 1998-99 Bowman's Best Zygmunt Palfy. This card is the picture doesn't do it much justice. Well, it actually doesn't.
Yeah, this is the BGS 9, right?
The BGS 9. I got this on COM-C. I think it was like $12, $13.
Yeah. Well, I think here's the thing, Jeremy. We joked about that when I got the raw version on ComC, but then I told you because I paid I think $13 or $14 for the ungraded, it increased the value of your 9. According to this market, it is now at least a $30 to $40 card.
It's 15 raw and it's 40.
Correct.
To grade, 30 to grade. It's a $50 card. But here's the thing. I've always been a Ziggy Palffy fan. I have a history with him, and he was always the guy I picked in my hockey pools when he was playing. He was awesome. And Islanders is when I was picking him. So this card, I wasn't a big. I liked him more on the Islanders than on the LA Kings.
Sure.
And this card is just a wicked card.
Yeah. The thing is, jokes aside, it is an excellent
card. I buy it. Jokes aside.
Yeah, exactly. Like it is a great card.
I've been patient this whole time. Let's talk about the 93-94 Parker's gold version of Zigmund Palffy. If you guys want to be serious.
Yeah, it's a nice card.
It's a beautiful card. And if we can find that thing in the 10, that thing's worth a G.
Yeah. Yeah, we did create a Palffy market.
I went back because I borrowed the concept that you did with the Anchor. And I started putting the streams on Anchor.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I started going through them. I'm just past the first Carvin one, so I'm starting to put them out a little bit here and there. I'm going to start putting like 2 or 3 a week until I get caught up. So we're going to get there. But I went back to the first episode that had a meet on, and that was where the whole Palffy thing started. I told him, I go, if you want to laugh, because I know he loves the podcast. I go, dude, just download the one that you're on, the first one that you're on. And go listen to how long it takes before the Palffy thing comes up and how many times it comes up. That's what got the ball rolling on all that stuff. That's what
but there's something about the 93, the 94, the gold Parkers. It's a beautiful card.
Show it. Do you have it?
I wish I did.
Well, you know what to do. Now you got to go to eBay.
You got to go buy it, man. That's how you kind of initiate onto the
Now you've spoken it into existence. Now it's a thing.
You got to buy a card while you're streaming. I've done it many times.
I'll have to show you my collection. So
I might have it.
Yeah. So real quick, I'm just going to answer Joe's question here. I know Northeast Ohio's. I'm familiar with that. I haven't seen this video. I've heard of this because I think this is a YouTube channel. So I have heard of it. No, Joe, I'm not familiar with it. I'll have to look into it. But I know there's been a lot of videos about the subject, so I have to see.
Check out this card, guys. I picked it up from Brian Price for my buddy.
Yeah.
So 1 of 1.
Damn.
That patch is ridiculous.
Damn.
Well, Brian Price has some really good stuff with the big jumbo emblems and patches.
Have you guys seen some of the Vezina pieces that were just released? Oh,
I've seen a little bit of them. Yeah.
Hobby Insider, there's like a ton of packs have been shown, revealed.
Yeah.
Tons.
Oh yeah.
I've got an unopened pack behind me.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I only pay attention to fucking yours.
No, I'm not opening it yet. I'm not opening any of my boxes. I'm teasing you guys badly here. I have one of these.
No way. So they actually released them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$700, $800.
One guy bought 20 of these. 20 packs. He opened them.
That was the person that mentioned it on your stream, right? And it was was it Eli?
That was a different guy. That's Eli did 10, but Eli also
10.
has Eli could have been doing them for customers because he has a shop. So
I wouldn't be surprised. That would probably be my guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I love about him. He just tells the truth.
Rip. Joe wants you to rip it.
Yeah. Listen, I'd get excited and all that, but here's the thing. The problem is that I already know what's inside. They're Vezina cards. Like, I'm not that impressed. Like, I already know what's inside. They're Vezina cards.
Yeah.
It's like on the good news, not false advertising. It's exactly what it says it is.
Yeah.
Well, you're right.
It's like what happens? What's on the? It's like you told me what's in it.
There are some pretty
I know
pieces.
Yeah.
And I'm so nervous. Like because I don't want to get 2 of the player combos. They did it right. I don't like. I know one's going to be a player combo, but the player combo pieces, it's like unless I get like Terry Sawchuk or Jacques Plante, Ken Dryden would be cool. I don't want anyone modern.
It would make me so happy if
I don't even want Patrick Waugh. Like You know, I want a vintage guy. I
It
want
would
a
make me so happy if
Don't
Dr.
throw him
Price had trolled you and been like, and you open up and it's David Ayers, and you're like, what? What is this?
That'd be okay though. That wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, not many people balked at the price, actually. Not many people balked at it. And then another guy let me know that he also did 10 packs.
Okay. Got it.
So that's 40 packs between 3 guys right there. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get Jim Carrey. Exactly.
So would Jim Carrey be better or worse than David Ayers in this scenario? That's a tough one.
I'd rather have Jim Carrey.
Yeah. Well, at least he won something. At least
He's won. He's got a Vezina and a Calder, I believe.
Correct. Yeah. So
I think I'd rather have him because David Ayers is that to me makes no sense that people care about that. That's a gimmick. I mean, great for him. I have nothing against the guy, but it's a gimmicky card.
No,
You just hate history.
no. Here's the thing.
It was historic. That's all it was.
I'm-
And history lives on beyond a Calder Cup and a whatever. Really,
Here's the
it
thing.
does.
I'm
People
happy
remember
for
David
I'm
Ayers
happy-
long.
Yeah. David Ayers, at least David Ayers. I'm happy for David Ayers because he has the ability to go get his own rookie card. I think that's cool for him. I think it's
Like, what's his name that got to play in the All-Star game that year because the fans voted him in?
Oh, I remember. I know who you're talking about, but the name escapes me. I know who you're talking about, though.
His rookie card became worth something for a while. He's got a rookie card in the cup somewhere. Oh, come on. Who's got that name? Chris knows. Get it out there already.
But there's always
Hockey
those
guy
obscure guys.
2006
There's
knows.
always those obscure guys, though. Here's the thing: in hockey realm, other sports have this too, but it's here we go. I think this may be the one. Is it John Scott?
John Scott. That's the guy.
There you go.
Yeah.
But there's always hockey has this a lot. You'll have these different players, but what ended up happening is that you'll have these guys that will come out and they'll have their moment in the sun. They'll have some weird, obscure thing that'll happen, and then people will enjoy it for what it is. But you can collect for any stupid reason. One of the running jokes for a long time, my buddy and I used to go to a bunch of AHL games, and we watched an AHL game where the star of the game was a guy named Chris Chucko, who had a card in the cup,
Yes.
but it's worth like
Flames.
virtually nothing. But I
Flames
bought it, and we share custody of the Chris Chucko Cup rookie because at least it's a running joke. We have fun with it. It's fun.
Well, what's crazy is that's a cup rookie, and now the only people that want it are people that know him
Correct.
personally.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's probably not even a $5 card. Nothing against him, more just to how commons from early cup years, from all cup years, just there was a time when the semi-stars, the Steve Berniers from the cup rookie were doing like $350. Now a Steve Bernier cup top patch rookie you can probably get for $25, and you can get an average patch for probably $6. I'm guessing. I don't look for them. But
Well, I can tell you that I didn't pay much more than that at the time. It was one of those things where I picked it up. Now, this is back in the days when ComC would ship you something within 5 years. But I bought it. It might have cost me $4 or $5. But for the joke, it was worth $4 or $5 for a laugh.
They're the future dollar bin stars.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, we got a kick out of it because, like I said, we saw him play, and he had a good game. But it was just very funny to us.
the Bernier Cup rookies. Yeah, there's a guy who has Stefan Meyer from the Florida Panthers. That rookie card. There's a guy, he lives in the UK. I can't remember his username right now, but he's got like out of the 249, I think he's got like over 90 of them or something like it. And that's probably, I haven't even heard from him for probably 2 years. It could be way more by now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my point, though. There will always be those obscure guys.
They collect random players for random reasons.
The thing is, as long as you enjoy it, like there's no harm in that.
Power
There's
to you.
nothing
It's
wrong
like
with
that. You'll know this, Carlos. There's a guy that hardcore collects a certain baseball card from the 60s. He's got a room full of these things. It's a player.
Oh yeah, I know.
Who's the player?
So 60s.
No, more from the 70s and
Maybe
80s.
70s, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, 70s and 80s.
I remember Megatron. I remember Megatron for
It's not
sure.
Nolan Ryan. It's kind of like a
No,
weird.
it's
Well,
not
it'd be an obscure
nearly as
player. For
weird
the story of an
player.
obscure player.
more obscure.
It's like Mike something. Although
That narrows it down.
Big loud motherfucker Mike.
he's well known, but he's not
Okay.
super
Not
famous.
that well known. He's not that well known. He was featured in like a PSA article, like the SMR magazine at some point.
No, the player that he collects.
No, the player collector, the collector of them had an article about him.
Yeah, I saw him. Well, I had a video. I saw the video on
But
it.
that's the thing, though. Like in the hobby, you'll have these moments where someone will collect somebody obscure, and if they're passionate enough about it, that is interesting. The people are like, okay, tell me why. Explain it to me. Like, explain it to me.
Yeah.
So the guy was just a little
Like-
weird.
Like the player's name started with an O, I think.
With an O.
I think so.
Interesting.
Or there was maybe the second letter was an O or something, but I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. I watched the video and I went, "This guy's like right out," and he keeps going.
Mudcat Grant or Andy? No,
My favorite part,
no.
Bobby, is that you're calling someone out as being out there. That's what I appreciate on many
Yeah,
levels.
that's okay.
Like I was gonna be like, Bobby, jeez.
I'm out there.
I was gonna say that it's like that. That's a harsh critique. That's a harsh
Oh no,
critique.
this guy's out there. There's a
least
lot
if
of people that are out there.
at
I'm
least
at least here.
At least if it
They're
was like a
out
spaceman.
there.
At least if it was like a Spaceman Lee or something, it would probably ring a bell a little bit more. But the players, I can imagine the story, but the players got to be really obscure then. Like,
Carlos, how many viewers we got?
18. It's actually been up the last little bit.
18. So let's say if we get pick a number up to 18. If we get that many people to comment yes or something like that, I'll show 10 vintage hockey cards.
Oh, good luck with that one. There's been some folks that have been active, but they're a quiet bunch because I know some of you are just watching in silence. I see that.
Well, let's see. So 5.
Lower
We need
the bar. Yeah.
I was gonna say
5 guys to say, show some cards. I'll
Okay.
show 10 nice vintage cards that Bobby will enjoy because they're Bobby's era. Bobby's
yeah. All right.
chosen
So
favorite.
I know I've got one right now. Okay, so I've got 2. Hold on. So guys, we get to 5. I need to see activity.
I
We
can
need to
show
see
you my
activity.
collection.
Hold on. So we'll
Oil
start with
drop.
Mason here. Yep.
Mason, J-My,
There we
DJ.
go.
So we're at
There we
4.
Looks
Oh, I think we're
this is my
good.
collection. Uh-oh.
Where's 5?
1 second.
Carlos.
We got 5. We got 5. Mason,
Carlos
J-My.
intimidates
Yes,
us.
sir. Show the cards. Show them.
Yes, sir. Show the cards. Show them.
Yeah.
That's 5.
We've got 5. We got 5.
4. I only see 4. Where's the 5th?
Mason, J-My, DJ
No.
Lazy Jeff, Oil Card, and John. That's 5.
And Joe.
Oh, did you say J-My? Show me your 10.
J-My, show me your
They're not
10s. Yeah.
10s. Oh, okay. We're counting that one. We're
That's a
counting that
show. That's a show the cards. Here you go. If
Okay,
you want,
okay,
you
here we
got
go.
Charles at 6.
Look on me.
There we go. These are in order of appearance.
And I'm including this one because it needs to be done.
Jeremy called Bob vintage.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
See, that's a card I showed earlier. Plus Joe is tacking on as an exclamation point. Yes, Joe.
This is a 6 that I've had for. I bought this at Expo. I think I paid $550 Canadian for this, maybe $600.
Yep. That's a good
Probably
price.
6 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
6 is a good grade for that year.
Oh,
It's
well,
very-
look at it, Bobby. Look at how
It's a very clean card. Hold on.
Very-
For this one, we need a closer view. There you go.
Okay.
That's a good clean
A
card.
little left or right, but other than that, top and bottom, the bottom's low. It's a good card. Otherwise, like honestly, the corners look sharp. It's hard to tell.
And for those of you that caught on later, we did talk about that card during the section where Bobby and I were chatting about tops and Parkers. So we did chat about that and had it on the screen while we were chatting.
Okay, go
one
big,
fact-
Carlos. Go big screen.
All right, hold on. You got something? Go for it.
Card number 2, fellas.
Jacques Plante. Very
Plante.
nice.
Mhm.
So far, 2 for 2, by the way, Jeremy. We did have that card on the screen during Bobby's presentation, too. So you're 2 for 2.
Okay.
It
Oh,
worked
and it's got the red back,
Yep.
not the green Quaker Oats one, which
Yep.
I much prefer the red.
We did make that distinction as well. Yes, absolutely.
Here's a card.
And Charles appreciates that one, by the way. Charles
Thank you,
appreciates
Charles. Charles,
that.
you're
And
gonna
Joe
like all
appreciates
these.
that. And Joe
Charles,
appreciates
you're gonna
that.
like all these. You too, Joe. This is a card. I think I bought this at Expo.
Music rookie.
So as far as sets are concerned, Bobby, that is 3 for 3. We did talk about the 57-58 at the end of our run here.
Did I use that as the picture? I was
We
gonna.
didn't. You didn't use the Busick, but we did talk about the set. We compared it to the Parkers as well.
The
Glenn.
Glenn Hall, very nice,
Glenn Hall.
very nice. As an 8, very good.
That's a really nice card.
This is an old label, Norm Ullman.
Allman. Yep.
Nice, nice.
Beautiful.
Here's a card that is like super tough, even in this grade. I'm just happy to have one. And this is a card I had graded myself as well.
For sure.
All right.
I bought this raw in probably the early 2000s.
Wow, that's a nice Parker's. You know, it's funny, when we opened the Parker's pack, the first card we exposed was bright white. The other cards below were yellowed. It's like the backing affected the card color. Amazing. That's why you see a variance between the Parker's cards being white and a little bit off-white. That's a beautiful Mojave. It's a little left or right, but that's a gorgeous looking card.
This is a well, I'll just show it.
Oh, so hard to get centered. Actually, that's not bad for centering.
No, it's not. It's not.
Because it's usually terrible.
Yeah.
That's a great card. That's a top tier card. Just beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, 8.
Six.
Oh,
6.
8 is like
8's like $100,000.
I know, it's crazy.
Here's a card that is I think it's still undervalued.
Here we go.
Makita.
I know. Yeah. I like the
It's such a
panel
cool
colors. It's beautiful.
Isn't that that's an amazing card. That's such a great looking card. Such a great looking card.
Uh-huh.
I can pretty much assure you, Hockey Guy, that most vintage has been going up. It's just monitoring it because it goes in waves, right? Some of these different players, a lot of it really has, especially high grade, especially quality pieces. Like, people are getting really picky, for sure.
How do you like this, Bobby?
Yeah, I've never been a big Keon fan, but that's a nice looker though, for sure.
Look at the back of this card. I'm just noticing, like
it's got the
Dairy Queen.
Yeah, there you go.
Dairy Queen cartoon. Come on, that's so cool. That
was the rub off, isn't it?
No, for Punchline, rub under cartoon with a penny. Yeah, you can see there's some sort of substance on
answer to the question or something like that. Yeah, those were kind of neat. They were always coming out with something. Here's a good Parker's fact: is that George Kennedy, who started Parker's, he actually was good friends with Bill Durnan. I know he used to play. He used to shoot balls. He grew up on the same street, and he would use magazines for pads and horse dung for posts. There you go.
Okay, Carlos. There we go. Where did Jake go?
Justin dropped off a couple times. He had a couple issues with it. Right now his camera's off, so we'll let him chill for a moment. His camera's off anyway right now. So we'll see if we'll bring him back on here. But right now I know he was kind of chilling, so we'll let him do that.
Okay, cool.
Sounds good. But that was a really good set there. As far as vintage is concerned, I really love some of those sets and some of those years. But I wasn't kidding. It was like perfect timing as you grabbed the first couple. I was like, yeah, because the whole point of that segment was I wanted to take advantage. I wanted to leverage Bobby's knowledge with it because I always enjoyed the gaps there. So we did end up talking about those sets leading into 57, 58 tops, and just why some of those gaps existed.
You capped it off, Jeremy.
Yeah. So like timing wise,
didn't even know I was walking into that one. So
yeah, it's like neat. It actually worked out very clean. It actually worked out really well. So hold on here.
There's some good information on about the Parkers there. It should help a little.
All right, Charles, you got a window. If you use the little link there, you can go for it. You've got it. It's right now. It's pinned to the top, so you'll have to let me know if you can see it. But you should be able to see it at the top of the chat. I've pinned it the whole time that we've been on, but you can do it. Joe loves the colors.
Joe, the vintage colors, right? The vintage colors. Charles loves vintage, so he saw what I just showed. I think he just got a hobby boner.
I think so.
I want to hashtag that term right there. I don't know if it's politically correct, but Carlos, I
was going to say you can put that on your Instagram as much as you want. So you go for it. See how it works out for you.
I like that. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it is. It's something.
Hey, my turn to show something. Why don't I show my room here?
You got something? Go ahead.
Can I share my screen?
If you put in the request, you can.
How do you request it?
Charles likes it. Joe likes it. Hashtag hobby boner.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I not just share screen at the bottom there?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Oh.
Appropriately labeled, yes. You click on the button, and then I see it here, and then once I see it, I can click on it for you.
Okay, 1 second.
Yep. No worries,
There we
no
go.
worries.
Is it coming up? I have no idea.
I haven't seen it yet. No.
I bought a collection of cards the other day. I've slowly gone, like, this was a couple months ago actually, and I left them in my car. I was so mad at this collection. Like, it was just such a, cards were dirty. I finally kind of went through them. I went through a monster box, a 4-row box. I pulled out 3 cards that I'm going to keep for my personal collection. I'll just show you quickly what they are. Don, it's just a Jagger press proof. It's
the silver press proof. Yep.
Out of 1,000.
Yep.
This Lemieux coast to coast, cool looking insert.
Okay, I like that. That's
Yep.
cool.
And then this really nice, it's in great shape. This foil line to line, Peter Forsberg.
Yep.
This box was packed with cards, like 7th inning sketch cards were in there, like just the garbagey 91 Fleer baseball, some of that garbage stuff, and they were dirty and gross.
Hey, we had a question about 7th inning sketch a couple of streams ago. Someone actually asked about them.
No, but these cards were just not kept well, and I was just like, why did I haul off this guy's garbage kind of thing, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I went through it finally, and I went through these cards, washed my hands 3 times throughout the process, found 3 cards that I'm like, oh, okay, this kind of makes it worth it. These are cool cards.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny, and they're probably like $2 cards, but it doesn't even matter to me. They're worth so much more.
The Jagger, I'd be surprised if the silver press proof doesn't still retain some value, because those cards are fun. Those cards were actually pretty good back then. They were kind of fun.
These are nice cards. Like, they're all cool. They're all cool cards. More than welcome into my collection.
All right, Charles.
Charles.
Want to say your piece? What do you want to say?
Who wants to hang?
I know.
That's it. We're all hanging.
I can't hear you guys.
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
We do hear you.
Okay.
It's the reverse Bobby effect.
I was going to say. Absolutely.
Here, Carlos, could you take me off screen for a sec? I'm trying to.
Yeah. No worries. Figure it out.
There was not a ton of cool stuff in that collection. I'm telling you, it was like base cards, and they weren't like even the base cards that were decent players, I would have kept and given away Halloween giveaways. The cards were dirty. Like, they were actually
Wow.
Yeah, it was just a gross box. They didn't come with a lid. That might explain it.
So you can hear now, Charles? You good?
Yeah, sorry, I can hear you guys now.
Come in twice, it works.
Look what Joe calls you, the professor. I love it. That's a great nickname for Charles, the professor.
So, Carlos, can you see my?
I didn't see the request. No.
Oh, really?
You're doing it on your desktop?
Yeah.
Yeah, the share screen literally just puts it on the screen for me. So if I can see it, would be just appear directly in front of me, and I can click on it. But I haven't seen anything from you yet.
Oh, it says share. I got it.
Yeah, you got to do the share. That's right.
Actually, I click it. It's not. Oh,
you actually would have to select what you're sharing.
Window or
yes, exactly. Exactly.
So
you got to select what you're sharing.
My entire screen. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, that helps.
Okay, now you got it. All right. So right now, I can tell you're showing up. Okay, so here we go. I got you. Okay, now I'm with you.
Ooh, that's cool. I mean, it's the wrong colors and team and everything, but aside from that,
aside from that, you're saying. But aside from that,
aside from that faux pas, it's pretty cool.
I'm sitting on my couch watching my collectibles. So here's a better shot.
Okay, that's cool. Nice.
So I got a vending machine here, and
I've got that machine too, right behind me.
Oh, there you go. And that's with it open.
Oh,
Only fan, I guess.
It's kind of subtle, Bobby. I really wish you would tell us what team you support.
It's
a little bit subtle. I'm not quite catching it. I think I'm close. It's the St. Louis Blues, right?
You're blurred, yeah. You're blurred by the colors.
I know, clearly.
That's one of wild, yeah.
I've set up an NHL logo kind of thing here. I made a little display, and
I like that clock, that neonish looking clock. It looks cool.
It is. It's very. I've never seen another one, and that's the point of rarity. You know, it's probably from the 70s or what have you. So it's the variety. This is really rare. That is one of a kind. These are the rarities of the hobby for me. There's my vending machine. So this was came out in 1978. They had these little false plastic playing men with different logos on each of their on the players on both sides, and then they came with crests as well, and you could get keychain skates. Woo! 25 cents, all yours.
Nice.
There's a bigger shot of a little bit messier. Cases up here, thermoses.
So what's the case on the top of the shelf?
78 Tops.
Okay.
Tops
Gotcha.
had a great design. O-Pee-Chee kept the same generic design, where Tops had very different designs on boxes.
Very cool.
That's the other side of the room. I have a Toronto Maple Leaf Coleco game, and there's looks like Terry Sawchuk, but it's one of those goal net shooting things you put the puck through. There's no 5-hole. I'm really surprised.
I'll come by sometime, cut it out for you.
That's the other side. That's the other side of the room, the opposite side. So
is that an old Maple Leaf calendar there?
Here?
Yeah.
I think it's from the 70s. It's Max Melks. Yeah. So it'll be probably 77, 78. Most things are 60s, 70s, a little bit of 80s.
Well, I only mention it because at the barber shop that I used to go to regularly, they would have a bunch from the 60s and they'd hang them up on the wall.
Every barber shop.
Yeah. They would have a bunch of the ones from the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So because they just liked having it around as kind of memorabilia pieces. It was kind of interesting. That's why I said, like, yeah, I remember some of those designs because I think they had a handful from the 70s, but it was predominantly the 60s.
Yeah, so this is a mail away from Wheaties in 1970, 73, 74. You could mail away for the posters on the back of the box. That's a poster which actually came in a T-shirt, which actually came also on a pillow. There's my little plot thing I made up of all the plaques from 72, an unopened tote bag. That I'm yet to frame up nicely, but that's a 74 Lipton soup with salming on it. And the cork board was a mail away in 1976 from Tops. You can mail away for any different team. And I put all my pins in. Let's see if I got a better shot. And I have a nice cabinet over here. And this is just, I have a little collection of Colorado Rockies and Cleveland Barons.
I was going to say, you have Cleveland Barons there too. Jeez.
Oh, I like them because they were the offshoot of the California Golden Seals. So
that is true.
And they only stayed in the league for 2 years. That's my stuff from Ted Reeves when I played hockey. That's a little closer. Some of my shelving, different variety of.
So I don't know if you could hear it, Bobby, but off in the distance, I was hearing a little bit of yelling, and I had to take the earpiece out, and it's like it sounded like a meat screaming knickknacks in the night. It was weird. I don't know if you heard that. It was weird. With that. Yeah, I was like, what the heck is that? At this hour? What's going on?
Yeah, so the bobbleheads, 60 pucks, glasses from the 60s. It's just some rare stuff. And this is the stuff that I kind of enjoy and have in my room here. So that's the first Toronto Sun for the movie Slapshot. Slapshot.
All right. So you got the very hockey-centric themed room there. Definitely.
Yeah. I'm trying to keep it. And that's what I enjoy. So I add little pieces here and there and change it around every once in a while and have some fun. Lots of different things everywhere. The room gets busier and busier, and then it gets less busy. But there's that plaque. So I'll leave it at that.
Nice.
Cool.
Well, there you go. It's nice that you got a whole display ready to go as far as the slideshow is concerned.
Nice.
Just a variety.
Nicely done, sir. Nicely done.
Yeah. It's no Sigmund Palffy, but I mean,
well, what is Bobby? What is?
Yeah,
Zygmunt Palffy is Zygmunt Palffy.
Zygmunt Palffy. Yeah.
Yeah. I had fun. I had fun because it was funny that Jeremy showed the atomic refractor, but when I was on Dave and Steve's show, I was going through the ComC order, flipping through and sorting the whole thing. And as I was going through it, I found the Ziggy Palffy card. And as Dave was talking about something, I go, Dave, I need to interrupt you. I need to show the most important card in the hobby. I need to show the goat of goats. Set it up with a proper introduction, and then I show it. It's like, here it is. Some people have PSA 10 Gretzky's. I don't care about that. I don't care about that peasant card. None of that. This is the icon of the hobby.
Shabam.
So you have to think about it. Like mine's worth at least 14.7 million if the 52,000 mantle is, and Jeremy's is like 35 million. So you have to think about it. Like, guys, we're sitting on the icons of the hobby. And by the time, the things keep growing and growing and we get the 20, $30 million cards, by that point, the Palffy will be, mega yacht money. That's when we know the ship has really come in.
Yep.
Then it'll be time to sell. Time to sell at that point.
When is the time to sell? That's the thing.
When the Ziggy Palffys get to mega yacht money, Bobby, it's definitely the time to sell. It's time to sell everything. Whatever I got, whatever isn't pinned down.
I won't be alive then. Anyway.
But the rate we're going, it'll be like, a week Thursday. You sure you won't be live by then?
You never know.
That's basically been the way we've been shredding. So we might, you might have to wait that long. Just throwing it out there. All right, let me grab a couple of these comments here. Doggy guy says, asked on Twitter if anybody knew about that collection. Starting to get replies. So yeah, very cool. Huge amount of Perina, Ricky Henderson cards. Okay. DJ Lazy Jeff likes it. Of course, he's got the Leafs logo on this. So of course, I think he would appreciate what you were putting on there. Hockey guys he's asking where are the golf clubs. Seems a little mean spirited, but I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
What kind of leaf is that? The grammatically incorrect leaf. That's always been a bit of an issue with that team. I don't know if they ever graduated past a certain point of spelling. It's not how you actually spell leaf, but yes. There you go. And I don't know what this one actually means. I'm not sure. I got nothing.
Short for Draisaitl.
Oh, Draisaitl? Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know how that one came up. I don't know how that one came up, but sure. I'll go with it. But no, that was good, Bobby. That was actually a very impressive little slideshow.
It's different. Everybody has their own thing, right? And I just enjoy. And some of those things, as small as they are, as cheap as they are, they're one of a kinds that I've ever seen in 30 years. And people don't realize it. I pick them up nice and cheap, and I'm happy that way.
Well, I think that's what's supposed to be collecting wise, right?
Cool. I think you can sum it up, Bobby. I think you'll agree. Cool shit is cool shit.
Yeah.
Profound words. I like it.
Rarity used to rule.
Put that one on a shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to break my rule because my rule is always I would keep it to 4 people on the screen at a time. I would keep it to 4 screen, but we have a special exception. I'm willing to concede this exception. Charles, thank you for joining us. You're here too. You're going to stay, but I have to do this. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, Joe.
Hey.
Joe, I hope you know you're the only exception I was willing to make for the 4 rule because I wasn't willing to go beyond 4. Charles, I wasn't going to bump Charles. He was already here. But Joe, you're welcome. What's going on?
Not a mucho. I was very impressed with the neatness and organization of Bobby's displays. That puts me to shame. Everything in my world is a mess. So, good job, Bobby, like having everything like a museum.
It's not always like that, trust me. Because you constantly rearrange it. It's sort of like your cards, and Jeremy was talking about going through his box and organizing. It's the same thing with your room. You take different pieces. I'm going to restructure the shelving because I got a new few pieces in. I'm going to put this there and take that over there. And we all do that. And we just do it. It is. And everybody's equal on that part of it, the hobby. So which is fun. Did you see many cards? No.
Not too many.
We talked about it predominantly, like you do have some, but predominantly it is the memorabilia stuff that you enjoy the most, which is fair. I think that's
the visual. It's the visual thing for me, yeah. In my view,
that's a funny comment.
Yeah.
We're not taking responsibility for any of that.
Oh,
I pinned that strictly on Amit. If any of that turns out to be true, I'm pointing that directly to Amit.
That would be funny, wouldn't it? Oh my God.
Yeah.
If I was young, I might have. No.
I was going to be like, settle down, Bobby. Settle down.
I'm past that point.
Nice.
I got a 29-year-old. I don't need a 1-year-old.
There you go. But yeah.
So Jeremy knows this, but I did get not my very first hockey card, but within the first 5 hockey cards that I've purchased, and it was kind of a big one, kind of a big hit here. So here's my first big addition to the collection. It's a BVG 3.
Yep.
And good centering, pretty good color, some surface wrinkles that come up when you get the loop out, and one of those little like corners that's actually turned up in the slab, so it's sort of forever noted as not a good corner. But
I always had that issue between a corner ding. When does a corner ding start and a crease begin? It depends if you're the buyer or seller, right? That measurement kind of moves a little bit, doesn't it?
The nice thing about that corner, Joe, is that it's the back, right? I mean,
yeah, it's the back. And I think that there are some of those sort of mild surface creases that I couldn't see on the scan initially. But I think the card makes up for it in some other areas with the centering and also the blue.
Great aesthetic card. But
Yeah,
you didn't show us the grade, we would never know it was a 3.
Joe,
Very nice to
you
me.
said it. You said it so well when we were chatting the other day. What Joe said was, we're talking about this card, and he's like, well, the centering and the registration are very strong in it, and those are what the card was born with. The card was born with those things, and so he went on to say, like, good genes or something like that. I'm like, that's pretty cool. The card was born with good genes, but then it just got hurt along the way. Those are the two grading criteria that a card is born with versus edges and corners, which are, much more often
That hidden recessive gene that kind of throws it. Yeah.
Well, I think though the analogy is apt, because like if the card has good grading, then you can dent a corner and it's still a card with a good grading. The edges can get damaged and things like that can happen. Scuffs can happen. But if it's got good registration and good centering, at least it's starting off of a sound foundation.
I'm much more, and for me, with all my cards, I'm a registration and surface are like as important to me as centering, and then it's corners and edges after that.
Yeah, that's me too.
But I'm all about, I love a surface. I'm a surface guy.
Those surface creases come up a lot on the 79 as opposed to a lot of other different cards. And if you hit a surface crease, it depends on the day of the week, it seems, with the grading companies, that some will miss it, some will let it go, and others will grab you on it. So, Joe, send it in another 47 times so we can get the pop adjusted, and maybe you might get something on it.
Pump it up.
It's like it's now 3.5. Guys, we did it. We got it up to 3.5.
Oh, what's the surface wrinkle? What's it do to a card? It's not a crease.
It very much depends. It
doesn't depend. It depends on nothing. It's a crease.
Bobby, it depends. It does depend though on what the grading standard is, because at certain grading levels they'll allow certain tolerances for certain things, and other levels they won't allow it.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a snack.
No, by all means.
Munchies, paper wrinkle.
Yeah, but no. The thing is, I get your point, Bobby. The only reason I'm saying is that if you take a card that has if you had perfect centering, perfect corners, perfect edges, and a surface wrinkle, you're going to get punished a lot less than one that has a ding corner and all of the above. So it's like you're basically measuring this out. Now, there are certain sins that are unforgivable. Like there's certain things, if there's a hole in it, it's a 1. Like everything else can be flawless, but it's a 1. Like this is easy. The good news is I fixed it, guys. I've been able to grade this in 4 seconds. It's a 1. Like that's always been the only one that is like simple.
The 3 and 4 is the difficult part.
Correct.
It's what overlaps. What is a true crease? Like I said, how far does a corner ding constitute a crease?
Exactly.
So that's the big difference.
Yeah. The good news is in vintage, there's a lot of nuance. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was going to mention, you might appreciate this, Carlos, that I had an American Caramel Cobb, and there was the punch hole thing that went right through his eye. So it was.
Oh, man.
It's a shame because where that hole is very, because there's a lot of collectors who, if you put that hole over on the corner, on the edge a little bit, like, you know what? They'd still pay strong money. But you put it over the player, and it's like, oh, that kind of hurts.
If you can get a lenticular piece behind it, it would follow you.
The opinions expressed of Bobby Burrell on what things could be done to cars are only the opinions of Bobby Burrell.
Behind it, not to it. Yes.
Bobby's in a jocular mood tonight. I can tell.
I was, you notice he was getting a little bit sassy, and I'm like, I'm here for this. I am here for this, you guys.
Yeah. But I was going to say the reason I was sort of, talking to Jeremy about the positive qualities of the card is that I noticed even within the case, and I think the Beckett vintage case has a little more space than the PSA case. But I can tell that the card is ever so slightly bowed in the way that you might find a card that's, been flush against a bunch of other cards in a shoebox, or, in some sort of weathered condition state that creates I don't want to say a permanent effect, but once it gets in the slab, it's kind of a permanent effect. So I can tell the card itself it's not a flush to the case kind of thing. It's got a little bit of action going on in it, and then in the midst of that, that's kind of why I looked towards like, okay, the centering, the color, the registration, all pretty dang good. So I'm gonna, and it definitely feels authentic, even without the little print lines by the puck on the reverse. So
no, I think you're okay. It's one of those things where like we talked about it the other day when we were chatting about it. Is that BGS shot themselves in the foot by not being more aggressive to get out there to being like, look, we're taking care of this. Don't worry, guys. Because you want to instill confidence. You want to instill confidence in the market. And the fact that they've left themselves open for people to question is a problem with BGS. They made a mistake. Yeah. And they had every opportunity to fix this. And we're now reaching the end of January. And like they have yet to take the opportunity to be like, if I was them, I'd be like, no, at the bare minimum, say something PR savvy. Say something that at least, you don't have to promise anything, but say something that at least makes people, because they shouldn't be questioning. That's a silly thing to be questioning.
Yeah. Well, after that show, Carlos, they actually reached out to me, and so I'm going to contract with them. On a market. I'm totally joking here, but yeah.
We've already discussed this, Joe. The reach of this show is frightening where it gets to. From your mouth to the hobby god's ears. That's exactly where we're going with this.
And I'm more aggressive because this is the first time I am an official guest on this show.
Is that what it is, Bobby?
It is.
When you invite yourself, you're a little more tame, a little calmer.
Yeah. Now I'm more, hey, I'm here for you guys.
And he's using the screen share. I mean, my goodness, there's all kinds of things going on tonight.
Weird stuff happens.
No, I know.
Vintage information. It's like crazy.
Well, exactly. Well, I'd say, I don't know, Charles, how far in did you join us today? How far in did you join us?
I think like 3-4 hours in.
Okay. If you get a chance later, go back to like, I'm going to say maybe about 30 minutes in.
40 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, give or take. I had Bobby go through the mid 1950s Parkhurst and Tops and talking about the gaps in that. Literally, we went for it for about half an hour, 40 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm watching that.
Yeah, like I wasn't joking. I'm actually going to cut that out of the video, and I'm going to turn it into its own standalone video. That's why I didn't put a lot of chat in there. I was watching the chat, but I said, no, because I had a feeling. I asked Bobby ahead of time to be like, hey, you got a couple of things you want to say about that? He goes, yeah, I'll send you some pictures and stuff. I'm like, perfect. Let's do that.
Yeah, that's good information for everybody out there.
Yeah, that stuff is on video. He's written articles about it and stuff, but I'm like, no, let's do a video. I'll ask you some questions as we go along. Explain it. Let's talk through it.
Not specifically on that, but I think we know where we sit a little bit better with that information, isn't it?
That's the hope, yeah. That's kind of what I was shooting for, is that I thought it would be a little different than what's out there. I go, let's use a little time. We got time. We can do it.
It was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's the important thing. So I think you'll enjoy that, Charles. I think that's right up your alley. As far as
for sure.
Yeah. Jeremy got nuts.
Well, yeah, I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not just you then, Bobby.
There's 10 nuts between those of us on screen right now. Maybe 8 or 9, I guess it could depend, but I'm thinking probably 10.
Yeah.
Conservative estimate on your part. A conservative estimate. Yeah. There you go. Nicely done. Fair enough. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think that's good, and I think you'll do well on that one, Joe. I think it was a good pickup because as much as I like to tease about the card, again, I've never been a fan of it, but if you like the iconic players, that qualifies. So it's it's the iconic card of one of the iconic players. So
and it looks good.
Yeah,
it looks better. It looks better than a 3.
Very nice 3.
That's actually important.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it enough. Right.
Give Bobby more time, and he'll start figuring out. Like, let me explain to you why it's actually a 2.
Maybe that'll happen.
Give him a little more time, and he starts getting extra spicy.
And I had to get the O-Pee-Chee, right? I mean, because I love the idiosyncrasies that are there, and I couldn't. I kept looking at tops and just going, I don't want the tops. The O-Pee-Chee with the French, with the shoulder, dealio, and just like I don't know. I was won over. I was like, I need that. You know, I had that like.
Can we make sure the shoulder dealio is like the technical term? Is that the
Shoulder deal.
that'll be the hobby
Hey.
parlance?
What do we call it? There, Jeremy probably has the standardized term of
The shoulder dot.
the shoulder dot. Okay.
The yellow shoulder dot, and it's just O-Pee-Chee. You don't have to say O-P-C.
O-Pee-Chee.
Yeah.
Sorry.
O-Pee-Chee one Kenobi.
I kind of appreciated
could
shoulder
see that
dealio
was
myself.
bothering-
I was more a big fan of dealio.
I could see it was bothering Bobby, the O-Pee-Chee.
Yeah.
Bobby was
You mean because he physically you're like he's about to have a seizure in the chair just because of that?
It's like out of all the videos I watch, I have the one time that I can correct somebody without.
You're like, finally I can say something. This is good.
There's a reason though. It's because I put OPC in the search so many damn times. It's
That is O-Pee-Chee, anyways. It may as well be.
Yeah,
You
just
know.
like Bobby's like bracing in his chair. He's like, guys.
Oh, it was funny though. I can fix something finally.
So, Joe, I wanted to say to you though, don't think you're going to come on Carlos's show and get any sort of affirmation for adding a simple Gretzky rookie to your collection.
No. Listen, a decent card of an above average player is fine. It's fine and dandy. He's no Ziggy Puffy. Like, he's fine. He's okay. You know, decent.
A
Decent is the
decent card
phrase.
of an above average player.
Yeah, above average. He's fine.
Above average player, yeah.
He's fine. He's
Well,
okay.
while we're talking about GOAT rookies, I feel like Carlos may have already said this, but Carlos, where are you at with your? Do you have a 54 tops, Aaron?
The 54 tops Aaron? No, never got around to getting that one. It's unfortunate. Like I said, I was very sincere when I said might be a little problematic at this stage in time. I will say what slowed me down wasn't a lack of appreciation for Aaron. It's that I've never been a big fan of 54 tops the set. Not a huge fan of the set. I love the 53. 55 I thought 55 I wasn't huge on. 56 is where I feel like they got it right. They like took 55 and made it better.
Was that
That
the
was
one
just-
without the border on the top edge and the border on the bottom of the 54?
The 55 is basically where they did it where they did the horizontal design with the big player head, and then you had like the action thing, but it was like a plain single color background or like a gradient, as opposed to 56 where they at least had a drawing of the player on the side, but still with the big head.
Carlos, I know you're not gonna take well to what I'm about to say, but you are wrong when it comes to 1954 tops. It is a beautiful set.
There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that like
Show
it.
you right now. I have nothing to show you right now, but the Hank Aaron, the Ernie Banks,
The colors are
beautiful
nice.
cards. LK line, beautiful.
I totally get
Line,
it. But the thing is, you're not alone in that. And I when I was reading through the little book that the guy who does Dean's card, he speaks very highly of the set and describes the design of it, everything. He's a huge fan of it. The big innovation was that they took the big head design and then they took the picture of the player. So you had two pictures of the player on the same card, which was an innovation. Think 1954. It was a big deal to do that. Just aesthetically, it never worked for me. Even as a vintage collector, I always look at it and I go, it's okay. And the Aaron is an iconic card, but it would be one of those things like, I kind of
So
wish
the
it had been one
Banks,
of the other sets.
the Ernie Banks.
Yeah, the Banks and the K line as well. Yeah, for sure. But it was one of those things where it's like, I kind of wish it was the design. I almost wish that Aaron had been able to come out when the 53 came out, because I think that card would have been amazing.
53 is beautiful too. No
That's
doubt.
what I mean. Like if it had been able to have
Willie
like a 53
Mays.
tops Aaron, would have been amazing.
And well, I mean, we can't talk about 54 tops without saying that it's also card number 1 and card number 2.
Yeah, two Ted Williams. Yeah.
2 Ted Williams. You got the yellow and the orange, and those are pretty iconic too. Not that I'm a big Ted Williams fan, but yeah, I was always, and before I got corrupted by everybody telling me that horizontal cards are like less aesthetically pleasing,
No.
which I agree with in the modern realm, but in the old world, I love the 55 tops, and it has the Clemente. But just to each their own. I mean, two things can be true, 5 things can be true.
That's the thing. Like, I don't have a problem. If anyone wants to argue about aesthetics, I'm not going to fight you on aesthetics, because if you like it, you like it, because it's aesthetics. It's like literally what works for your eye. And it's never resulted in me it's one of those things. If the opportunity presented itself and I had found the right copy and it had been in front of me, I would have overcome my my not liking it as much to be like, it's still a Hank Aaron rookie. Like I would have been like, all right, let me look past that. It's still a Hank Aaron rookie. It's just it never came together. I didn't have a copy in front of me at the right time when I was ready to be a buyer. So I was buying those other cards around it, the 53s and the 55s and 56s at the time.
So my pain with the Aaron rookie, I don't know if it's pain, but I sold the one that I bought as like a teenager at a convention for, a pretty cheap price, and made good money and put it into it's a PSA graded authentic DNA auto with a pen auto on it. So it's not a super bold auto, and the card itself looks about a 2. And I love it. It's the only Aaron rookie I have, but there is something about the difference between having a signed card versus like the pure version of the card. So I kind of wish I'd held on to the original one I had, is I guess my point. I wish I'd never sold it.
That's fair. No, I get you. The good news, I suppose, is that in a certain way, having the autograph version takes on a significance now that he's not around anymore to sign anymore. So it's one of those things. Now, I don't know how many people would go and get a 54 Topps Aaron sign right, even if he was around right this moment. But at least at the time, somebody thought, hey, I'd like to have you sign this card, which is kind of interesting. So his hands were on it at one point to sign it.
What do you guys think of sort of ballpoint pen autos versus more like Sharpie autos? Do you have any feelings aesthetically?
I struggle with the indentation part. It's not even the aesthetic. Yeah. It's just the fact that you literally have to press on the card, because a ballpoint pen doesn't have, a Sharpie is literally a marker. It's like a piece of, it's like a sponge basically pushing the ink onto it, as opposed to a ballpoint pen where you got to, even a little bit of pressure at the bare minimum, you got to apply something. You're indenting the card.
Yeah, some of those pens mull the autograph together, so it doesn't define the autograph so well. I find that it's too blotchy.
Yeah,
it has to be a nice, sharp, fine. That I would like, and then they wouldn't put the pressure marks of a pen. I like pen on something else, like a program or something. But
I want what's on the time. So for 80s, I want ballpoint, because when did Sharpies were a later thing, right? They weren't around way back in the 80s.
They were back in the 50s, for crying out loud.
Were they?
Oh my God!
Well, not for me.
Everybody thinks everything happened in the 80s. I don't know what happened. Like we barely came out of the Stone Age in the 1970s, for crying out loud. Yeah, they had pens, markers, all that stuff back there. Sure.
Yeah. I would also say like it all just depends on like era. Like if we're talking like, like 1900s to like 50s, it's like, yeah, there probably weren't a lot of Sharpies in that era. So I would say, yeah, like ballpoint pen's fine. But you're right. Like it all depends on the person who's signing it, how deep they gauged it. Yeah.
And I think you can sign it on a part of the card where it's going to be. Imagine if somebody signs it and like pushes it and pushes the ballpoint pen down and like signs it over their head.
Oh,
not so great. But if they sign it at a part where it's like, a little bit separated, you got a space there, get a little bit better.
Well, this comes up a lot with Kobe now that, his autos have blown up, obviously, with his passing and his phenomenal, legacy, but the different variations. So along with like a ballpoint probably being more likely to be an earlier part of, at least Aaron probably signed that in an earlier moment.
Sure.
You also start to look at, and I'm forgetting which, it might have been you, Carlos, where we're sort of talking about as players get quite a bit older. Like I've seen some Carew autos that really look, like he's in his moments of putting his mark on the paper with a little bit of a wavery hand, so to speak. And so like different epics of auto signing and kind of examples, I find that pretty fascinating. And I think there are people that kind of lean in the direction of like I think Kobe has about 3 or 4 pretty distinctly different versions. I mean, probably more than that, but like known differences with, one of them being with the 8, one being with Bryant, the other being just with the Kobe. And, that's also probably a personal choice. But yeah, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that.
I do have a few, but I'll pull the room first. You guys want to take a stab at this one?
I gotta keep quiet. Everyone's commenting about me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Bobby. I'm not
Really?
sure. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
It's the one time that you can talk back, you know.
And you're taking full advantage of it, and I am
I
here
am.
for it, Bobby. And I am here for it.
Oh, you take advantage of it too. Don't worry. So have others.
Exactly.
Bobby,
exactly.
Bobby, I will say you're right. Not everything happened in the 80s, but almost everything happened in the 80s.
Not Gretzky. Sorry.
Sure, he did. Had his best years in the 80s.
I was going to say the majority, in my argument, is the majority of Gretzky happened in the 80s.
Yeah.
Statistically, the
yeah.
majority.
Yeah.
You buy his 80 cards, I'll stick to 79.
There you go. Exactly.
That's that.
Exactly. So, anyone want to take a stab at that though? Because I'm happy to.
What'd he say?
Bobby.
All right, I got you, Joe. I got you, Joe. So what happens is when you got a player like an Aaron who was around for a long time, fortunately, so he was around to sign for quite a long time. So you're going to get all those, Kobe Bryant's an example, but Hank Aaron was around for so long that you've got way even more variants. And the thing is, Jeremy's had I forget the name. I want to say Joel Halpern or something like that, who does the
I
autographs.
love that show.
Is that the right name I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
The guy who does a lot of the autographs and has the signings for different players.
That guy was cool.
Yeah. So the thing is, these players over time, as they get older, their signature obviously changes. Like it becomes a little bit less clean. So I'll use a simple example. I have I got one of those missing link cards because they did the autograph certified on card autographs fairly early on in the game in '94. There's a Gordie Howe there. That Gordie Howe auto is very clean. It's very clean.
Yeah.
And I have a Gordie Howe autograph on a bobblehead that was done at the Toronto Expo
you
years
did look
later.
good. Oh, I got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. He signs at the Mr. Hockey thing and everything. And it's still good.
$75. It was great.
Yeah, and it's still good, but it's clearly he's older. So the signature accordingly, it's the same guy, the same signature. And you can tell it's the same signature, but there are some distinct differences because he was in 1994, he was a lot younger than he was many years later when he signed those bobbleheads.
Oh yeah.
So it's the same individual, but you're seeing and that would be very different than it would have been in 1984, 1974, 1964.
Oh,
And
yeah.
as you go backwards, Gordie's career started in the 40s. As you go further back in his career,
He
that
was pretty
signature changed.
consistent, but as he did get older, I know in the last 10 years, it really got shaky. And
Correct.
he was always so clean. Richard was very nice, and he got towards the end too.
Yeah. And that's perfectly normal, that especially for a person who had a long career in public life and all that. So so Hank Aaron would qualify. He was basically an ambassador for the sport in the latter part because Bud Selig was a Hank Aaron fan. It almost pained him to acknowledge Barry Bonds' record. Like it hurt. It kind of, I think secretly it hurt him inside. Now, Bud Selig, I'm not the biggest fan of Bud Selig, but I can appreciate that. Like he loved Hank Aaron to the point that if he could have found a way to block Barry Bonds, he would have been like, yeah, we're not counting the last 10. We're like, nope, didn't happen. He would have expunged them from the record if he could have found a way to do it. But Hank Aaron was very classy about it. He did his video acknowledging, and he goes, hey, at the very least, this could inspire the next generation of players to go and aspire for these records. So he took a very high road approach of it, which is a very Hank Aaron thing to do. So it worked out in the end. And obviously, I'm sure Barry Bonds will get in the Hall of Fame at some point, just because the steroid era is going to be looked at in context. You're going to understand there were a lot of players at that time period. If you measure it against the players of that time, so be it. It's very difficult, though, to look at him in overall context. That's why it's impossible. You can't compare him to Barry. You can't compare him to Hank Aaron. You can't compare him to Babe Ruth. Completely different eras, and all of them had their own little hang-ups. It's very difficult to do that comparison.
Yeah, true. Steroids is different though.
It is. But you had the amphetamines in the 60s, which helped certain players do certain things. It assisted. It wasn't to the level of a steroids, but it was one of those things. And some players used it and some players didn't. But there were enough players that used it where it enhanced certain players. I will never treat it the same personally as a baseball fan, but I'm not going to automatically disqualify a player who was a great player, Hall of Fame caliber player before he suddenly gained 30 pounds of muscle magically in his 30s. But up until that point, he was tracking to be a Hall of Famer and an all-timer anyway. So it's one of those things. I can't completely disqualify that guy.
No.
Sammy Sosa I can disqualify because I'm like, you're okay. And then you suddenly got a lot better. Mark McGwire was tracking to be an all-time home run here, but he was also a perennially injured player. And he was struggling to stay in the lineup towards a certain point. And then eventually, once he was able to, he got even bigger. And he was able to hit even more home runs. And he was able to stay in the lineup long enough to hit 70 home runs. And then 65 another year. Even though those things hadn't been done ever. So it's like, okay. But he was a
Yeah.
prolific home run hitter. Like he had 49 home runs as a rookie. So it's not like he never hit home runs.
Well, you age and you get not as good. So
That's usually how that works.
the bumper
Yeah.
is the steroids, and it helps them maintain their record, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that always made the Barry Bonds thing weird, because it's like you take a guy who had all-time talent anyway,
Yep.
and then allow him to do enhancement on top of it, and all of a sudden he's hitting 73 home runs and hitting 370 in his late 30s, and it's like, okay, so you're a Triple Crown winner basically now.
Well, and I my sense was that he just sort of got pissed off seeing people that he knew weren't as good as him getting numbers to his level or more, and he just said, I feel not to like let him off the hook, but I feel like he was sort of driven to do it just to keep up with the Joneses.
I think it was the Sosa McGuire thing that drove him nuts. He's sitting there like, I've been doing this for years. I've been one of the best, if not the best player for all this stretch of time, and all these guys are getting all the attention. Because he goes, how dare you? And then he's like, I'll show you what happens when you've already got the talent. And then you enhance it. And it became one of the scariest hitters I ever watched. Like you couldn't get past him. You had to basically walk him. That was the only way you could stop him, which is ridiculous.
Interesting how steroids only stands out in baseball, but football, did they give him a pass? Go, yeah, we all know you're on it. And hockey, who knows?
I think what makes a football thing interesting is that, well, think of what players would benefit the most from steroids. Guys like linemen and even running backs and things like that. And players who linemen is a different thing, but running backs have short careers anyway.
Yeah.
So like explosive bursts, that's really what they do. So if it enhances an explosive burst and gives you a couple extra years in the league, so be it. But your career's still short. Linemen are gigantic. One gigantic guy crashing into another gigantic guy. They're both giants. So they are. They're just crashing into each other. Quarterbacks really don't benefit as much because it's like, okay, so what happens if a quarterback bulks up?
No, it doesn't.
These guys can throw 60, 70, 80 yards anyway. Like, what are you going to do? Throw 150 yards? The field's only 100. What are you going to do with that? It's not going to help you that much. The only thing it might assist you with is if you had performance enhancers to fight off injury. Because as a football player now, the game has changed to make quarterbacks, they've got a protective halo around them. You come within 5 feet, you get a flag. But aside from that, Brett Favre stood out as a player partially because he was so durable. Like he took hellacious hits and kept getting back up. If that can help you do that, that's where it might help you.
Possibly.
That's the only way. Hockey guy makes the point. It's like it can make you more susceptible to injuries. That's true. But it also can be used to heal. Like it's this weird combination where it's like, yeah, it can also contribute to more injuries. Like it can do both. Everybody's
body is different.
Correct. Yeah.
Wait, so would cocaine count as a steroid?
No. Cocaine is a perfectly legitimate thing if you're Tim Raines. What are you talking about, Charles? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Grant Fuhr? What?
Yeah, like Eddie Belfour, Grant Fuhr. Like I know Eddie Belfour got in some controversy like really recently for that.
Eddie Belfour got some controversy anyway. But yes, you are correct. You are correct.
Okay.
Cocaine is almost the acceptable kind of thing. It's like, it's only cocaine now,
Yeah.
It
was all in the 80s. It was invented in the 80s, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's one of those things where it's it just makes me chuckle. I think he just wasn't expecting it. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition or Charles is like, but what about cocaine, guys? What about cocaine, you guys?
I need to know.
And in my mind, that is the way you said it, Charles. In my mind, that is the way you approached it. It's like, guys, but what about cocaine?
You forgot something. What about fentanyl?
Yeah. Start reeling off a bunch of it's like
I don't know the drugs.
It's okay though. If it's any consolation to everybody, according to McGuire, he only used androstenedione. Only androstenedione. That's important.
Yeah, which is a horse tranquilizer.
Basically, yes. Yeah, basically.
NPCP.
Ooh, we're getting big here.
See, I appreciate the hockey guy is getting his references correct, and I am half Colombian, so I do appreciate that. I do. I like to think I've got the all-star team of various corruptions. I'm half Colombian and half Panamanian. It's like you got the Panama Papers and you got Colombia, half and half.
British Columbia or British Columbia?
More like Colombia.
Enough said.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That always used to be my joke at the bank because I would explain, I was like, guys, I'm half Colombian, half Panamanian. He goes, and they're like, you are? It's like, yeah, corruption's like my birthright. Guys, like, what the heck? Like, this is like our chief export.
Uh-oh.
Look at you.
Look at that. A little higher, Joe.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I'm assuming that's COL, yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just
Nice.
just a shirt. I like James, international team.
There you go. That's all right.
Good forward.
Sounds good. So as far as that's concerned, I think that's good. So here's the deal, guys. I'm going to leave it to the chat. I'm going to leave it to folks in the room. I'm quite content winding it down. I was joking with Paul earlier, and I said the 7.5 hours is the high water mark of all time. I will literally stop it midstream before I ever come close to that again. That is a straight no. We will protect it. Like Jeremy caught on earlier. We will protect it like PSA protecting the PSA 10. We will. Low pop PSA 10, we must protect this house. So anything else you guys want to chat about for a bit? Your call. I'll leave it to the room.
I'm the guest, so I'll stay here. But I mean,
Bobby will just stay here in general. Yes, in general.
yeah. Close it all down. I'll continue.
Yeah, it's like we close all the other windows. Bobby will just sit here and hold court all by himself.
I'll do it.
Well, Jared, what do you got going tomorrow night? Who's your guest?
Oh,
My guest is Brad Hartland. He's the new guy for PSA Canada.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Partnering up with Len Potty, who's been the PSA.
I was gonna
Canada
say because I thought that was okay. That's what we're talking.
Brad is the succession plan for that business as Len fades off into the into his into
sunset.
Is that distinct?
Thank you.
Is it distinct from PSA USA or is it affiliated?
PSA Canada is Platinum
submitter.
Promotions. It's Platinum Promotions. It's this business that's been around.
Oh, okay. So
Where's this guy out of, Jeremy?
Halifax.
Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna keep it there. Okay.
Well, that's where he is.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think
I
right
didn't
now,
know.
in all honesty, it's really a submission hub. Is really what it is. So
That's what it is.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's so like from a continuation standpoint, there's no reason why wouldn't you? Like Halifax is as good a place as any to be a submission hub because I never had a problem with service as far as what because I dealt with them and they're easy to deal with and it's like here are the cards, ship them back to me when they're ready. That's all it is. It's just a service.
Yeah. I think with better marketing and that's what Brad's going to bring to the table. I believe he'll tell us about it tomorrow, but I think it'll be a really well-used option for Canadians now for grading.
I don't think he's marketed very well. Len,
He hasn't
in the magazine. Other than that, it was never nothing on the.
I think he had enough business. I think he had the business level he wanted, a core group of submitters, customers, friends, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not a huge mailing list, but something. But it just wasn't willing to scale it. I think Brad will scale it and that's what I think.
Yep.
But we'll hear more about it tomorrow night if those of you that tune in.
All right.
And then the after hours is another Brad, the Brad from the YouTube channel, the Comeback Card Investor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so he's doing. I thought you were on his show. You did that.
I was on his show tonight.
Okay, got you.
My
So that was the order.
after hours show, which we've had planned for like 3 weeks.
Mhm.
My after hours show had no guest until after his show tonight when we were chatting, and I said, "Oh, I would like to have you on." I'm like, actually, how about tomorrow night? It'll be a double. It'll be a Brad night because it's Brad Hartland and then Brad from Comeback Card Investor. And yeah, so we're doing a double header.
Okay.
A home and home.
Look at you.
All right.
Look at you. How did it? I didn't get a chance to check it out yet. How did it go? You enjoy it? Was it good?
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Joe, you were there for most of it, a bit of it.
I thought it was great. I mean, I like that Brad. I mean, he volunteers the information that he's very new to the hobby, and he brings a few other sensibilities that I think are good. And I've heard him talk a little bit about his intentionality around being a content creator, and I think that comes across in how he sort of runs his show. So yeah, I think he's a cool dude, and kind of has a few little, the cake thing, and his Buccaneers, interests, and I think he's sincere. He seems pretty sincere.
He is. I think so. He's new in the hobby, but he owns that. He's upfront about it. He's not trying to tell you that he knows everything about sports cards, which I like. I like that humility. But because he's got an audience, people ask him questions. So he just answers to the extent of what he knows. But that's why he wanted to have me on. But part of the reason why he wanted to have me on, he said, was because of the experience in the hobby that I bring. So, he wanted to share that with his audience, and he was, encouraging them to subscribe to my channel and check out the shows, and talking a lot about all the guests that I've had. So, yeah, he was cool. He's a nice guy. We hung out last week. Just got it ended up being like an hour and a half, and he's a good dude. He's a good dude. Can't wait to meet him in person at the next card show.
Yeah.
I liked how you sort of were gently encouraging him to think, a little bit about there's flipping and kind of the quick turnaround, whether it's 5 weeks or 5 months, but then also like gradually. I think he heard that. I think you kind of delivered that in a
balancing
way.
Yeah, balancing out with some long-term holdings, some investment pieces, that sort of thing. Because he is an investor, he's looking to invest, and as are a lot of people. So hopefully if they do it right, and that way they don't get scared off and go run off into their sunset, and we lose people in the hobby. I'd rather see people have some wins than not, and because that'll keep them around. I hope.
Yeah, and I think, I guess what I was thinking about as I was listening to that show is we get a little, myopic in the idea of investor and collector. And I feel like, we think of collectors as like, well, they're in it for the fun. But I think investors have fun in their own way too, right? And it might be a little bit more kind of crass commerce-y fun, but the wheeling and dealing, the trading aspect that's always sort of been part of the hobby's history, like trading cards. There's a reason they call them trading cards, right? Because we're kind of thinking, well, yeah, this isn't as valuable to me as it is to you, but you have something that I think is valuable. And that, that goes way back, right? That goes back to like Mesopotamia in terms of the human condition.
Bartering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. I've had a chance to check out some of Brad's live streams, and I agree with the general premise that you're saying, that he does understand how to leverage his guests well, because he does understand that there is a time and a place to bring in somebody who can provide a little expertise, maybe fill in some of those gaps, and be more of a host. And I think there's a smart way to do that, and it's not a bad way to go about it, because most people don't know everything. So if you bring in somebody who knows a couple areas you don't, well, then great. You can kind of leverage off of that and play off of what they know well.
And some people have that gift, more gifted in that area than they are in maybe knowing cards or what have you. They're great hosts and do a great job at that. And they just need to find the medium. Sorry, go ahead.
So no.
Oh, no, you're going now.
I was just about Brad during the show tonight. I'm looking at his channel right now, and it says sports card investing with a finance coach. So I guess he considers himself a finance coach, but he actually said if he gave some financial coaching advice tonight, just in the conversation we were having. Actually, some really good stuff. He gives good advice, and it's all advice that he's learned from experts, like the guy from Rich Dad Poor Dad. Like, he quotes. He's not claiming to be really original in his thoughts. Not that there's anything wrong with that. He gives credit where credit's due. He's not trying to pass himself off as being. He's not a Tony Robbins. He's not one of those guys. He's just sharing what he knows. I think it's pretty authentic, and I even though he may, you may look at his channel and his loud thumbnails and think he's not, but I that's because he just knows how to build a YouTube channel. He's got 8,700 subscribers.
Wow.
Jeez.
Oh.
And yeah, that's just kind of
marketing
in a way. Like, and then you look at sort of, I don't want to dismiss his audience, but like the quality of like the chat. I mean, in some moments it's super deep, you know, you might have Carvin show up there or something. And then in other moments it's like, who should I buy? You know, it's real like,
Yeah. But he's got an audience, so I was glad to get in front of it tonight. That was cool.
yeah.
And I'll have him on my, he's, so my angle, I told him my angle with bringing you on to my channel tomorrow night is let's talk about like your approach to this and how, you know, what it's like as someone who's been back in the hobby for 11 months. That's how long he's been in the hobby. And he's got a pretty big channel, you know? So
That just tells you who's really looking.
But right.
Really.
But we're going to talk a bit about just what he's offering to his audience and what his approach is in the hobby and what it's like for him as someone who's only been back for 11 months yet has built up this large audience. And like on our live tonight, he had like 180 people watching.
Yeah.
It's
an engaged. I have seen that it is a very large engaged audience. He has cultivated a group of people that will come out because he's got his show and then they hang out and check it out. So there's definitely an audience for it, without a doubt. And I wouldn't be shocked if some of that carries over. It's a scaled down version, but still conceptually the same thing happened when you got Jeff Wilson on there, because Jeff Wilson built an audience, and when you had Jeff Wilson on, the numbers are off the charts.
Yeah, I'm saying
scale down. I'm saying in a much smaller way. I'm sure there'll be a couple of people that'll come over, and it never hurts to have a couple of new folks.
No, and I probably got 20 new subscribers just since being on his show tonight. Correct. Too. Yep. So exactly. If he's going to publicize coming on mine, I'm sure he will. Yep. But I didn't even think about that. That didn't even come up in my mind. Plus, it's my after-hour show. You know, I don't really. I love it. Don't get me wrong, but it's like it's not. I don't market it the same. I guess I don't know. Mm-hmm. I never even thought about that.
No, I get it, but it's a side consequence. It's one of those things where if somebody has built an audience and any of that translates over,
I'm often very aware of that with the guests. Yeah. I just wasn't for tomorrow night. Plus, I just booked it tonight.
It's just like the hobby. You meet guys at the show and you hook up with this guy and he's got some stuff that you want to trade or need. And he goes, oh, meet my buddy. And, we all come together. This is just a different form for that.
I don't always look at things like, what people's subscription numbers are or anything. Sometimes I just watch it and then I'll step back and like look at it and I'll be like, whoa, this person has that many. And this, and it kind of reminds me of like in high school where you see like somebody that you've known for a while, or you look across the schoolyard and you're like, whatever, that guy. And then all of a sudden he's walking down, the street with like the finest girl in the school. And you're like, whoa, is that happening? Is that what's happening? So anyway, it doesn't always make sense, I guess is what I'm saying, but maybe it does make sense.
Yeah. Yes, true.
That's fair. I think because I remember earlier on when Brad was getting on there, and it's not a subject that it's not a subject worth broaching, but I do remember that I think Brad early on talked about he had tried a different, I can't remember if it was real estate or something else. He was actually take an earlier go at it to do the YouTube thing, was not finding the success that he was looking for. And then he tried the sports car thing, found that he liked it more, was working more for him what he was trying to do. So he pivoted, which is a legitimate thing that people do. They have to kind of find their way and find what niche or what area works for them.
Sure. There's a lion's share of people who want to invest, and you give some investment advice. People are all over that part of it. And then you drag in other people who are collectors, and it just multiplies at that part. Whereas you watch me, I'm your vintage guy. You're going to go, oh, yeah, okay, I collect new stuff. I don't care. That's fine. No big deal. Just the way things go.
Well, you got to remember, Bobby, it's all about being #relatable. If folks are new to the hobby and you're relatively new to the hobby and you don't sell yourself as being otherwise, then people kind of hang out to kind of follow you in the journey.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of a thing. But once you can be a more veteran collector, you can still present it in a way that's still very friendly to new folks. That is doable, but you almost have to kind of cushion it a certain way, because it's a little intimidating if you're coming in and you're new and it's not your area.
Understood.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. There's a balance to be had. So I think there is a reason for some of Brad's audience, and I've watched enough to be able to like, okay, I at least got a notion of what it is, and I've enjoyed watching some of it. So it's a little bit tired. It's a little bit time. I appreciate the last hashtag in particular. I like that one.
Carlos.
Oh, yeah, right.
I like that you took the time to type out the whole hashtag with no gaps. That's solid. Strong. See, hockey guy gets it. Yeah.
Hockey guy asked who he should be buying, and hockey guy, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you collect baseball, but I would say Willie Mays autos. That's where my searches are tonight, because Aaron's all out the window. So and Mays is.
Oh no!
Mays might even be a little older than Hank.
I think he is actually.
Oh.
Because Mays started in Mays rookie is 51, so he might be a couple of years older than Hank.
Yep. Well, that picture I have of him, he's 73, and he looks old there, and I'm going, wow. That's 73, and he's still wow.
Yeah, and Hank played until 75, 76, so thereabouts.
I think he retired in what was it, 70?
Hank retired around 75 or 76 because he has a 76 tops card, so he at least played until about 75. Mays was a couple of years before that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Hank. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's cool. 1967. That's cool.
Mays' last card was 73. Aaron's was 76, as you said, Carlos. Yeah.
I remember those ones because when I was doing 70 sets, those were right in that wheelhouse. I still have the 76 set, and it was kind of a cool card. He was back on the Milwaukee Brewers by then. By 76. Yeah. Not exactly the same Milwaukee that he started with, but it was sort of a full circle-ish.
Well, and historically, I mean, obviously Jackie Robinson being the person who broke the color barrier, but I knew about this, and I haven't had a whole lot of time to listen into the media today because it's been a rough work day. But the amount of racism that Aaron faced in the process of breaking Babe Ruth's record, especially being sort of in that potentially when the Braves moved to Atlanta in the South, like that, I think cumulatively he probably experienced more than Jackie, and in a longer amount of duration. Obviously Jackie was right in that pivotal moment, but Aaron and they're talking a little bit about how he held on to those like hate mail letters as a way to kind of transcend it. But that's a lot, historically.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's an interesting situation because what it creates is that if you look at it in the context of the time you're talking about, it's that if he had just been a great player and it topped out because Willie Mays ended with 660 home runs. There was a stretch of time where they were kind of neck and neck, kind of following each other. Willie Mays started a little bit earlier, but Willie Mays hit 54 home runs one year. Hank Aaron never hit 50 home runs. He was just consistent, and he kept going year after year after year. And by his late 30s, he had his career year. I want to say 47 or 48 home runs in his late 30s. That's what kind of propelled him to that latter portion. He just kept playing. So he just kept going. And he was able to keep being effective. And then once he finally broke the record, it was almost like, all right, I've scaled the mountaintop. And he finished off with another 40-odd home runs to finalize it. But I think that what was driving him was like, I'm going to get there. Once he reached a certain point, he's like, I'm getting there. And then once he got there, it's like, all right, I got there. All right, I guess I'll play a couple more years. And then we'll finish it off. But I think at that point, he had the gas tank exhausted. It was just like, I'll finish this, but I'm not going to hang in there that much longer. Like it took decades to get here. So I think that story will carry through. I expect there'll be a ton of tributes once the baseball season gets underway properly. There will be I think a full season of tributes because he was a giant in the game. So I think that'll be a big thing for sure. I only mentioned the thing about the collectibles because, like I said, I feel bad for anyone who wanted to try to pursue those things because it's like, it's a little late in the game now. The autographs and the cards, it's like, well, unfortunately, you had your window and it just probably closed. That's a shame. Sounds good. All right, guys. So I think that's good.
Sounds good.
So I'll quickly finish this off. Bobby, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. And like I said, I will probably clip out that piece because I think there was some really good stuff there with the Parkers and top stuff. I enjoyed that. I think it was good. And I know some folks in the chat enjoyed it as well. So Charles, you can check it out, or you can check it out when it's standalone. Knock yourself out wherever you feel appropriate. So, but it's going to be out there for you. I think I have to strip it out because some people may not catch it unless I separate it into its own thing, so that they can go see it if they want to, and it'll be a little bit easier to catch that way.
Yeah, we're almost running 6 hours here.
What was that? Sorry.
I think you owe it to the hobby, but it's not that you owe it to the hobby. I think the hobby would benefit by it. So
yeah,
you owe it to the hobby.
Yeah, I think there was some good stuff in there and some good information that is not been available in that format. So I think it'll be good to have it. So thank you, Joe, for joining in. Thank you, Jeremy, for joining in. Thank you, Charles, for joining in as well. Absolutely. And thank you to Justin for joining in a little earlier. Give us a little insight onto the other side of the hobby as well. So we definitely had an interesting conversation. It was we definitely got some insight, without question.
And oversight.
Had some nice cards for sure.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt that he definitely went in with both feet. That is without question. He definitely went into the deep end with both feet and picked up a bunch of big cards. But it was also good to kind of understand the motivation a little bit, get a little bit of a sense of, because for somebody who started in that time period relatively recently.
Well, he came from the stock market, so
correct.
Yeah.
His guesses at my Lemieux, what I paid for the Lemieux rookie. Or was it the Lemieux where he was guessing $12,000?
Yeah, I think he was jumping to like the current price basically.
Yeah, he was right in there. Yeah.
He thought I just got in. I just bought it in the last few months.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was one of those things. I'll say a quick note, but let me log off here and we'll finish this up. So thank you to everybody who was hanging out. Thank you to the chat, because even now, to be honest, at least double digits strong. You guys have been hanging in there, so I appreciate it. And Hockey Guy has been wonderful in the chat. Paul popped in as well. He was a late night at work, so he popped in. DJ Lazy Jeff and some other folks as well. I won't get at everybody, but I do wanted to catch a couple of the folks that I definitely saw on there. So thank you all for hanging out. I'm sorry it wasn't 7.5 hours. My apologies.
Seb, don't forget, Seb was there.
Seb, of course, absolutely.
Mason, there was that Mason dude. That's my son's name too. So
without a doubt,
there was an oil drop out there too.
Yeah, we got a whole list of cast of characters here, even in the recent ones for sure. So thank you all for hanging out. We keep a nice, tight, under 6 hour stream. Keep it a little short time, streamlined. Thank you all for everybody for hanging out. The next live stream will be on Sunday. I'll go back to the normal kind of slot. Next Sunday. It'll be. I don't want to compete with the AFC and the NFC Championship because I fully intend to sit down and watch them. I want to watch my team either disappoint me greatly and make me some money because I bet against them, or win and lose me some money and then I'll be happy. Either way, one way or the other. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have yourselves a good night. Enjoy your Saturday. And you can check out Jeremy's live stream as well, where he's got double Brads. Double Brad night. Brad squared. All right. Take it easy, everybody.
Raise the roof.
He can raise the roof. Don't encourage him, Charles. Have yourselves a good night, everybody.